What's good, guys? How we all doing? Guys, what has happened to the industry that we love? It feels like ever since we got that news on GTA, which we'll be talking about, things have just gone downhill. It's been one thing after another. And the more that I read into the situation and the more that I look into what's going on, the more I'm starting to feel like there something much worse is on its way. And I guess I'll wait until Dell gets it to go into it. But boy, what a week for PlayStation, right? Generational fuck up after fuck up. GTA 6 caused a lot of problems. Do you know what? That's what I thought at first. The more I kept reading, the more I'm starting to wonder if the problem is. I'm starting to wonder if the problem, if what our eyes are being averted, we're focusing on one thing, but the problem might be something else. For this stream only, fuck England. Why? Oh, are you from Mexico? Listen, it is what it is, man. You guys, you played well. You played well, but it is what it is. I felt bad for you, honestly. Obviously, you know, did you see the Norway game? That shit was it. I did not think that they were going to beat. I didn't think they were going to beat Brazil. Where's C4? He's probably lurking in chat. I sent him a link to join if he gets some free time. But yeah, we're going to talk about Tokon today. We're going to talk about the PlayStation situation. We're going to talk about Xbox because they've just laid off, I think, 1,200 to 1,600 jobs. A bunch of studios are gone. It's I don't know. I feel like my hobby is being destroyed. Before I feel like the PlayStation 5 might be the last console that I own. It might have to be a PC only thing because with the way things are looking, the PS6 is going to cost a fucking arm and a leg. Might as well just play on my PC at that point. I feel like this is a lose-lose situation. Tokon can't sell as many copies, and many players from African and Middle Eastern countries can't play the game. I'm very, very worried about Tokon. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I know it's not usually my scene, but I had very high hopes for that game. I'm just wondering if Tokon can turn it around the way. The thing is, Helldivers didn't even really turn it around because they removed the restriction, but then apparently they just didn't sell the game in those countries, which I didn't even know. 3,200 have been laid off at Xbox. Okay, that's far worse than what I thought. What number did I write down? I saw it earlier. I actually have the post. Let me. I have the post on Twitter. Let me bring it up. That's what I want. I don't know why Tokon is banned. I asked Dell. Dell obviously works in the industry, so I thought, let me ask Dell. Let me find out from him. He probably knows more. I don't know why. Yeah, you're right. 3,200 here. I've got the post. He should be here soon. Radiant, thank you for the $5. Tokon for all. Yes. I will also share the link to sign the petition. You know, C4 and the boys are trying to do something to save the game. It might not move the needle, but it's better than doing nothing, right? There's going to be a lot of PSN accounts working through a VPN. Yeah. Did you hear about what the UK government is apparently trying to do? Allegedly, apparently. Apparently they're trying to outlaw VPNs or bypass them through having to check in with a passport on the internet. Like before you use the internet, you got to sign in with your passport. Apparently, allegedly. I saw it today and I was like, man, what is going on? Can we just breathe a little bit, please? So yeah, VPNs might be out the window in the UK soon. Appreciate the donation. So Xbox announced mass layoffs of 3,200 people over the next year, starting with 1,600 from today. Okay, that's the number that I read initially. Compulsion games will become independent. Double Fine Productions will become independent. Ninja Theory will be sold. Oh boy. Undead Labs will be sold. Arcane, I don't know, I've never seen this studio before. Maybe I've seen their games, I don't recognize the name. Is under consultation for potential strategic options, layoffs across all Xbox divisions. No already publicly announced games will be cancelled. Mate, this is a fucking disaster across the board. It is a disaster across the board. The Great British Firewall is coming. Bro, there's something even worse coming for YouTubers. I don't know how much it's going to affect my channel, but it might. They're trying to introduce this thing, and if any of you have got YouTube accounts and you live in the UK, you've probably gotten the message as well. They're actually, do you know what? I've got the message here on my studio. I can just read to you what was sent out to us because YouTube is trying to get us to sign a petition to save our channels, basically. Yeah, let me read out to you what it says. I'd bring it up on screen, but for some reason I can only get it on my studio on the mobile. So the UK government's trying to bring in something called the prominence regime, mandatory prominence regime. This could require digital platforms like YouTube to prioritize and give privileged positions to traditional broadcasters like the BBC, ITV, and Channel 4 in user interfaces and recommendation feeds, potentially pushing your content out of sight. So exactly what it says. It says here in bold, your content will be downranked. Pushing this group forward means pushing everyone else downward. Mandatory prioritization of broadcasters would affect how your content reaches your audience, regardless of what your audience actually wants to see. So basically what they're saying is, and I'm assuming this is going to be for the channels that dive into politics a little bit more. I don't know how much it's going to affect a video game channel. It might. But YouTube has said to us in bold, reducing user exposure to diverse content and independent creators is what they're planning on doing. The threat to reach new people and channel growth and undermining the creator audience bond. So YouTube, from what I'm reading here, is on our side because they're trying to get us to sign a petition on the UK government website. But the UK government is very much pushing for YouTubers to get nerfed in the UK. Like I said, I don't know if it will affect my channel because I don't really cover political stuff too often, if at all. But all of the channels that they offer you an alternative where you're like, I don't really like what I'm hearing on the news. Let me go check on YouTube. You're gonna actually have to go and search. It's not gonna come up in your feed anymore. So if you're like a fan of so and so, you better go check their channel because YouTube is apparently going to downrank their videos so it doesn't pop up. So you're like, oh, I didn't even know this guy uploaded. Can we just be left alone, please? Jack, thank you for the €5. Gaming has never been more bleak since the Atari crash in the 80s. Bro, I don't know what's going on. Rare YouTube W. Oh, yeah, Alex is an informant. Watch him. Whilst we're waiting for Dell to get here, yeah, like I said, we'll be talking about Tokon, we'll be talking about GTA, we'll be talking about Studio Canal because that situation's messed up. I want to bring up DRM to him because I feel like DRM is something that is being overlooked. I want to talk a little bit about the arcade scene as well as midnight releases because I feel like those two things sort of coincide with where we've ended up now. But digital rights management is really, I think that's a super important conversation, and it'll be really good to have with a developer to see where they sit. I'd also like to hear from Dell's perspective, someone that is in these studios, how the developers feel. Because obviously with the Tokon thing, I think Arxis is like, some people are like, let's boycott Tokon. And I'm like, why would you boycott Tokon? It's not Tokon. Arxis is not the problem here. The problem is PlayStation. Arxis probably heard this news and they probably started flipping tables in that studio. Why would you not want your game to come out in over 130 areas? This is entirely PlayStation. So everyone is like, are we going to boycott Tokon? Why would you boycott Tokon? They've already been fucked one way. You're going to fuck them the other way as well. Doesn't make any sense to me. What we should be doing is signing that petition and rallying against PlayStation because PlayStation is on one. And we'll remember that clip. No, do you know what? I need to bring it up because these guys, they think they're slick. This clip has 21 million views. The absolute nerve of these guys. And this was merely a console generation ago.
This is how you share your games on PS4.
Thanks. PlayStation.
Makes me sick to my stomach. Makes me sick to my stomach. You know, I went out and well, I didn't go out. I ordered it, but I bought Shenmue 1 and 2. I've played Shenmue 1 and 2, but I just wanted the physical copy in my hand. Now, I know because of DRM, the argument becomes a little bit more murky. It does. We have to acknowledge the DRM problem because having a disc these days doesn't mean as much as it used to because of DRM. But I just wanted to hold the game in my hand. What I'd advise you guys is do not sell off any of your games because I was looking online. I was actually looking at Godzilla. Apparently, it's going for some ridiculous amount of money. The Godzilla game on PS4. I heard people saying they were selling it for like £400. This whole situation that we're about to see with PlayStation, I reckon, is going to turn into the TCG situation where you're going to have cards and like games, and they're just going to skyrocket in price. I've already seen a couple of games that I own just skyrocket. Like, I don't know if people are inflating the market or something, but it's a big mess. Densetsu, thank you for the €5. I signed the petition, but I think Toko's problem is a Sony IP. I have Sony US. It's not my Sony. Sorry, give me Sony Japan back. The thing is, this happened with Helldivers as well. I don't know how many of you play Helldivers, but the exact same thing happened with Helldivers, where they basically said if you don't have a PlayStation account in these places, you can't play it. So they essentially they fucked over about the same amount of places as they have with Tokon. There was a big campaign and they pushed back against it. But I thought that they were selling the game in those territories again. I watched Technical's video this morning and Technical's was like, nah, they just they allowed people to make a PlayStation account or they lifted the ban, but they didn't sell the game in those regions. So I was like, so you just screwed these people over anyway. It's just, I don't know what's wrong with them. But listen, I know Xbox is like going through some weird changes right now, but if they can come in and shake things up again, then it'll be very welcomed. Once Xbox fell from grace and PC became more expensive recently, PlayStation started pulling BS. Bro, I really hope that I was watching this thing actually where they were saying that GTA is going to kill like offline, like just regular retailers, like people that you go into your regular store and you're like, I want to pre-order this game. Apparently, people were going into their local shops and they were saying, I want to pre-order the Ultimate Edition of GTA, and the store owners were saying, yeah, it's just a code. And they're like, what do you mean? Well, I want the box. Because people that don't tune into what's going on online, they're expecting GTA to come out as normal. And people in the shops are saying, no, it's a box. And in the box, you get a little code. And the customers were like, what, like DLC? And they were like, yeah, essentially. And apparently they had like 3 pre-orders for GTA in one shop, 6 in another. Retailers are about to get killed. They're literally about to get killed. Where is this Dell guy? Fashionably late as always. No, I sent him a message. Verix from Senegal got second at EVA this year for Strive. He's on the list for no token. Arxis don't want this as much as we don't. Yeah, Arxis is not going to co-sign this bullshit. There's just no way. Why would they? This is entirely PlayStation. I saw it and I was like, and apparently Rockstar told PlayStation to remove their colors from their logo after this whole debacle came out. So I don't know, man. This whole situation is really messed up. I was watching a video about like pre-owned games and what it's going to do to that market. It is a sad state of affairs. On top of that, I've never bought a movie digitally before. I don't own any movies digitally because I like, obviously, as you can see behind me, I like owning things physically. But apparently, Sony removed 500 movies, Studio Canal movies or something like that. Or I don't know if Studio Canal is the service that they use, but 500 movies that people purchased just gone. So I don't understand. If buying is not owning, then if I pirate something, that's not stealing, is it? If I buy something but I don't own it, How is piracy? How is piracy stealing? I'm confused. But why? Why are we? Why are they doing this? I don't understand. Well, obviously, I understand. They're gonna make as much money as they can. This is about as hefty of a reach around as I've ever seen. There's a chance Tokon will be the final fighting game on the disc. That's crazy. Do you reckon? Do you reckon Virtuify is not going to come out on disc? I was thinking Virtuify might be the final fighting game on a disc. Because that's coming out 2027, and they're ceasing discs in 2028. And there's no other fighting games, as far as I'm aware, big fighting games that are coming out after Virtuify. You reckon Virtuify is digital only? I know Stranger Than Heaven isn't. As a matter of fact, Dell's here. Dell, how you doing, bro?
Oh, what's going on? Sorry, man. Sorry I'm late.
No, it's all good, man. It's all good. I'm sure you're busy developing games.
No, right now I'm not. No, but yeah, I will be. I will be. I'm back in the UK for a minute, so
Yeah.
yeah, I've been for a while.
All right, man. Well, yeah, for as long as you can, because there's a lot of confusion here about what's going on, a lot of assumptions, and because I guess and just in case some people that come to the video later on don't know who you are, could you introduce yourself to everyone and let everyone know what you do and how you've been involved in the industry?
Yeah, sure. So, my current title is lead artist, but I've worked in video games for over 15 years now, and I've worked as a character artist for most of my time, meaning I was the one making the 3D character models for games. I've worked on the Batman Arkham series. I worked at Sega working on some of the Sonic mobile titles. I've worked on my memory. I worked at Naughty Dog for a little while. Worked on Last of Us Online for years before it got cancelled, and then worked on Last of Us Part 2 Remastered. I worked on Jedi Survivor as a principal character artist, so I was in charge of all of the character art for most of that game. I worked on a bunch of games anyway. Yeah.
Okay. So I guess I want to start the Tokon stuff because this happened with Helldivers, and I was very confused then, and I'm very confused now. And I know that you've worked with Sony, you've worked for Sony and whatnot. Why are they forcing this into the game when we know it doesn't really need to be there because they pulled it back with Helldivers?
Yeah. So the situation you're talking about is like what, something like 130 something territories won't actually have access to the game because it requires you to have a PSN account for Token, and many countries you cannot have a PSN account. So technically, those countries are locked out of playing the game. It's before we compare it to Helldivers. The Helldivers situation was a little different than this because Token's telling you this from the jump, right? It's saying just so you know, you need to have a PSN account. Whereas the short version is Helldivers 2 was sold on Steam in countries where PSN wasn't even available. And then and they mentioned that it was required, but when the game launched, I think it was February 2024, when the game did launch, it wasn't enforced. So you could just buy the game on Steam and then you could just skip that part where it's just like, oh, link your PSN, you could just skip it. You would just skip it. And so people just assume like, oh, it's not an enforced thing. They just want you to do it. So, but then Sony later said that, we disabled it because of some technical issues, because the launch was too large. I don't know if you remember, but that was like a mega hit game and no one was expecting it to be a mega hit game. Yeah, me too. I was into it. And so millions of people bought the game. Fantastic, great news. And then it was sold through Steam in countries where they didn't have PSN accounts, or you can't officially create a PSN account there. So people were playing the game without issues for months, and then I think it was May is when Sony started enforcing it, and so they was like made an announcement saying, "Oh, by the way, you won't be able to continue playing Helldivers 2 unless you have a PSN account." And that date is coming up, and so any Steam players would need to link a PSN account, and then any new players would have to link a PSN account for it to start, and then existing PC players, you also have to link one. And then they said that was for like safety and security, basically, whatever, just making up reasons. And then everyone was like, where do you mean? What do you mean? What's going on? What do you mean? Because I've already purchased the game and I'm in an unsupported country. So what does that mean that I legally can't make a PSN account because there's no reason for mine? So does that mean that I have to fake it? But then Sony's terms of service said if you have a false region, then it could just like cut your account of the game anyway. So people were just like really confused, and it was like there was a major backlash. And then Steam started removing the game from sale in those regions. And that was like 170 countries basically that the game would just start disappearing from. And so people were just like, nah, wait a minute, this is ridiculous. We've already bought the game. So now people who had purchased the game, technically, they would like lose. They were saying they were going to lose access. Anyway, that was like the biggest Steam bomb review bombing I think ever. I think nothing's ever been as big as that negative Steam review bomb. And then the CEO had to come out and say, "Oh yeah, like we're very sorry about this. This is a publisher thing." And then, long story short, Sony had to just reverse course and just had to basically say like, "Oh, we're gonna move forward without a mandatory PSN account linking because, we would basically lose hundreds of thousands of players, and we don't have like a recourse or a refund system for this." And so they just lifted it basically. And so the assumption was that they would learn from that they need to have a better solution for games that are going to be online and available through PSN. That was what we assumed. It was just like, this was such a bad PR disaster. We're just never going to see that again. But apparently not, because Tokon is basically saying, no, you need a PSN account again. But this time they're trying to say it before you buy it. So
Is this only Sony funded games, or can it be any game that is on their platform?
Only Sony published games. So Helldivers 2 was a published by Sony title.
So did this happen to like Ghost of Tsushima then?
I believe so, but the difference is I believe it doesn't ask you for a PSN account if it's not an online game. It's because it's an online game. But you have to think there's not very many live service PSN games. So,
Ghost of Tsushima is online though. You can play that like.
Oh, it is now. That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Is that available on PC though? That mode? I don't think it is.
Is it? I'm not sure actually. I've never played it on PC before. I've only played it on PlayStation.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it is. Someone in chat
someone in chat will probably know. But what I don't understand is they're saying it's a security risk, and they didn't enforce it when Helldivers came out. So they were happy to potentially have their security breached for like the 5th time, and then they were like, "No, actually, let's just do it." So it sounds like sloppy mismanagement or bullshit excuses.
I think it's both. I think there's a massive disconnect between people pushing for the PSN account being the most important thing and not having the sort their shit out in terms of like, all right, cool. If you need a PSN account, you need to be able to support every region that can play the title. I don't really know why I don't really know what's going on there. I actually don't know what's going on there. Like, and this is stuff I've talked to someone who is like I want to say much more involved with like PlayStation news than most people, and they're saying this is kind of stupid that they haven't resolved this. It's actually really ridiculous that they haven't resolved this.
Yeah. Do you think it's going to, I mean, obviously this is a dumb question, but a better question would be, how badly do you think this is going to impact Tokon? Because it was pretty bad for Helldivers when it happened.
Um, I think it's not going to affect. I don't think it's going to affect people as much as they think in terms of how it's going to play. Um, like people are just going to play the game, and if they can play, it's just that's not my problem that other people can't. It's just more going to negatively affect sentiment.
Yeah,
The truth is, English speaking countries, which is most of the English speaking countries, are most of the fighting game online community for new titles anyway. Because
I've
buying a
got
new title is expensive.
C4 saying that the Tokon beta was allowing people to play. Basically, it had no region restrictions. So wouldn't a beta also be a security risk if it's online?
Yeah, it's just a terrible. I don't really understand it. I actually don't understand it. Whatever they're saying is, you know, because they basically saying they want a unified account system, and it's worth sacrificing some sales. And so technically, that means one PlayStation identity, one friend list, one cross-play solution, one trophy solution, player analytics is in one place. Maybe your anti-cheat systems are linked to that too. Um, and all your marketing and account ownership is all in one place basically. Because to duplicate that over multiple systems, well, maybe let's say they make exceptions for like 130 countries. Suddenly they have two versions for every multiplayer game. They got like a PSN version and a non-PSN version. And companies just generally dislike exceptions because it creates like this permanent engineering and support costs. It's just like the support cost just becomes crazy. And the problem is that philosophy just clashes with reality because PSN isn't available everywhere. So you can't just be like, yeah, oh, we just don't have that. That you can't just say, oh, switch to PSN. It's not that simple, because there's local privacy laws maybe that like mean that they can't get PSN out there, or there's payment regulations that means that they can't really get out there, or I don't know, tax requirements. It could also be some sort of age verification thing. Um, Data storage rules. There's bare different rules. There's just loads of different rules depending on where you are. And
Yeah,
there's even things like sanctions. We didn't even get into sanctions. That's a whole thing. We've seen a little bit of that with Bandai Namco, like not allowing Russian and Chinese players.
yeah,
Um, but it's just that it just completely falls apart because 132 countries is just an enormous number. That's just an enormous number. And so and you can't say, oh, it's too hard because Steam did it. Steam did it.
yeah.
Steam solved it. They said, oh yeah, we'll figure it out. And
I
so
wanted
that
to
yeah,
I
it's
wanted
just
to
silly.
ask you, I was watching your video and you were talking about how you've made all these characters for like this game that is online, and now you can't play that game online. The servers don't exist anymore, and I don't know
Yeah.
if the sentiment is the same, but obviously Arxis have put all this work into this game. Being in the studio at the time when you hear that all your character designs are basically going to be washed away because of a decision by the publisher, do you have like an idea of how the Marvel Tokon developers are probably feeling about this restriction?
I mean, it's really difficult for them because they can't. I don't say they can't. There's probably a decision to not bite the hand that feeds them, right? The publisher is the people paying your salary. So it's not really the sort of person you want to come out publicly and talk reckless about. But
Mm,
the, everyone who's a game developer that I've ever met just wants the most amount of people to play the game. That's what you want. You want the most amount of people to play the game. And you want the game to live on in any format that you can think. And apparently that's not what the publisher wants. So there's probably a lot of frustration. There's probably an awful lot of frustration. And
yeah,
yeah, and these companies, they get like so many international people working for them. There's going to be people from those nations, like originally from those nations, who worked on the game, yet their own friends and relatives and can't play the game in that region. So you can only imagine how they're feeling.
yeah. I mean, there was a guy. C4 was talking about him earlier. He got second, I think, at Combo Breaker for the tournament they were running, and I think they said he was like from somewhere in Africa, and he's basically just screwed now. They're not going to get to play the game. they're basically out of the running for any sort of tournaments now because of that. Are Sony aware of like communities that exist, and they sort of like even with MK, we saw how like they didn't really provide those guys with any servers, and now this token situation, they've shut out an entire region. Are they aware that like there's a lot of communities that were already playing the beta and now they're basically going to be shut out, or are you not too sure?
Yeah, of course they are. Of course they are. Absolutely. And it could be like, here's how messed up it could be. It could be that the developers were like, we just want to get to all regions and then get as much data as possible. But these places don't have PSN. And the publisher could be like, all right, use all those data for just the beta, right? They're not getting the full game, they're just getting the beta. And you can use the data from their gameplay to make the game better. But we're not going to roll out those games until we have PSN sorted out. And so they're like, another division will be in charge of the PSN account stuff. And they're like, hey, so we got told we can roll out to these places and then without PSN, but then at some point, we won't be able to give them the full game because they don't have, PSN set up. Are you guys going to be able to support those regions? And that whole area might be like, unfortunately, we're not getting the funding to, rebuild the PSN global rollout. Maybe one day we will. Who knows? So we're hoping we're getting funding for it. We don't know, because you have to think each department may see risk in the changing system too. There's like several departments. If you want to open up a PSN account, PSN support in a new country, I don't know what that means. I know that there's some legal stuff, there's some infrastructure stuff, there's some security stuff. There's probably some publishing stuff. There's like so many people that have to talk to just open up in a new region, and they might just think that whole technical debt to solve that is just some massive organizational debt. So we're just not really going to solve that right now. One day we will. Don't worry, Mike Hollow. One day we'll open it up in Sri Lanka. But for right now, it's just not there. And oh well, we'll figure it out later. And let's just keep on as it goes. And so yeah, you're basically someone's just saying, oh, talk to this department, and that department is like, yeah, you need to talk to that department if you want to, and someone else is saying, oh yeah, you need to talk to these two departments, and then no one's taking responsibility to resolve it.
Yeah. Oh man, that's a nasty situation for Tokon fans to be in. I don't really know what else to say about that. It's incredibly stupid. Now, I wish I could like speak to somebody that's in charge of this and ask them what they were thinking. But I wanted to ask you as well, moving away from Tokon just for a bit. Did you hear about the whole Studio Canal situation with Sony removing 500 movies?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I put that in my video as well. I was really shocked that they let that happen. I was really shocked.
What's the dynamics behind that? Like, are there no like consumer rights sort of laws that protect people from Sony just doing that?
No. And the reason why there are not consumer rights to protect you from doing that is when you purchase a digital, title, or in this case, movies and television shows, you are not really owning it. So there's like 3 different ways to watch something, like in general. Like if you're like, okay, the latest Batman movie, whatever, you can stream it and rent it, or you can physically buy it, the DVD, or you can digitally purchase it. Digitally purchasing it, really, it's the wrong word. The purchase isn't a real word. You are purchasing a license to access it. If you read the actual terms and conditions, you're just purchasing a license to access it. And in the small print, basically all licenses can be revoked.
Yeah.
Like anyone who's bought like a game digitally, you actually purchased the license to use it, and it can really be revoked. That means if you bought, you bought Tekken 8 digitally, but you don't have the disc, technically the license can be revoked at any time. You don't really own it.
Technically speaking, though, because of DRM, could that not happen with modern games anyway, even if you buy them physically?
Yeah, of course it could. Well, it's different with discs. If they remove your access to a disc, that's when it can become a consumer lawsuit because
Right. Okay.
you purchased it. Like that's actually different from purchasing a license. You actually purchased it. So if you one day put your disc in and there's just like, yeah, you removed your access to play this game, technically it's possible to do that on modern consoles. Can't do that on maybe older consoles. Um, Definitely can't do that on like PS2 or Dreamcast or any of that stuff. Probably even as far as PS3 and maybe PS4 too. Like if you just never plug it into the internet, the disc will just run.
Hmm.
Um, Modern infrastructure is a bit different. Sometimes it's just like I need to check that you have a PSN account before I let you play, etc. But technically, you have more consumer rights, especially because of the EU. If it wasn't for the EU, a lot of these rights would just be completely subject to whatever administration is in at the moment. And then there's an argument to say that that's why everything is so loosely used with digital now, anyway, because we have an administration in charge that just doesn't care about consumer rights. But yeah, it's different if you stop someone using a disc. It's different. It's different.
Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously, we all know that PlayStation is going to end physical copies of games in 2028. And I thought one of the interesting things that you touched on your video was the psychological effects of not physically going to the store anymore and getting the game. It's just a case of we wake up in the morning, we go on the online store, we purchase the game and it's there, versus we used to have like because you play fighting games, we used to have like midnight releases where they do tournaments and stuff, and there was like a community aspect, and there was a lot of I felt more attached to some of the games because of the memories that I had of like going to the store and purchasing the game and talking to people. And with Street Fighter 4, we had a tournament at well, I think it was called like Game Station. Uh, could you talk a little bit about that? Because you spoke about it in your video, and I thought it was quite interesting.
Yeah, I think the reason I kind of dwelled on that a bit is because I never really saw someone else talk about um the psychology aspect of video games. And and it doesn't mean that you have to have physical to you doesn't have to have it doesn't have to be that you need physical for it to be like valued, but we are psychological creatures by nature. And if something's not tangible to us, we in general just value it a lot less, or we consider it a lot less. And yeah, there's like I kind of talked about how there's an entire identity based around being a gamer. Like it's not all playing games. Like to go to someone's bedroom and see video games like in boxes and or consoles with like CDs lined up or whatever. It's telling you who that person is. It's telling that person who they are and how they interact and value something. And we already have a young culture that doesn't really care about video games. Like people under 25 don't really care about console games that much. Like
Hmm.
the largest played games if you're under the age of 25 are Minecraft, Roblox, and Fortnite. All games that don't necessarily need a box and you don't need to purchase them. And so this idea of removing the physicality of it is just going to exacerbate that, in my opinion, where they're just going to value that even less. So it's going to just be a big psychological shift. For decades, you go to someone and they say, "This is my game. Like this box is my game," and then they're going to start increasingly think, "My account currently has access to that game."
Yeah.
That's that's completely different. Like, and we already see it with movies. I used to know people who used to call themselves movie buffs. They're like, "I'm a movie
Hmm.
guy," and then you can't really like, are you really a movie guy if you have subscription to Netflix and HBO and all of those? Like, or do you just watch movies?
Hmm.
Like it's very different. And so, yeah, and our memories are very strongly tied to physical cues and
Yeah.
music. Physical cue and music are like the two strongest nostalgia things. And so, if you don't hold the old faded box art, or you don't have the old manual, it just seems inevitable that people will see the media as more disposable.
Yeah, yeah. Obviously, we've noticed that over time, even the boxes that we get feel they feel more soulless. Like there's no like artwork in there, any posters or any instruction manuals that have a breakdown of the character. There's nothing really in there other than disc. And do you think psychologically they were getting ready to have people view physical media as worthless?
I don't think they think about worthlessness. I don't think it's a value thing. I think it's just a profit thing. It's just a byproduct. It's just a profit thing. It's like they don't want you to own anything.
Yeah.
Um, and they don't want to, and they don't have to. They don't have to. They don't have to. Like if they can get away with it, they will. If you have a guitar store and you have the option that everyone can buy a guitar, or every time they have to use it, they have to rent it,
Hmm.
and you can choose, you'll do the one you can get away with that can get you the most money.
Yeah. So, how much money do you think they're going to be saving on like an all digital platform now when they get rid of discs? I mean, I don't expect an exact figure, but do you think it's going to be like such a substantial number that justifies them not doing it?
Well, so there's this guy who's going around online, the CEO from Lord of the Fallen, who's got some BS numbers. He's talking about, oh, it's double if you buy a digital game. That's absolutely not true. I don't even know why he's saying that. It's if you buy a physical game, a physical PlayStation game versus a digital PlayStation game, it's not double that they're getting. It's like
Mhm.
if you once you factor in the retail margin and the manufacturing and distribution and wholesale and all that stuff, for a $70 game, PlayStation could be get if you let's remove tax, just that we're gonna ignore tax. Say they're getting about like $50, $55 per game. For every time you pay for a $70 boxed game, PlayStation gets $50. But for digital, because they don't have to pay the retailer margin, they don't have to pay for manufacturing, no boxes, no sleeves, um, and all the extra stuff. Um, they probably get like $66, $67. They get
Mhm.
they get more. They definitely get more for sure that they get more. But it's also they're trying to get rid of the secondary market. I
Yeah.
think they're just deciding to get because the secondary market is they don't get any profits from. Right? They don't actually get any profits from. Once you get pre-owned, like every time that's sold, PlayStation doesn't get anything from. And there's a lot of regions that are going to get locked out because I had a whole thing about how there are regions that don't have fantastic internet that can't download these games. In the YouTube comments for my video, someone from Nigeria said like, I was doing well for myself in Nigeria, but I could never download a 150 gigabyte game. So I purchased the game and I couldn't play it for a year because of the download size of the game. Like I couldn't play God of War because I couldn't download it in Nigeria. I had to wait till I was on vacation somewhere to download it.
That's
And you're
crazy.
thinking like, that's mad. That's actually mad. Like, and then, but then they're just looking at it from the point of view of just like, we just don't care about those markets. We're just going to make that sacrifice and then become a premium product. And people who want to play like PlayStation game, then they can just have the secondary market from the old consoles. Like they've got lots of games for that, and that kind of seems like that's the way they're thinking about it.
Do you
Um,
think that because the blowback has been immense on Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube, do you think there's any chance that Sony reverts their decision, or do you think that this is it now?
yes, there is a chance Sony reverse their decision if people don't buy PlayStation 6. That's the only thing.
That's the only move.
No, that's the only thing. There's no incentive to not to if they can get away with it, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't
Yeah.
you know what I mean? It doesn't matter. One of
Do
the
you
things
think
that
this?
destroyed Xbox One is that they didn't they basically tried this and then it meant everyone went out and bought a PlayStation 4.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's probably a
Yeah,
good. I mean, from what I'm hearing, the costs for PlayStation 6 are going to be outrageous anyway, so people won't
yeah,
even be
it
able
is.
to afford it. What do you predict the PlayStation 6 is going to retail at?
Probably like 1,200, like
12.
in dollars. Yeah, in dollars. Probably. It's gonna be probably be mad, but they're probably gonna have to figure out some sort of scheme to because they said that it costs. They said that it costs 950 or something to produce the console now.
Mm-hmm.
So unless you're selling at a unless excuse me, unless they're selling the console at a loss, that the number you sell it has to be bigger, right? The number it has to be bigger than that. And they said that they don't want to sell at a cost anymore. That's something that's kind of just messed them up in the past.
Yeah.
They're like, no, we can't. We need to move to the Nintendo model, where every time we sell a console, we get either break even or we actually have a, a profit. And so if it's 900 and something now, and the cost of storage is going to keep going up, it's not going to go down because of AI and whatever. And you have to think of all the companies that used to make um, parts for the consumer level, all of them have changed their contracts over to AI companies. So if I'm making RAM as my I don't even make RAM for the PC market or for console market anymore. I'm just like, no, 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 no. I'm just having massive deals with data centers now. And so not only is the cost going up because of retailers, retail people are like buying up. It's actually the manufacturers are not even able to supply for consoles anymore. So the price goes up and up and up. So storage is higher priced, RAM is higher priced. And because we're in a high tariff world right now as well, even shipping it is more expensive now because reasons.
Mm.
Um, and so by the time you look at all of the factors, I just don't really see how you can get it um less than maybe $1,100 for
What's that, like
yeah.
£900 for people in the UK?
Yeah, probably about £900, 950. Yeah, and that's probably the base model. We're not even talking about like the highest terabyte version.
Yeah. So that's
Um,
not. I don't think that's something that people are going to be able to invest in. So then, do you think Steam is going to basically swallow up the entire gaming industry, or can you see some sort of collapse on its way?
I think if people are smart, they're just gonna stick to their PS5.
Hmm.
They're just gonna like. I don't think they're gonna lose their market share. I just think people will stop buying new games.
Yeah, I looked at everything that was going on. I was watching your video, and we've got. I mean, for us on the fighting game side, at least on here, I've got Virtua Fighter coming out. So for me, that's like a 10 to 15 year game, maybe. Like we still play
That's
some of our
exactly
old
my
fighting games.
issue too. Yeah, people have moved on from buying like the problem you're now dealing with. You're dealing with very, very, very mature audience, a
Yeah.
very mature audience. The mature audience doesn't move the same as a 15-year-old audience.
Hmm.
They
Yep.
can say, "Nah, that's a lot of money," and I am absolutely happy to start working on my backlog of games. I actually
Yeah.
don't need the next new thing. And then the issue they have too is they're like, okay, say I do need something new. Say the newest Street Fighter is coming out, Street Fighter 7, and I really, really want this game. Um the outside of the PlayStation exclusives, every single one of those games that come out are just highly incentivized to make their game run on lower spec PCs to get more market share. So
Hmm.
people will just play the game on PC. They'll just get a PC or they'll use the PC they have and they'll just turn the specs down and just be like, yep, this is fine for me. I don't really need to spend crazy amounts of money. And you have to think too that it takes now so long for a PlayStation first party games to come out. There were hundreds of PlayStation first party games on PlayStation 2. Hundreds of PlayStation first party games.
Yeah.
And PlayStation 5 has what, 40? I don't know. Probably like 40, maybe less. Actually, it's probably less. I'm probably over exaggerating, but if you look at each studio per platform, how many games are they releasing? It's not that much. We got
It's very
two
low.
God of Wars out of Sony Santa Monica.
Yeah.
Two out of the whole generation. Like
Yeah.
we
It's,
actually have zero Naughty Dog new titles on the new generation. Zero.
yeah.
Even
None whatsoever.
none whatsoever. So and then okay, cool. Maybe forget that. Maybe go to Sucker Punch. Cool. You got two: Ghost of Tsushima and Ghost of Yote. It's like it's not really enough first party titles where you're like, I absolutely need to spend that crazy money for these first party titles. It's not like it used to be where you're like, oh, that's a lot of games that you're missing out on if you don't have a PlayStation.
Well, this is what I want to ask you because they're shaping up to do PlayStation 6 fairly soon now. But GTA 6 is coming out this year, right? So
Mhm.
if GTA 6
November.
runs on our PlayStations, then it would have made more sense for me, at least if I was a scummy businessman, to be like, let's hold off on GTA 6 and let's bring it out on the PS6 because then everyone's definitely going to buy it. But why would anyone buy a PS6 if my PS5 runs GTA 6 perfectly fine? Because that's going to be the needle mover right now, right?
Yeah, and yes, but that's not up to PlayStation. That's not up to PlayStation. PlayStation are very grateful that GTA is coming, but Rockstar is not first party. They can release when they want. And as a studio, most people don't know your highest incentive to release a title is towards the end of a console cycle. That's actually the
Okay.
best time to release a game. Your best time to release a game is 1 year before the new console is announced.
Why is that?
Because that's when the most people have the console.
I would have thought because people would be holding off for the new one, it might affect sales.
Doesn't work that way. Doesn't work
Okay.
that way. Yeah. The most amount of people who have the console is the best time to have the console. And then also by then you have figured out a lot of the architecture too of how to make how to work and make the game and so you know like I'll use another analogy. So when you make a character model, you have it's all made out of polygons, right? Like thousands of polygons. But just because something has more polygons doesn't necessarily mean it's good for the game. So it can be like very, very dense and that slows the game down. So we use a lot of tricks, one of which is called normal mapping, where you basically bake the very, very high frequency wrinkles and details and stuff onto a lower form so that it can just look way more high resolution than it is. The advantage is that the polygon count goes down and the game runs way smoother, but looks kind of the same. And so if you look at Tekken Tag Tournament on PlayStation 2, which was a launch title, the game has no backgrounds, right? It's just basically planes. It's just like you can't interact with the backgrounds and there's no walls or anything like that. So that's the beginning of the console title. By the end of the console title, it was Tekken. I would say Tekken 6. Was it Tekken 6 on the PS2 or Tekken 5?
No, Tekken 6 was PS3. Tekken 5 was
Yes,
the
Tekken.
Dark Resurrection.
Yes,
Yeah, was the last one.
DR Tekken 5 DR. It was the last one. So and you can think about all of the advances that came from it. The game runs faster. You could like interact with walls. You could interact with the background now. But the poly count of the models of like Jin is like a quarter of the poly count that Tekken Tag was. They're actually lower resolution. but they got way more efficient at figuring out how to make things work. And so it was technically cheaper to make Tekken 5 than it was to make Tekken Tag. But the biggest advantage of that is you're releasing the game to way more people who have the console, so you're going to get way more sales.
Mm-hmm.
And so you're just incentivized to take your time and release something at the end of a console cycle, because that's when you figured everything out. That's where you get your efficiencies up. That's how, you just basically have just figured out so much technologically. And then when the game comes out too, you have the most amount of people ready to buy a game that have the console already. And so, yeah, GTA releasing at the end of the console cycle is like, that's what they want to do. They don't want to release on GTA 6 only. I'm sorry, on PS6 only. Absolutely not.
Okay, no, that makes more sense. Yeah, definitely. On the topic of GTA 6, I remember I read your initial post where you're like, this was very smart for them to not do a physical version of GTA and just do a digital one. But
yes,
I saw in your video as well, you're basically saying what Sony's done and what GTA has done are two completely separate things, and one is destructive to us and the other one isn't as much.
Yes, because there was an assumption that a physical version of GTA 6 would come at some point.
Yeah.
There was an assumption that there would be some collector's edition or whatever. Because a lot of the reason people were saying the advantages of digital is, one, you do get more revenue. You get a little bit more, say 20% more of every sale. You don't have to worry about leaks as easily. People keep saying like, oh, you can just block the disc. Like, if they have the game, it just doesn't work. And I'm like, that's nonsense, okay? If you have a CD with data on it, someone can hack the disc and find out something. You can't beat hackers. If they have the disc early, they could have leaked some information on the game.
Yeah.
But if you do a digital only GTA, then no one has access to that information. Anyway, long story short, I was saying it makes sense and it's quite smart if you're thinking about a smooth launch. You could never have a situation where you could never have a situation where people can't get hold of the disc if you don't do discs at all.
Yeah.
But it just seems to me like they basically, the more I thought about it, the more I'm like, yeah, okay, that means that everyone in those territories that don't have brilliant internet, they'll just have to wait for the physical version. But the idea of no physical version, that's a different argument.
Okay.
That's messed up. That's messed up for all the reasons aforementioned.
I was reading as well, and I was watching a video from a YouTuber called Legacy Killer, and he was talking about how GTA might kill a lot of retailers because the retailers were on Reddit saying that people would come into the store and they would ask to pre-order GTA, and then when the retailer would say to them, well, it's basically just a little code in a box, and they were like, no, I want the Ultimate Edition, because some people apparently just weren't aware of the announcement online.
Of course they were. They're not chronically online like me and you. Most people aren't.
Yeah. So apparently retailers on Reddit were saying that I only got 6 pre-orders. I've only got 2 pre-orders. I got no pre-orders for GTA. And their concern, and apparently a lot of the workers' concerns, were they're going to be out of a job very soon because of all of this stuff going on. So do you think that this situation is bringing about the end of like retailers?
Yeah, for sure. They're orchestrating it. They're basically done sharing the market revenue. They're basically done. And it's not even much market revenue that they were sharing. Because for every... That's why I got a little bit annoyed at that guy, the CEO from Lord of the Fallen, saying like, oh, the retailers, they're taking that $30 from every sale. They're absolutely not. I said a post and I'm like, I think they're taking between 7 and 15. And then retailers came in my tweet and replied and was just like, you're close, but it's actually between $5 and $10 that we get from every sale. And then we can sometimes get it up to 15 on special editions. And so, yeah, it's basically a decision to not share market revenue, market share anymore. And so all game stores will disappear. The only things that will exist are stores that completely focus on pre-owned. And then now we're just talking about old consoles now. That will age out. That will age out.
Yeah, I saw in your video you were showing like a lot of like old Japanese markets that sell games, and like
Yeah.
there's places that I've gone to. Like when I went to Japan, I visited a place called Kamakura, and it was a
Hmm.
store entirely built up of old games. Like I bought all the old
Yeah, I know the
Pokemon
one.
games there. Yeah, it's sort of near the temple, and are stores like that eventually going to cease to exist then?
I don't think they will cease to exist, but they'll become rarer and rarer. Um, they'll become very, very rare. Japan's a very unusual situation because um, they have a culture of taking care of their things. That's
Mhm.
just on some next level. So you can go and get like old Amiga games because people have just learned to take care of their stuff and then like resell it, and it's a cultural thing. I just don't think that we have a culture in the West that's like that in the same way. So it would be on a lesser scale and it probably won't go as far back. It will just be probably the last 3 generations.
Do
Um,
you do you think that because GGB actually just brought up, I was literally just about to mention. Do you think there's going to be a situation with video games, like older video games, or like PS3 and PS4 and PS2, where they start to skyrocket in price because they're being shut down on the PlayStation Store,
mhm,
and physical media is out. Because I went online, I saw the Godzilla game on PS4 was going for £400, and I was like, I
mhm,
don't know if people are inflating the market, but it started to look like the TCG space, and like I
mhm.
buy cards all the time, and
Yep,
we've got a big problem with scalpers. Do you think there's going to be a scalping problem for a lot of these pre-owned places?
it's already happening. In New Zealand, it's already happening. Because New Zealand has an issue whereby the tax to get games over there was already really high. So the distribution of titles and just the amount of console games that are there. I'm talking when I say console game, I'm talking about PlayStation 2 titles, PlayStation 3 titles, Xbox 360 titles. The amount there is way lower. Um, and it costs way too much to get things outside of the region, basically. So you have to get it from either directly from Australia, which is expensive, or you have to focus on local eBay type things. And they don't have Amazon there, for example, as well. For example, anyway. So, long story short, after that announcement came, I saw people who I follow in New Zealand was just like, "Yeah, PS2 prices are just going crazy now for games because everyone's realizing that you're realizing two things. It's that if things are going digital, those stores will not exist, and
Mhm.
it's making you hyper aware of the fact that there is now a time limit to getting your physical library in order. So it's
Yeah.
just going to start going up. It's gonna, and you have to think about it too. Imagine you were a person who has a PS2 resale store, like an online one. That's all you do. You just resell old games on eBay or online.
Yeah.
If you saw that announcement, wouldn't you take some things off the market and reevaluate their value?
Yeah,
Like,
bro, I got a message the other day when this all happened, and like obviously behind me you can't really see, but I've got games down there, and I've got really old PS2 games,
mhm,
and some guy was like, he was offering me a stupid amount of money for Shin Megami Tensei. Like I've got a couple of them, and he was offering me stupid money for Infinite World, the Dragon Ball Z game, and I was like, I was thinking to myself, has it really started? Is it we're really in like the
yeah,
end game now?
yeah,
And
yeah.
it's
It's
annoying because I collect cards as well. Like I collect Pokemon, One Piece, and Dragon Ball. And last year, like beginning last year, Dragon Ball was dead. It was quiet. I could go out and buy
yeah, yeah, of
cards
course.
and not be bothered. I was buying cards that are worth like £400 now for like £10. And I went to one of my local stores to just pick up some Broly cards. And he was like, "You're lucky that you paid for them when you did, because if you bought them now, you'd be paying triple or quadruple of what you paid before."
Wow.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. Wow.
So yeah, well, it feels like we're in the TCG era of old video games now.
It's definitely going to be a thing, man. And I feel, I feel that we were all short-sighted to not think of that this could be a possibility. I think. Yeah.
I think a lot of people thought it was a possibility, but I don't think they thought it was going to be so soon.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah, yeah.
way sooner than I think people were thinking like 2030 maybe, or like 2032 is a number I saw thrown around, or maybe like in 10
But
years
even
time.
that, even 2030, say it is 2030. That's not that long. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
That's not really that long. It just sounds like a crazy number, but it's not that far away, you know?
yeah. So do you think that Virtua Fighter 6 is going to be the last fighting game that gets released physically?
We don't know what the situation is with Xbox.
Ah, you're right. You're
Yeah.
right.
We
Speaking
don't
of
know the
Xbox,
situation.
actually, I once now that you've mentioned them, I'm sure you heard about the news today where they've laid off 3,200 people. What
Yeah,
1,600 were laid off today. Because you're in the industry, I'm assuming you've probably got friends that are associated to some of these studios that have been
a lot of
affected.
friends.
No
Yeah, a lot
friends.
of friends.
Oh,
Yeah,
a lot of friends.
I got quite a few friends that are affected. And yeah, go on. Say what you're gonna say, and then I'll.
Yeah, I just wanted to know, like, what's it like right now in the industry for like Xbox guys seeing all of this? Because we've got all this madness going on with PlayStation, and every time I hear about Xbox, it's like more and more things are getting cut. Do you feel it's going to get to a point where the Xbox games console just ceases to exist in the way that we know it now? Or do you think that this new CEO that's coming is actually just restructuring everything for the better?
It's Xbox right now is not doing too healthy anyway. Like currently, people who own Xboxes aren't buying Xbox games. Like, that's not just me just saying that. The numbers of people who are purchasing new titles that own Xboxes is not that high. And if they are purchasing the game, they're purchasing way less than they ever were, and they're kind of sticking to their forever games. That's a common thing anyway. Like people just kind of stick to their forever. They're like, this is the game I'm playing right now, versus every 3 months I'm playing a new game. Um, the problem is it's taking way too long to make games now. It's taking way too long to make games, and you don't have the expertise of people who know how to make the games. So every time you see these mass layoffs, it's like you're losing all this institutional knowledge. It's but then when you want a new team to come together, it's really hard. So there's an internal between developers, there's like a mantra that I've heard constantly my entire career that
Yeah.
a game studio only knows how to make a game after they've made their first game.
Okay. So the first
And
game's like the
so
tester.
so exactly. So when you get a new team together, the first game is basically a nightmare. It's a nightmare. It takes longer than you think. It's more complicated than you think. It takes a long time for everyone to get on the same picture. And then by the time you're making subsequent ones, you're building on what you know. And it used to be that you'd have a team that would basically make the same game over and over again until they figured out how to refine that idea. And so you take the Soul Calibur team, they were just the Soul Edge team. Then they went on to make Soul Calibur, and then they took those people and they helped them to make a Tekken tile, and then they made like 20 of those. Like that was the thing you did.
Mm-hmm.
But what's constantly happening now is you basically have these teams that often are new teams, or they're teams that were old teams but that are forced to make games that they never made before. So I have experienced this. I have been on the inside of making a Batman Arkham title, which is a third-person martial arts action title. If you're playing, that's what that game basically is. And they made Arkham Asylum, City, and Knight. And then when we started working on Suicide Squad, now we're no longer making a single player third person action martial arts game. Now we're playing sorry. Now we're making a multiplayer third person shooter live service title, which is a different thing. It's a completely different thing. And so not only are you learning to make that kind of game, but you are pressured to make that kind of game at a high level to compete with other titles like that.
So, do you guys like when you're working on these Arkham games and you're sitting there, you're seeing the success of them, and you're thinking, I guess you get to bond with the people in your studio, and you're probably
Yeah, of
thinking,
course.
we're gonna do this next. I don't know, like another Batman game or Superman or whatever. And then some suit comes downstairs and says, no, actually, we're gonna make a live service game and it's gonna have these mechanics. And you're all sort of sitting there like, what the fuck is this? And you just have to get on with it.
Basically, and that's exactly what happened. A lot of people were very, very upset. I was upset. I was very upset. I joined the studio to work on what I thought was the only martial arts kind of game in the country. You know, that was it. You know, I lived in the UK and I grew up on Hong Kong action movies. I have a very limited number of studios I can ambitiously reach that makes games like that. There's pretty much only one. Because by then, you did have some other places, but they had like drifted away from that. The other one was Ninja Theory, because Journey to the West and then the Devil May Cry titles were like a good secondary place that, okay, it's an action game. It's something. There wasn't that many options. So for me, I knew I really wanted to go there because pretty much everywhere else was not making that kind of game. And so to be told, hey, you know, we're going to be making this kind of game, very, very, very frustrating, very disappointing. But you also have to think, okay, let's try and make the best of this. You know, let's try and make the best of this situation. And so, yeah, what are you going to do? You can walk away and be like, yeah, this isn't for me. But where was I going to go? You know?
Yeah, no, 100%. I wanted to, now that you're talking about the Suicide Squad game, I know developers get a lot of blowback for decisions that maybe are not their own. And I guess, what was it like when you guys were putting Suicide Squad up? Because I know there was a lot of conversation around it because it was like following up from Arkham Asylum and the whole Arkham series.
Oh, that was really difficult, man, because so I was working on that game for 4 years. I worked on that game for four years, and we put a lot of effort into the things we have control over. And the things that I'm really proud about working on that game is nobody said that the game characters look shit. It's like, nah, the game characters look decent. So in a way, I massively benefited from working on that game. This is one of the reasons that Respawn wanted to hire me and then Naughty Dog wanted to work with me, because they were just like, yeah, the character models you worked on, they look great. You know, they were on the side of billboards and stuff. But you have to think too that a lot of us were working on a game that were not the type of game that we would personally play.
Yeah.
And so all we do is focus on the artistic side of it. All I can do is just improve Deadshot's trim. That's the only thing I have control over. I don't have control over the gameplay. This is the only thing I really have power over. I can try to make this look as best as I can. But then you also have to have the faith that the people working on it that do know about these games seem to believe that it will be received better. So, like I said, if this was a fighting game, I would have something to say about the gameplay. If this was an action adventure game, I would have something to. But because it wasn't, because it was a live service multiplayer looter shooter, effectively, I don't play those games. I'm just kind of having hope that yeah, I'm sure they'll figure it out, and I'm sure there's an audience for this. And you know, we're constantly seeing metrics about which of the most popular games are, and the most popular games were Overwatch or Destiny or Fortnite. Those were the most popular games at the time.
Yeah.
So
is there like a fear in when you're producing these games? Because I imagine these suits come down, they see what's doing really well, like Overwatch and whatnot. But then you're saying that video games take a very long time to produce. So by the time you put your game out, are you guys ever worried that the market has moved on and they've moved on to a different genre of game, and you're basically putting something out that people enjoyed 3 years ago when you started development?
It's actually the reason I made a decision I would never work on live service titles ever again. Because it, to me, felt like you're making a game for people in the future. You're constantly making a game that, because it's not, from my perspective, it never felt like passion projects. Like it felt like market projects. And I think market projects can work. They can work. You just need to get them out quickly enough. You can ride waves. It's possible to ride waves. But you had to do that back then. And so people who are in niche genres benefited from that much more back in the day in PS1 and PS2 era, where you're like, cool, I'm really into this type of game. I'm loving this game. What's the clone version of this game? I can go over to Game Store and get a cheap budget version of this type. Oh, there's a new fighting game. Never heard of it. What's this called? Bloody Raw. Doesn't look like it's got the best graphics, but they're riding the wave. That's what I'm into.
Mhm.
And so you had these two things where one, it still was cheap enough for you to make a game back then that you could make a profit on the niche that would be interested in it. And that was fine. You didn't need to sell 1 million copies. You could sell 25,000 copies. That's enough. That's enough. There are enough people playing this BS fighting game that you can stay alive. And then hopefully you could build on that, right? So the first Guilty Gear that I ever played, the original Guilty Gear, was the sprites don't even look great. When you're using like super specials and stuff, they just scaled up the sprites so they become pixelated. When you play as Testament and you do like the big beam, it's just all the graphics are all stretched out because that's the budget they had. The idea is that they make a game that maybe rides off the wave of other games. They learn, and then by the time they get to their sequels, they do better. Now that's not how it works. Now you have to, like you said, make a game that's gonna have to get so many people in it that you need to throw crazy amounts of cash in it to try and attract the millions of people that need to play it for it to be profitable. And then because you're throwing so much cash in it, it makes a game that come out way later. And so by the time it comes out, it's like the market's kind of moved on, or maybe the market hasn't moved on. Maybe people are still making that game, but the quality of that genre now is so much higher now that you finished your cake by the time too late, and recipes are better now.
Yeah. I can definitely see how I can see how that for live service, that's definitely a problem. I can't imagine that's like a huge problem for I don't imagine that's something that Virtuify is going to have to deal with, or like Tokon. But for live service games, I can see how that would be an absolute disaster. But I go onto Twitter and a lot of developers they get attacked by people for like all sorts of things in these games. I know that when Last of Us was coming out and even Suicide Squad, there were a lot of people that were blaming the developers for the game and how it looked and whatnot.
Yeah, they were. Yeah, I was in a bunch of YouTube videos over that.
Yeah, I know. I was going to ask you, what's that like in the office? Like, you guys are seeing this happen, and there was a time when I was ignorant as well to how things worked until I made friends with you and other people in the industry, and then I got more of an understanding. What's that like for you guys that are sitting there we didn't even want to make this game in the first place?
So you have to understand, it's not that we didn't want to make this game in the first place. I think that's it's a bit of not of that. It's a bit, we didn't choose that to be the first type of game we made, but then we were just like, you know what, we're going to own it and we're going to try and make it as best as we can. And so I don't think it's fair to be like we were forced to make the game. Nobody's forced to. It's just like, oh well, if it was up to me, it would have been a full martial arts action game. But instead that got minimized. But I still think there's some cool things about it. Did it work? Maybe it didn't work out. But being blamed is some people can handle it. Let me say that. Some people can handle it. I can handle it. When that game came out and I said I worked in this game, I'm really proud of it. I was probably one of the largest voices that was actively still saying, yeah, I worked in it. I don't really care that you don't like it. I'm still proud of the work I've done on it. And so I had people like, what's his name? Endymion, what's his name?
Endymion.
He was making videos saying I was a DEI hire and that I'm the one that made the game rubbish, because I came with my woke black people agenda. He made whole videos about me, and I'm like, bro, I just made the characters. I didn't, etc. And there were posts as well from what's his name, the guy Manga Lawyer as well, and he was talking about me and all the up. And then he found pictures of all the girls who worked on the game and was like, this is why Rocksteady has gone woke. And he was putting one of the lead UI artists. And bear in mind, this is the girl that made the health bar, and that was what she did. She just made the UI icons and the health bar.
Yeah.
And they were basically like gunning her. They're completely gunning her and saying like she's disgusting. This is the woke rot. Like this is why we made this game. And then like a lot of those people took it really really hard, like because one, they had never had that kind of abuse, and I think there's a difference as well when you're not used to it too. I won't say I was used to it, but I felt like I could handle it a bit more. You know what I'm talking about, Mike? When the internet comes for you, it's like relentless.
I've seen it because I follow you and some of the people that come after you. I see it all the time, and I know that most recently, Smash JT and you were getting into it, and I wanted to ask you, what the hell is bisexual lighting?
You know
What
what's
is
crazy is, you know, it has a whole Wikipedia page now. It has a whole Wikipedia page. Like, and I was really
Since that
surprised.
happened?
No, apparently it was from before. It was before. So it's just, that's where, like, I thought he invented it. But apparently it's actually a real thing. And it's literally just looks like some film art students basically created this term to have like lighting in a film that has lots of pinks and purples in it to give the flavor of broad sexuality. To be honest, I don't really understand it. There's a lot of really mad liberal stuff that I just don't get. I just don't get it. Like, but I'm like, sure, whatever. You guys, that's fine. If that's the thing, whatever. It's not offending me. I just don't get it. But he implied that games are all secretly colluding to get these pink and purple light streaks on the front of games to normalize bisexuality. And he was like, this is absolutely a thing. It's a conspiracy. And bro, the guy's retarded. Like, he's not normal in the head. He's not a normal guy. Like, but I don't think that his point is to make real arguments. Like, they're just babies that are just like, yeah, this is something else that's just gonna get me lots of likes. Like, his whole thing is, I know how to rage bait everybody.
I messaged him because I was saying to him when you two were having the back and forth that no, Adele's a cool guy. Like, you got it all wrong, because obviously I've had him on here before as well, and I wanted to set up a conversation between you two, but he didn't seem too interested. And I was like, wouldn't it be better if you just spoke to each other? Because I know you wouldn't be against it, but it seems like a lot of the time.
I wouldn't be against it, but I don't believe that he's being genuine. And he also knows that I kind of eviscerated him, because the whole conversation we had was, I summarized why he was making a video complaining about being sued. And I said, okay, if anyone doesn't have any context, here is the reasons he is being sued. He begged to be sued. And then and I even said allegedly. I was like, here is where he begged to be sued by Alyssa. And he said, come on, please give me a court case. And here is allegedly what he had done. And I said, side, he allegedly harassed her. That's why she's got him in court right now. And he allegedly defamed her by saying these false things. And he allegedly incited others to harass her. And that's why this video, and he didn't take kindly to that and got really upset and was just like, you're just feeding back false narratives. You can't prove any of this stuff. And so what I said was, I think I can prove that these things, by the way. Do you want me to show proof that I think that I can prove basically that she has a case? And he was like, yeah, if you could, you would. And I was just like, and then I messaged publicly and I said, Smash, at any point you can tap out now. I'm about to literally go into the cave right now and dig up all the evidence. Are you sure that you want me to do this? Like, I will really hit the timeline with all the evidence that I think that you're harassing this person. Do you really want me to do this? You could just say no right now and I will just never speak about this again. And he doubled down. And he's like, yeah, show me the stuff. And so I did. I made an entire, probably like 4 posts or 5 posts showing images. Here are all the times you harassed her. Here's the time you told her to kill herself. Here's the time that you incited other people. Here's the time someone made a VR game that you could download to kill Alyssa in the VR game, and you were showing your your followers how to download the game. Like I just basically just showed him nothing but screenshots. I never added any commentary. It said hit, and it was like a crazy amount of proof. And then he replied with, this is, what did he say? Oh, this is pathetic. And then didn't say anything else. Like, but he didn't refute it. And I was just like, all right, can be pathetic. I'm just responding to your request. You said for me to go and find proof. And I said, do you want me to stop now? Because I actually have more things that I don't think the court case has actually brought up. And I think after that, that's when he didn't really want nothing to do with me anymore. Because I said, just so you know, I have more things. I just thought that maybe 5 posts was enough. Yeah. And so that's probably why he doesn't want to talk to me, because it's going to actually affect his current legal case. Because I'm just going to bring it up. I've actually never really directly insulted him. I've never actually directly said, like, you're a dickhead or not. I've never actually said, I just said, I think you are moving mad. You're acting dumb. This doesn't make sense. Oh, and by the way, here is the evidence I have. And he just didn't like it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I saw the entire interaction because I remember messaging you, and I remember messaging the post and being like, because there were other people jumping in and they were posting pictures of your graduation saying that you were a DI hire, and I was like, I don't think that's cool, guys. Like
I don't mind. Yeah, I don't mind though. I don't mind when they say stuff like that. It doesn't like bro, where I'm from, all that stuff doesn't really affect me. It's okay. That's one of the hardest things about coming from London and moving to California is that I am never offended, and everyone's offended by everything. I'm not offended. Like, just chat and breathe.
I noticed I've said this to my chat before. It's very difficult to offend Londoners with this sort of stuff. Which is why I think they were continuously going in on you, because I was reading the comments and they were really going in on you.
Well, it was fine. I didn't mind. I never got upset. You know, it's like, and the thing is as well, I've never tried to silence anyone. When people say like, oh, you know, this is woke and blah blah, you're entitled to your opinion. No problem. Whatever. I don't like. There are some people who are just like, we need to silence them. We need to get all their accounts banned. I'm like, what are you talking about? Get their accounts banned because they believe things that you don't agree with. I don't really understand that. I just don't think that way.
Do you think that Alyssa McCanty's got a legitimate case? Do you think she could win?
I think she's already won. Yeah. I think she's already won. Because people think the reason I say that is people think it's like, oh, he did this and he did that. But when you actually look at what he was when you look at the things that he was actually doing, it's like, okay, you crossed over to opening yourself up. Like there was time she basically was like saying he is harassing me. And within that window of time, she took a photo of herself at an arcade and posted it to be like, oh yeah, me and my friends at this arcade. And then he went to that arcade and took a picture of him outside of the arcade an hour later.
Yeah, I saw that.
Like,
that was mad.
So things like that, when someone has an active court case against you, what are you doing? Like,
yeah.
You know what I mean? Or the whole thing of like saying, like I mentioned before, of like there was a game made where you could kill her, and then you're encouraging your fans that this is the best thing ever and they should download. Like things like that. It's like you're not actually being sensible here. You're opening yourself up to litigation. Like,
why do you think?
He's not a genuine person.
Why do you think the situation of Alyssa got so out of control? I know that we're meant to be talking about Sony. We will go back to it, but I'm just curious because I've seen Alyssa McCanty's interviews of that Khalif Adams guy and some other people, and I don't really like the things that she says either. I'm not a big fan of her, but for me, it was always like, I don't like this lady. I think she's kind of bad for the industry. But when I saw like the game where people like killing her and then Smash taking the picture of the location she'd been in, I was like, that seems a bit too much. Why do you think it went that far? Did Alyssa do something to like egg people on to go after, or do you think that her comments?
Well, we know why, and that's actually what kind of screwed him over, because he told everyone why. His own fans and his own community asked him, why are you going so hard at her? Just like, because they don't like her either. They're just like, oh, forget her. You know, she can just use you for clout. Don't mention her again. You know, everyone will just ignore her. And and I know that this is part of the court case because it's public information. He said, I'm never going to stop talking about her because she gives me more views than anything.
Oh, he
And
actually said that.
yeah, he said that. That's what I'm saying. This is all like the amount of evidence that she had was so ridiculous because it's US law is very different. The you could actually look up the court papers. So I'm like kind of trying to pay attention to what's going on out of interest. And me and Alicia are cool. Like I'm just like if I don't, she's not like my close friend, but I'm just cool with her. I'm just like yeah, cool, whatever. You know, she's a journalist. She's safe. Like she's always been cool to me. And so I'm keeping tabs on what's going on. And when I'm seeing the kind of evidence being brought up, it's like, bro, do you not realize how, bro, you know what it shows? It shows that this guy has never had criminals around him ever. Because he didn't understand basic things like stop self-snitching, like really, really basic stuff. Like, why are you saying, yeah, I'm never going to stop harassing her because I get so much money. I can't wait to ruin her. I'm going to get so much views out of this. So it's like, okay, so you're saying you have a financial incentive to keep harassing her. You said that on camera multiple times. Like, I'm recording.
Yeah,
There's like lots of, it's just silly. It's just really, really silly. Bro, when they showed who her judge was, her judge is a black woman. He made an AI picture of the judge and put it in a live stream to make her look like more like a stereotypical crazy black woman.
You're
like,
joking? No way.
I'm gonna try and find it and send you. He AI manipulated the judge on his case to be like, look who this DEI judge is that's in charge of this. This is ridiculous. Like, and I'm like, did this guy really just get AI image of the judge presiding over his case?
I need to see this image. I gotta see it. I know Smash. I like we're cool with each other. Smash, if you ever see this, please, bro, fix up. You can't be doing them things. That's insane. That is actually mad. Are you being dead serious? You actually did that.
I'm gonna try and find it for you. I'm gonna try and find it for you because, yeah, I promise you. I'm not making that up.
That's actually crazy. Whilst you're looking for it, I'll read these super chats real quick. I need to see that. I need to see it. GGB, thank you for the $2. When do devs think of emulation? Is it next to fall? Or what do devs think of emulation? Sorry, is it next to fall? That's a question for Del. I'll wait for Del to come back.
I think the way you solve emulation is to remove disks. That's part of the problem. That's part of the problem. So emulations are a last-ditch effort, but it gets more and more difficult to emulate the more complex games get. So it's really hard to emulate a PlayStation 3 title compared to a PS2 title, for example. That's gonna keep happening. Emulation isn't the solution because when you actually emulate a game, it's like a very, very hyper inefficient version of the game, which is fine if the thing you're running it on is 10 times more powerful than the original console. You can go back and play Dragon Ball Z Hyperdimension on Super Nintendo on your PC right now, if you want to, because the PC is way more powerful than the Super Nintendo ever was. But are we ever going to have something that can emulate a PS5 game and it's 5 times more powerful than the PlayStation 5? I don't know. So it's like emulation is just like a stopgap. And it's going to become less and less of a thing, I think, as they remove people from having the source data.
And then he also said, thank you for the $5. Sometimes us gamers get mad when one game has features and a similar game comes out without it. Rival studios don't exactly collaborate, do they? I don't know. I guess Del will know. But I imagine they're probably looking. What's that?
Hang on. Sometimes us gamers get mad when one game has featured and a similar game comes out without it. Rivals. Oh, right. I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's just luck of the draw. That's just luck of the draw. Like, you don't know what your rivals are going to come out with. You might not have the resources they did. You might not have the engineers they did. And that's also a big problem with games becoming more and more homogenous in their genre. You know, back in the day, an RPG used to be a very specific type of game. A role-playing game was a very, very specific type of game. It was Pokemon Blue RPG. Now you have action adventure games that also claim to be RPGs. For example, like the first Assassin's Creed didn't have RPG features. It didn't have like, oh, you can level up this thing and get this thing. Like, but now all of the titles are becoming more and more homogenous, where they're just trying to become like, oh, it's a bit of this, a bit of that, a bit of this, and it's like they're becoming quite bloated.
Yeah.
And yeah, and so that creates another problem, that because some games are bloated, it feels like there's a vacuum or an empty hollow space when another similar game doesn't have that feature that the bloated game has. And it's just, yeah, it's just annoying because it means that no one can make a trim game.
Let's look at something like Virtua Fighter on that point, right? It's coming out with apparently all these features, mini games. They're saying they're going to move over stuff from VF5 into VF6, which means the game will be quite jam-packed with modes. Is it a case where you're saying that other rival companies don't get funding? Do you think Bandai Namco, let's say, where they're probably like brainstorming Tekken 9, and they're looking at Virtua Fighter 6, and they're saying to themselves, these guys have got team battle, these guys have got league and tournament and all of these features, and we're not going to get the funding for it. Do they sit in the office kind of knowing that we're kind of screwed because this game has like moved the benchmark?
Hang on, what do you mean? Simplify that. Simplify that. What do you mean? What do you mean?
If a game's coming out like Virtua Fighter, right, and its main competition is Dead or Alive and Tekken, and then Soul Calibur, let's say, are all the other developers looking at Virtua Fighter and what it has, and let's say they haven't got the budget that Virtua Fighter has, are they looking at all those features and they're thinking to themselves, shit, we're kind of screwed because this game is coming out, it's got all of these modes, why would people play our modes?
Yes, they are, but also people, like developers, aren't as reactionary as that too. They have to understand what they can do, what's realistic. So they might be like, we can try and do this. Can we realistically do that? No. And they also understand too that they might be in a situation where those extra features don't really reflect sales too. So it's just what we all went through when we were kids. We had a friend that had bare stuff. Like, oh, but he's got all the consoles, mom. Like, and your mom's just like, no, you're not getting everything. This is all you get, and you just have to make the best of it. And that's a lot of the time what just happens with the situation with studios, where they're just like, what can we realistically ask our publisher for? But you're gonna be affected. It's gonna mentally attack. It's gonna be psychic damage. One of your rivals has got all the stuff that you don't have, but you just you just move, isn't it? You just move. I'll send you the thing on Twitter, by the way. The post.
Yeah, I've seen it. This is insane.
Where he changed her expression to be like, I don't know. I just changed her expression to just be mad. That is not her. That is not her face. That's not her face.
No, that's not her face. What the smash? What are we doing here, bro? Oh, mate. This is mad.
Yeah. So
this is the judge, yeah? This is definitely the one that's going to be seeing the case.
Yeah, if you type in Judge Brody into Google, Brodie, you might be able to find the original image that he like AI manipulated, because she's got like a very calm expression all the time in all of her photos. She doesn't look like googly-eyed like that. And then
yeah, I've got it here. Yeah, the googly eyes is crazy. This is her, right?
I can't see what you're seeing. Hang on. Oh yeah, that's her. Yeah. So he like,
man, he's in trouble.
Anyway. But I'm just, it's like it's like a level of stupidity that I don't really understand. Like I don't really understand because what actually was quite interesting was after Smash got the court case, he doubled down. He started making only exclusively illicit content. I think that he's made over 700 videos of her or something like that. It's something crazy.
700.
The real
Surely.
number I remember it being like, oh, he was making 2 videos a day for like 2 years. Like it was like I remember saying that when I saw the real number of how many videos were about Alicia, I was just like, oh, this was his life. This was his life. Like
That's mad because he's got 3.4 thousand videos to be fair. So 700 is believable. Damn. All right. Well, best of luck, Smash. That's that. He's sure it wasn't like 100. 700 is crazy.
no. It was not. It was not 100. I'm gonna try and. No. I'm looking back. I think it was. 1 second. I'm looking because I wrote all these notes down because he asked me to. This isn't me on my own volition decided. He told me to write this stuff down. Okay, so he had made 160 when over a year ago when they filed the complaint. It was over 150 videos.
Okay, that's still a lot of videos.
Yeah.
I thought Abra and Preacher Fresh and Fit was a lot at 20. 150 is insane. All right. Well, we'll move back in. We'll move back into the PlayStation things. I had a couple more things I wanted to ask you. There was one super chat here from Daily. Thank you for the $5. It said, "Whose content do you be following in New Zealand, though?"
I need to find out actually. Because I don't remember. I just remember seeing this. I follow this. Sometimes I just follow like random small people on Twitter where I'm like, oh, they only have like 60 followers, but I just find what they're saying quite interesting. I'll check their profile. I'm like, oh, this person's just saying some interesting stuff. I try to stay grounded by just following like random people, and I was trying to remember who it is. But they were saying that they were making they were working on their collection, and then they basically got screwed over by the announcement, and now they're like, oh, I was planning to finish getting PS2 titles for my retro collection, and now the price is like doubled for a lot of them since the announcement.
Yeah, that is a massive shame. But on the note of PlayStation, I saw the screenshot, which is also in the thumbnail of this video, about if you're not active on your PlayStation account or you haven't signed in for 3 years, then they'll give you a 6-month grace period, and if you don't respond, your account's shut down, and all of those games are lost forever. I came to find out that is only a thing in the EU because of our GDPR laws. But what I wanted to ask you is, why 3 years? Because I know GDPR laws in this country affect different companies in different ways. Like I've known a company that keeps your records for up to 15 years, or a company that only keeps it for 2 years. Why is it 3 years with PlayStation?
To be honest, to me, it sounds like it's lazy. Because I've worked in companies and you have to remove stuff after a certain amount of time. Yeah. Like I've worked at, actually it gets quite annoying because, for example, when I worked on Suicide Squad, a lot of the heads that we were scanning for certain characters, we would 3D scan a head, and then I would sculpt over them to make them like more heroic, or make the girls like look softer, or whatever it was, to make it more stylized, because it's not a real life depiction. But it meant that because of GDPR rules, we would have to erase the scans after a certain amount of time, so we couldn't use those same scans for sequels. We would have to go in and like basically recall those same people and pay them again, which I technically agree with. If I've got your head scan for, Mike Hollow Part 1 game, I should have to call you back for Part 2. I shouldn't just be like, yeah, I paid you once, it's done. I technically agree with that. But it meant that we have to erase all of that data, which was actually kind of frustrating if you needed to use that for anyway, long story short. But there are ways around that stuff for PSN. So For example, Steam doesn't have this problem, and they have to adhere
Abide by
to
the
EU
law.
laws. Yeah, they have to. Steam does not have this problem. You don't have to log in for 10 years in Europe, and you log back in and it's still got the same 2003 half-life there on your data, no problem.
That's what I was gonna say.
But
Like, it doesn't make any sense. Why is PlayStation doing this when Steam doesn't?
it sounds to me like they're being anti-consumer because they can think they can get away with it. Because the GDPR rule says you have to delete sensitive information about the individual. That means that technically they could get around this, in my opinion, by saying, all right, the 3 years are up, we're going to delete your credit card details and delete your name. But your login details will still work, but we just won't have your name on file, and we won't have your credit card details on file. So if you re-log in after 3 years, it will just be like, yeah, you need to put this stuff back in. You need to put in a new credit card. And that would solve the problem. But I don't know if they care about making infrastructure that would do that. That takes engineering time, because Xbox don't have this problem. Someone said to me like, oh, Xbox deletes your account after 2 years. And then I was like, you know what? One thing I'll say is, if someone calls me out and says, oh, you're wrong, like, I'm happy. I want to be wrong. Being wrong is great because then I get to learn something. I don't really care about being right. So I was like, oh, you know what? I'm going to go and look at this shit and see what's going on with Xbox, because they're telling me Xbox also has this problem. And I looked into it, and it's true. After 2.5 years, your Xbox account can get erased if you haven't bought any games. If you bought games, it's fine. If it says if you have any Xbox purchases, it won't auto delete your account. It just stays there.
Mm-hmm.
And so then I saw other people saying like, yeah, that can't be true. Yes, it's a PlayStation exclusive. So people were saying like, yeah, I didn't log into my Xbox 360 for years, and then I gave it to my little brother and logged in, and it was all there, you know.
So what did leadership change at Sony or something? Because in the PS4 era, they seem to be very on the consumer side, or was that purely because they saw an opportunity to push Xbox out because they were being very anti-consumer at the time?
2016, Sony headquarters changed from Tokyo, Japan to San Francisco.
Mm-hmm.
It's no longer, and that's when it became an American company. So leadership did change. We're seeing the 10th year of the new leadership.
Yeah.
The leadership that brought us the PlayStation 4 was, I mean, this sums it all up. The heading for the PlayStation 4 title, the console release, was PlayStation for the players.
Mm-hmm.
Very different leadership, completely different concerns. This is not the new leadership, bro.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't there a thing now like play without limits or something?
Yeah. Play without limits is the new one. They changed it for the players than play without limits.
When that couldn't be like the furthest thing from the truth right now. What is the reason for them being like, okay, everything's going to go digital, but we're also going to shut down the PS3 section of the store, amongst other things? Like, when I saw that, I was like, are these guys like stupid or something? You're making everything digital, and you're also shutting down our only avenue to get old digital games. Like, I don't understand what the thinking is behind it, because if the secondhand market is going crazy right now, wouldn't it make more sense for them to have all of their games there so we can be like, okay, cool, at least the license is there, at least something is there? Why would they shut down the PS3 section when it's so hard to get your hands on them?
I don't believe that the people in charge care about video games. They care about market share and stockholders. Like, I genuinely don't believe that they care about video games. Like, I don't want games that I hate to not exist. There are some games I just don't like. I just think they're just bullshit games, but I still want them to exist because I care about video games as a whole.
Yeah.
There is no reason for them to... Yeah, there's just no... You know what would have been smarter? What would have been smarter would have been to say, yeah, all these old games, we're gonna just bring them to the PS5 store.
Yeah, that would have been a smart move. Like, That's what I thought was going to happen when I heard, because I heard of the digital, the physical games being killed first. And I was like,
Mhm.
oh, okay, so they're probably going to put all of their PlayStation stuff, everything's going to be online, which I was not happy with because obviously I like collecting physical. But I was like, okay, cool, I'll be able to get PS1, PS2, PS3, PS4 online. It's not the end of the world. And then I heard that and I was like, these guys are actually stupid. They actually, it's not for the players, it's play with limits, not play without limits. I don't know what they were smoking, but like, is Nintendo and Xbox not looking at this thinking that we need to go in a different direction, or are they eventually gonna scrap physical media as well?
Well, Nintendo have kind of gone half in and half out with their game keys, right?
Yeah,
Like half in and half out, and then Xbox, I would actually have more trust holding on to old titles than PlayStation, based on their history.
yeah, their
But
console's backwards compatible, isn't it?
yeah, it is. It is. And so in a way, as much as Xbox does get on my nerves sometimes, I've always respected that they have seemingly had more interest in holding on to older titles.
But is
But
that because they have to, because PlayStation's dominating the market, so they have to appear like they give a shit about this?
I
Because
don't
when they
think
get,
so. Yeah, I don't think so because the truth is there's not enough of us that care about this for it to be meaningful on the bank balance.
yeah,
There's just not that many people that care enough. You know, in my video, I put a clip of Soul Calibur 2 HD online. There's no way to play that now that the PS3 store is going down. Um, but when you're dealing with billions and billions of dollars of revenue, um, who cares that Dell and Mike Hollow are online saying like they took away that version of Soul Calibur? Like, it's not real. It's not really a big enough deal.
yeah. But surely, if there's enough of us saying it, because you were saying before, it's not definite that PlayStation will do this. With enough noise, they might revert it. So if there's enough of us complaining about that version of Soul Calibur, is it possible that something could be done?
No, because complaining doesn't mean anything. All that matters is sales.
So
All that
don't buy
matters
the
is sales.
PS6. That's how we win.
That's the only way. That's the only way that they would ever consider reverting these decisions when it starts to affect the bank balance. It's the only way. No complaining is going to stop this. No complaining is going to stop this.
Do you think that we're doing all of this complaining and like I'm with you. I think hurting people's wallet is the way to sort of get to them. But do you think the fact that GTA is about to launch with no disc, this is all noise right now, and once GTA comes out, people are just going to forget, like most things on the internet, and then we'll just move forward into this digital age where people are just happy with this sort of like setup? Because there are a lot of gamers on Twitter as well, saying that, oh, when's the last time you bought a physical game? You guys are all being performative. You guys don't really care. Which I was surprised that people were saying that. But do you
Yeah, I
think
was
GTA
surprised
is
too.
gonna?
But
Do you think GTA is gonna help that transition into the digital age?
I think a better argument is GTA bigger than PlayStation? That's the better argument, and I believe it is. When it
Mm-hmm.
comes out, it will be bigger. So it's not really. It's almost not important to talk about what GTA means because there are people who only buy 5 games for their console. They buy GTA, Call of Duty, NBA 2K, maybe FIFA, and maybe like one other game. And that's it. That's their console time. We're now talking about the people who buy games. You know, there's a lot of people talking, but they don't buy games. They don't play games. None of these people play games. So I have to ignore that tiny market of people who are all going to buy GTA and be like, yeah, but PlayStation wants you to buy games. They don't want you to just buy GTA. So
Yeah.
then it just becomes, it's almost like a distraction to worry about. Like GTA can sell 100 million copies, but who cares if everyone just has a PlayStation with GTA and Call of Duty? That's not good for PlayStation.
It's not good for anyone. I imagine like a lot of developers are probably worried about that reality, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's why no games are releasing in November. No games are released in November. They're all trying to avoid GTA. It's the reason God of War Laufey doesn't have a release date, because they're just making sure that they're preparing and preparing themselves to be out of the window of GTA probably.
Do you think there's a possibility that GTA delays again?
Anything's possible. I just don't think I just don't. I think if there was a delay, it would be like a month.
Let's say they delayed it for 3 months. How badly would that fuck up the industry because of everybody else waiting?
It would, yeah, it would be a massive cascade. It'd be a very, very, very big cascade.
Yeah.
It could really hurt people's financials. Stocks will start to fall because you have to remember that most games come out at certain times because they have to be released within quarterly earnings.
Mhm.
So if you finish a quarter and you haven't released a game in that quarter, then and you show like a deficit that you didn't make money in that quarter, it's like your shareholders will be mad. The stock prices will just like go through the floor. There could be like firings. It's like a long time ago, game studios used to make video games for gamers. That's what the whole idea was. You had a game studio, you made a video game, and you made a video game to sell to gamers. Now, game studios make video games for shareholders who don't play video games.
Yeah. Yeah.
So all
It's
our
yeah.
whining doesn't mean anything. Our whining doesn't mean nothing. Like, we could be here talking the most amount of sense. We could be, garnering crazy amounts of petitions, and it doesn't really mean too much until you start messing with the bank balance.
Are developers going to do anything about this in terms of like, I was saying, don't buy the PS6, don't give Sony your money. Is there any willingness for developers to say we're not going to produce games for this console because of how outrageous this whole situation is?
Nah,
But
because
won't
it's
you
not your
guys be
money.
hurt? Okay,
Yeah,
that's
we all
fair.
would be hurt. We all would be hurt. But when you're making a game, it's not your money. You To make a game is effectively taking a huge loan from a publisher.
Hmm.
That's basically what's happening. It's you saying, I'm going to take this 50 million, go away, make the game, and then we're going to try and sell enough that I can pay you back the loan and then pay myself. So why would I ever turn around and be like, guys, don't buy a PlayStation? Like, and we're not going to release on PlayStation either. We're going to release on Dreamcast. Like, what are we doing here? I need to pay back the loan. Like, it's there's just too much financial incentive for you to release that. It just doesn't work that way. In fact, you might not be able to choose where it gets released. The publisher
So,
decides that.
so what's the knock-on effect then? Let's say you guys get commissioned to make a game for PlayStation, and let's just say that it's like you go to work for Arxis, it's Tokon 2, but the game only runs on PS6. They've given you guys all this money to produce the game. You guys produce it, and no one has a PS6 because everybody's actually boycotted. What happens to the developers in that situation?
You already know what happens. They get gutted, layoffs, everyone loses their jobs, and then PlayStation says, whoops. But it's developers who will feel it. Studio get shut down. They might even take the IP away so no one can make sequels of that game. It's like, it's
So
always the developers that feel the pain.
you guys are fucked either way. Then there's not much you can do.
Basically, yeah, basically.
Did you think
Yeah.
this is the end of console gaming? Or at least the end era, like the next 10 years.
Yeah, it's the twilight of console gaming. It's the sunsetting of console gaming. It is, because you can't get the hearts and minds of the next generation without physical products, in my opinion. because we've already lost that. We already lost that. There's only one game I've seen that really garnering new audience, and that's Street Fighter 6. Street Fighter 6, 70% of their player base is between 15 and 25, which is insane.
That is mad.
Because
Yeah.
every other game is like the average age of the gamer on every other game is like 35 and up, basically. But if you're making it so a whole new generation are financially locked out of a console generation, and they can't even see the product, and they have free versions of games out there, I feel like you've already lost. You've already lost. It's like we're just gonna age out. It's just gonna be something that old people do.
That's such a shame.
Old people play console games.
That's such a shame. You were talking earlier about the psychology behind going to a store and picking up the game yourself and being there with people. And like I was thinking back to 2008 when I went to the store to get Street Fighter 4, and they had like an open day tournament, or like retailers would do things to get your attention. Like they would come to our store because we got this going on, or we were selling Ultimate Ninja Storm for £5 less. That's all going away in like a year and a half. That's all gone.
It is, and it also affects gradual price decrease, which is that's just not going to be a thing anymore. If you want to go and play. Not just gradual price decrease, it also affects the gradual price decrease and late discovery. So I don't know about you, but there's plenty games that I went into the game store, whatever independent game store, and I would see a game I've never played before, and it's old as hell, and I'm just like, bro, it's only £8. Like, I'm just gonna check it out. Like, the difference now is
plenty of times. I remember going into a store and I saw a game called Spectral vs. Generations, and I was like, what the fuck is this? And it was like an old 2D fighting game. And to this day, I still think a lot of people don't like it, but I liked it. And I remember going to that store and seeing it, and I'd never seen it anywhere else. And that's not going to exist anymore.
So there's two factors. One, you need to be able to accidentally go up, like stumble across a title. And now there's no shelves. So it just means you have to go on the online store and browse. And they don't have any incentive to show you those old games. They're going to show you the latest games. So there's that. And who does that? Who just sits and browses? Like, okay, it's very different when you're in a physical space. You just feel like, I'm looking at cool box art. But not only that, let me think of it again. If you today want to buy Metal Gear Solid Delta, which came out very recently, right? If you wanted to buy that now, you could go to a physical store, and it's probably going to be about £25-30. Let's say $25 because that's what I've seen it around it. I've seen it about $25-30. And you could buy it because they released all these copies and they didn't all sell, so the price goes down. But if you want to buy that digital, it's $70 today on PlayStation because that's their price. So this whole thing of like, oh, I got this game late, so it's cheaper, that just won't exist anymore. It doesn't have to exist. So late,
I forgot about that. Like, I like buying games 2 years after they've come out. Like, I still haven't bought Resident Evil 9 yet because I'm thinking to myself, or was it 9? Was it 8? Or it was 9 that came out. I'm thinking to myself, oh, it's probably like a 10 to 12 hour game. I'm not paying £60 for that. I'll pay £60 for a game. Like, the way that my girl looks at it is kind of smart, is the way that I look at games now. She looks at it like, I will pay you £60 if I can play the game for 60 hours. If I can't get a good amount of time out of the game, I'm not paying for it. So if the game's 40 hours, I'll pay £40 for it. Or something to that effect. Not exactly. But if a game is like 10 hours, if a game's like 10 hours, I'm like, I'm not paying £60 for that. I'll just wait until it's half price. But that's all gone soon for PlayStation.
What? Of course, they can just control the market. That's a monopoly. That's how a monopoly works.
Yeah, this is such a shit situation for people that I guess it pays to not be a fanboy, right? If you're just like, cool, I'll move over, it's whatever. But then if this is happening with PlayStation, do you foresee a future where this happens with Steam as well? Because I know they're quite competitive with their prices. Can you see Steam doing this too?
Doing what exactly?
What PlayStation's doing, where they are prices are not going to be competitive anymore.
Nah,
They're going to.
Steam doesn't have the same incentive. Steam doesn't have the same incentive at all. Steam are going to still do Steam sales.
Mhm.
They're going to still do Steam has probably as much money as Apple. No one knows how much money they have because they're like a private company. But whatever they're doing is working. Whatever they're doing is working. They're not going to change. You know, and PC has lots of stores. There's multiple ways to buy your games on PCs. You can say, I never want Steam. I'm going to get it from the Epic Game Store, or I'm going to get it from GOG. There's like lots and lots of different. People think that, oh, get a game on PC, you need to get it on Steam. Steam's just one of many options.
Yeah.
But
I heard
and so that kind of keeps them in check.
They don't do DRM, do they? They don't
Correct.
sell games that have DRM on them.
Correct. So when you download a game via GOG, you buy it there. It's an exe file, and it's just yours. You can just put that on a drive and take it to your brethren's house and put it on his computer. It's yours. It's yours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
like, that's
why don't other companies do that? Why don't they do that? Because like with most things, when you buy it, it's yours. I don't understand why we're buying a license. And if we're buying a license, right, we're technically just renting it, right? If they don't change their wording.
Yeah, correct. You're purchasing a license to use it, but the license could be revoked.
So we're renting it, right? So if buying the game is not really buying the game, then how are they going to start to battle piracy? Because I imagine that's going to skyrocket with these decisions.
Well, you're not going to have piracy problems with first-party games, right? If the game is owned, because PlayStation said they're not going to be releasing any more games to PC anymore, right?
Okay.
Other than the special cases like Tokon or Helldivers, and this doesn't mean that PlayStation aren't going to do sales. They're still going to do sales. They're going to do special sales, etc. They're just not incentivized to do it as much anymore. And then maybe they don't do the sales when you want, and the sales are temporary. Whereas, like I mentioned before, if you want to buy Metal Gear Delta, the price that it is the price that it is in the store. It's not like, oh, just today it's £30. Like it's like, no, well, it's just because it costs that because that's the price, and then we're trying to sell it. We're trying to get rid of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. This is dark days. This is dark days for gaming.
I just don't think piracy is going to be a big issue for them overall. Yeah. I think what's more likely is people just find a different platform to play on.
Yeah, especially if they're not selling games on PC anymore. I think that went over my head.
Yeah, that's it. Wolverine's not coming to PC. It's just PlayStation. That's it. You need the PlayStation 5 to play Wolverine. That's it. That's what they're saying. Maybe they'll change their mind later on down the line. I don't know.
So I don't know if you can speak about this. I don't even know if you even have any information on it, but do you guys in the industry, do you have like an inkling of when we're actually going to see the PS6?
Yeah, I keep hearing that it's
Dell, did they get Dell? Damn, I think they got him. He went quiet.
Can you hear me? Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. I thought Sony got you.
Yeah. No, yeah, I heard that I heard that it's 2028, but then I'm hearing this like just conjecture, nothing concrete.
Mm-hmm.
So like in 2 years, then it's gonna drop.
That's super soon. When did the PS5 come out again? Doesn't feel like it's been that long.
Oh, wasn't that just before COVID?
Was it just before? Has it been that long? I don't know, man. I feel like
2020. 2020, 6 years.
I feel like you could still get another. Don't you feel like you could still get another like 8 to 10 years out of this thing? That's
how I feel. I hate that the fact that the next generation of consoles coming, it's going to destroy my industry. it's gonna hurt it so much.
Yeah,
It's
I
gonna hurt it
was
so much.
watching your video about the California dev problem. Do you feel like the PS6 situation is going to exacerbate that?
Um, massively, massively. Every time there's a new console cycle, games get more expensive. They get longer. They get longer to make. Um, every time you release a game, you're selling to way less consumers. It's just going to be so. It just means that everything's more expensive, and you have less revenue coming in at a time when video games just need to be cheaper, and they need to be getting in more revenue. So I just see it the entire industry downsizing, and we're going to have what happened with the PS2 era, the PS3 era, where you lose. Well, I thought my first video was about the death of the middle video, where you just
Yeah.
lose those interim games that they don't quite have the super budget. And these could be beloved games, but ultimately there was a time where you could sell 100,000 copies of a game, and that would be a massive hit. And then there was a new generation. Now you need to sell 500,000, and then a new generation. Now you need to sell 2 million. Now we're talking about tens of millions of copies need to be sold to make a profit. There's not tens of millions of people that play certain games.
Yeah.
People in this. I see people in this chat. I'm trying to pay attention to the chat. I see the people in this chat, and they're like gassed that I even mentioned Bloody Roar. They're like, Bloody Roar would make so much, blah blah. Well, the truth is, the last Bloody Roar 4 sold 90,000 copies, and I'm sure those 90,000 people love that game. But that's just not enough to warrant that game being made today.
Yeah.
And so it's just going to become more of a problem.
So then you're saying that the death of the middle ground. Do you think a lot of genres are going to disappear with that middle ground? Because there's a lot of games that exist there, a lot of genres that almost exclusively exist there.
Yeah, and that's what that video. That's what a lot of my video was about, talking about the loss of genres too. It's a miracle fighting games came back, really. But the truth is, fighting games aren't thriving. They're not thriving. There's a few that are doing okay, but we lost all the extreme sports games, all of them, pretty much.
Yeah,
like they just don't exist. You can't go get 6 different snowboard games anymore. It's not a thing. Or the 15-hour action adventure games. They're just not really a thing. Or the extreme, or even the alternative sports games like NBA Street and stuff like that. They're just like, hey, just doesn't have the market to garner X millions. And it gets harder to make new IPs too.
So
It gets.
when you say that the industry is going to have to downsize, are we not then going to return to a time where the budgets are smaller and the games come out a lot quicker?
No.
So what do you mean by downsize then?
I mean downsize by the PlayStation 6 is going to have way less games than the PlayStation 5. Just like the PS5 had way less games than the PS4. You're just going to see less games and fewer games, and they're going to be all bigger games. Fewer but bigger. But there'll be less game studios making those games.
Yeah. So you're going to see because I could foresee a future where there's 6 big games, and then there's just Steam with its indie games and whatever. But the market's dominated by like Fortnite, Call of Duty, GTA, whatever, and whatever 2K game is out, which is kind of like what it feels like now anyway, but to a much larger extent when the PS6 comes out. Do you feel like games like I don't know, I don't know if you considered like Onimusha a AAA game or games like that, but do you think games like that will also start to disappear?
Yeah, it'll be really hard to warrant making those kinds of games. The only reason those games still kind of exist is that they're being made in Japan, where their salaries are suppressed.
Yeah,
that's the only reason that they kind of. But when people talk about the biggest games in the world isn't even Call of Duty. The biggest game in the world that's 10 times bigger than Call of Duty right now is Roblox. And then you move over to Fortnite and Minecraft. Like the games that are dominating and eating up more and more market share But yeah, by the time you get to like number 4 or number 5, then you talk about Call of Duty, and then you talk about maybe FIFA. But when we're talking about the video games, we're talking about, you have to go way down the line, you know. And more importantly than that, there are a lot of titles that used to be released in sequential form. You get this version and second version and the sequel to the sequel, and they would have a fail, and they would be like, I guess Tekken Tag 2 was technically that, or Tekken 4, where it's like they just never really sold well, and Tekken 4 never got received well, and it didn't sell well, and Tekken Tag was received well but sold basically nothing. But now we have a scenario where if a studio releases a game that's a failure, the studio stops existing because the debt was so big. So now you can only make safe games. You can't make no risks. No, only hits. No failed albums, only hits, or you're getting dropped from the label.
Is this mostly exclusive to Western developers, or is it also something that's going to hit Chinese and Japanese developers? Because I know the market is developing in China. Like, there's a lot of like Wukong was massive over there, right? Is this going to have the same sort of effect on them?
I think it's a different market over in China anyway, because it's an emerging market. It's an emerging market, and they're trying to transfer like hundreds of millions of mobile game players over to console style games. So it's just a very different thing. I think when we talk about this in Japan, it's that we are already seeing it too. You know, if this was 15 years ago, we would have got another Soul Calibur. They would have given it another shot. You know,
yeah.
Or if this was 20 years ago, they would have given Bloody Roar another shot. So
are you saying that Soul Calibur is basically dead at this point?
I'm not saying it's dead. I'm saying I don't see the financial incentive to make a Soul Calibur.
Hit me in my soul right there.
Yeah, I might be wrong. I'm just saying I don't see the financial incentive. Are enough people over the age of 35 going to play that game? Because you're not getting the Fortnite crew and you're not getting the Roblox crew.
Yeah. So what you're saying is these damn kids are the problem.
Well, hey, we gave out free games and they made their choice. You know, it's just too expensive of a hobby too. You know, it's just too expensive. You can't expect kids to be into. And there's also the reason kids play games is to entertain themselves, and there's just way more avenues to entertain themselves. Bro, I don't know what my life would have looked like if I was 14 and YouTube existed. I probably would have played less games.
Yeah.
It's just like it's different. It's different. You can have every streaming platform on demand. You can just ask for a Crunchyroll. What, you can get someone to get a Crunchyroll login and you can just watch all the anime ever. That's it. Like, I was watching anime I didn't like. Like,
we had no choice.
I didn't have a choice. That's all we had. It was like you had Ninja Scroll. You might have, Ghost in the Shell if you was lucky. Got a bad copy of Akira, and now, yeah. Now, why am I 13 watching Legend of the Overfeed? Well, it's an anime, gotta watch it. Like, there was just it was just limited choice. Now they just have infinite choice. It's like there's not as much incentive to be like, yeah, let me get another video game. Yeah, let me get another video game. Let me get another video game.
Yeah, no, 100%, bro. Like, I don't think about that too often, but it's crazy how, because I think we're sort of the same age, and we had to watch what was on TV. Like, and I guess that's why so many people locked into Dragon Ball Z and Yu-Gi-Oh and Pokemon, because that's what we had. And now it's like I can just go online now, any manner of stupid shit, any like isekai, whatever they're called, anime of the most dumb premise, I can find it and watch it. That was never an option back in the day.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, Ro, I see Moonsault in the chat. Xbox said their biggest competitor is TikTok and not PlayStation. Yeah, that just sums it up.
We're moving into dark times. But actually, someone just
Yeah.
mentioned something in chat. I don't know if you saw it, but Maximilian was catching a lot of heat the other day. He caught heat from Screw Attack. There were people on Twitter that were calling him names. I saw Vara Dark call him a dipshit for it. He basically said that one of the main reasons that Sony is doing what they're doing, the Sony disaster, is because of Trump. Didn't exactly say Trump's name, but it was.
He said because of the administration. Yeah, he's right.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
So could you speak a little bit on that? Because it seemed to rile people up a lot. And I, obviously not being in America, I asked Side Scrollers on their comment section, why'd you call Max a dipshit for it? And they were saying that he's got Trump derangement syndrome, which I was like, that seems a bit like a reach. But what is your perspective on that?
Okay, so you have to understand that it's the only reason that this can happen is because, one, the governing body doesn't care about monopolies, and they don't care about consumer rights. This has been the most anti-consumer rights administration maybe ever. That's why this is a great time to be like, yo, I'm gonna buy Warner Brothers, even though the previous administration, the woman who ran the FTC, Lena Khan, was basically just like, I'm not gonna let that happen. You can't just buy out Warner, you'll get too big. So Paramount, sorry, you just can't buy Warner Brothers. We're just not gonna allow it. And that's the same Lena Khan who tried to block Microsoft buying Activision Blizzard. Her whole thing was, if you buy Activision Blizzard, it's going to actually cause a deficit to the US economy because you are reducing the amount of competition, which means prices go up and the consumer gets less and the country gets less innovation. There's less innovative. Her argument was that what makes Microsoft great is that PlayStation exists and vice versa. She's saying competition she's just a straight up capitalist. She just believes in capitalism and doesn't believe in monopolies. And so Lena Khan was basically making the argument that we have to be pro-consumer, not to care about consumers. She was actually just saying it's not really about the consumer. It's actually that it just makes the economy work way better if you basically make competition fiercer. And so the previous administration, when I say the previous administration, I'm not talking about Joe Biden. I don't care about Joe Biden. I don't care about these people. I'm not American. I'm just talking about the people in the FTC, and the people who are just dealing with the macroeconomics and stuff like that. And before the new administration came in, there were certain people that just was never going to get their deals go through. Microsoft was never really going to get that deal to be finalized. And consumer rights were basically better just because they felt it made a greater economy or a better economy. And so previously, the previous argument would have been, if PlayStation said we're removing discs, the FTC would have came in and said, is this anti-consumer and does this create a monopoly? I believe it does create a monopoly because it doesn't allow anyone else to sell PlayStation titles, even though hundreds of thousands of purchases are made every second on PlayStation thing. So it's basically, the argument isn't it's Trump's fault. It's not that it's Trump's fault. It's an administration. It's a way of thinking, and the government is saying, yeah, if you can do it, just do it. Just do it. Capitalism, baby. Let's just make it. Well, not even capitalism. It's monopolism. And so it's not. I think sometimes people get a little bit too tribalistic, and it's no, that's not what the argument is. It's saying if this was a administration before that felt that this was going to affect competition, which it does affect competition objectively, I think they would have been like, nah, you can't get rid of this. Can't get rid of this. Well, or they would have said, we need to take this to the Supreme Court to see if you can do that. Or they may have just given them a timeline and be like, all right, if you're going to do that, no problem. but you need to create some format that makes it so it's better for the consumer to be on digital.
Right.
We're like, all right,
Okay.
cool, no digital, fine, but now you need to make a system where they can sell their digital code on eBay for the game, or you know what I mean? Like, there would have been something in place.
Is it? This might be an insanely stupid question, but I am not too privy to how politics works in America. If that has happened and the administration has basically said woo capitalism and let them do that, when Trump is out, is it not something that can be taken back or like sort of spun on its head, or is it once
I
it's
don't
in
think so.
place,
I think
it's
it's
too
too hard
late?
to do that. Yeah, I think it's too. You, it, the idea is to prevent things like that happening. You can't come in and just start undoing stuff like that. You can break them up and say they have a monopoly. You can break them up, but that doesn't mean we're getting discs back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think sometimes people get really caught up in this like left wing, right wing thing a bit too much, and they're like, oh, it's this, and it's like, no, there's a little bit. There's a little bit more complex than that. There's a little bit more. There's a bit more nuance than that.
It's
Just
hard
the
for
way,
me
yeah.
because you're in America, so like you got a better read on it than I do. But it's hard for me to get a read on it because like I was looking at chat as you were talking, and one guy was like, "Yeah, Dell's right about this," and then immediately underneath it was like, "That's just objectively untrue." And obviously over here in the UK, everyone kind of knows what the government's about. Like we're all on the
Mm-hmm.
same page, even if like we have sort of different politics, we know what the government's about. But trying to get an understanding of what's going on in America, if I speak to someone on Tuesday, I'll get a completely different response to a guy that I speak to on Wednesday. And so, like, when I was reading
Mm-hmm.
that, they were saying that what you're saying is just completely untrue. And then obviously you've got other people saying, no, that's 100% spot on. Why is it like that where we can't just get the truth and everyone's cool with it? Why is it so tribal?
I, I, I wish I knew, but I've never experienced anything like it until I moved to the US. It was like really, really. It was just really strange for me, where I'm just raw. You guys are really just blaming one side. This is mad. This is mad. Well,
Yeah.
I'm kind of from the point of view of like every politician's a dickhead. Like, I don't like none of them. Like, to me, that just makes more sense. But anyway, whatever.
Yeah. Careful because you're in the UK right now. I can't be saying them things.
Yeah, I know. I know. Oh my God.
Yeah,
Oh
they'll
my.
come
I
knock on your
see.
door.
Like, I've been catching up, and I'm like, oh yeah, I can see it's become a nanny state. Like, certain things on my Twitter feed was like, you can't see this until you age restrict. I'm like, what's going on? What's
Yeah.
going on?
Yeah, on Reddit, I went there to look at something. I think it was Mortal Kombat related, and it was blurred. And I was like, what the fuck is going? What is this? And it was, oh, you got to sign in and provide this, that, and the other.
Yeah,
And he
mad.
just criticizing the government. If you're a little bit too harsh, I don't know if you saw the new thing they're trying to pass for UK YouTubers. YouTube's trying to get
Yeah.
us to sign it, and they're basically saying, yeah, the UK government's saying that your channels are going to get suppressed, and we're going to put the BBC in place. I was reading that. I was like, bro, can you guys
Yeah,
just get off our necks for 2 seconds?
that's mad. That was mad. I was really shocked about that. That was mad. That was mad.
YouTube seems like they're trying to stand in the middle of it, but I don't know if they're going to be able to do anything.
But okay, I don't want to get too political, but one thing I will say is I don't want to stay on this subject too long because who knows who's listening. But this would have never stayed. This would have never happened if we stayed in the EU.
Mm.
In my opinion, it just would have never. You can't move mad like that. You can't move mad like that.
I don't think a lot of people knew what they were voting for at the time.
Yeah, that's fair too. That's fair too. If they told everyone, by the way, if you sign for this, then they're gonna take away your porn, I think the voting would have went very different.
Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, no, we'll move away from it because the UK. It's lucky for you guys in America, you can talk openly about your politicians. We can't over here, unfortunately. Genuinely, I think they've locked up over 12,000 people now about comments online, either like memes that you might find funny or just criticizing them. So yeah, it's a bit of a sticky situation. But yeah, I think we. Oh, Well, see, that's why you don't talk shit about the UK government, guys. Now remember, I didn't call them a dickhead. That wasn't me. I'm sure he just knocked his phone by mistake, but on the off chance that Keir Starmer's last act of his uh, his time in power was to get Dell, then boy, they got him. Yeah, maybe. I'll wait for him to come back to read out the super chat questions for him. I'm sure maybe his phone died or something. We'll pray for him. Prayers up. I told him because he came back to the UK. He's in the UK right now. Said to him, "Be careful what you say. It's not a joke out here. We ain't got the freedom of speech like you do in America. Just in case. Listen, I don't know what's going on in this country, man. It is fucking terrifying, to be honest with you. Some of the things that are going on. Starmer got dealt. Well, to be fair, I think Starmer's out now anyway. The same thing can soon happen here in America. Yeah. I don't think you guys are completely safe from what is going on. I think the UK right now for a lot of things is like a testing ground. Am I thinking of leaving the UK in the future? I don't know. I'd have to have a long think about that. We thought the politicians got you.
Oh no, the agents came through the door. It's fine. I had to. That was mad timing. Oh, can you? I had to switch over to my earphone, different earphones. The battery died.
No, that's cool. I mean, we've almost hit the 3 hour mark, so I only had a couple of more questions for you.
Yeah, no problem.
So I know we were talking a little bit about we were talking a bit about Tokon and how the sales are going to be affected, obviously, because they're not going to sell the game in all of these regions now because of the PSN thing. What is the reason? Again, I don't know if you mentioned at the beginning of the podcast, but what is the reason that these guys were able to play the beta and all of that, but they can't play the game because they don't have a PSN account? Why can't they have a PSN account in those regions?
Yeah, I don't know truly why they can't get a PSN account in those regions, but I think it's that they haven't put the money up to resolve all of the things I was talking to you about before. Like, there's like a lot of legal things you need to do in each area. There's like a lot of infrastructure stuff that you need to be put in place for those areas. Like, there's specific security departments that need to do things in each area. It's like a lot of logistics work in every area, and it just sounds like they just haven't done their work, and they just have made the decision that these regions don't bring in enough revenue for us to make the decision to pay for setting up there. They're just accepting. They're just like, yeah, we could, spend them however many millions it takes to create the network in those areas. It's just we just don't know if we're going to get a return, and we're just going to accept it. And they've just doubled down on, like, we need all of the data to run through PlayStation Network. We just need all of the PlayStation Network. Yeah.
Okay. I've got 3 questions here, or 2 questions actually. From Leo Breaker. Thank you for the $5. The guy on the left of that PS4 video was the president before Jack Ryan came in and fired him and turned PS into what it is now. I think he's referring to, the PS4 video where they're like, here's how you share your games.
Yeah.
So they fired him and they got him out of there.
That's the shorter Japanese guy, Shuhei Yoshida. He was the former president of Sony Interactive Entertainment, and they basically fired him, but they made it seem like it was like a nice firing where he's just like, oh, I've decided to move on, but he probably got fired. Yeah, he was very, very big proponent of, and one of the major decision people who that's the reason he made that video. He was just like, no, we need to do like a guerrilla video now where we show that we're going to be a console that we want people to hand their games to each other. Like,
So his vision of PlayStation basically died when he went.
Well, Jim Ryan fired Shuhei. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
That was but he basically got moved to only focus on indie games. So they like basically demoted him, and then Jim Ryan fired him.
because you
I
don't
think he
usually
even
get
publicly
it right.
spoke about it. I think he publicly spoke about it and said that the reason, and they were people like years later was like, how come you didn't like it didn't work out for you at PlayStation? And he said, because I didn't listen to Jim Ryan.
Damn. So basically, when this was a Japanese company primarily,
Yeah,
we were in good hands. Things were decent at least. And now that it's primarily an American company, to basically put as Masats where we're cooked, Mr. Masoy, we're cooked.
yeah. Basically, you're looking at a company that is well. There's two things. You're looking at a company that's not only Western run, but you're also
Oh, there your mic went. I'm telling you guys, they're definitely suppressing him. Probably doesn't help that you have a Master Chief in your profile picture. I'm sure we'll come back in a minute. Let me see. So I think there was one more super chat as well. Two more, sorry. Yeah, this is such a bleak situation. You know, like I was thinking about it, and I was like, I've always been a PlayStation guy. It's always been my console of choice. But I'll say it here. You guys know I'm pretty stubborn as well. Once I say something, I tend to stick with it. Um, if PlayStation goes down this road, if there's not a course where they correct and they realize that all of this blowback is not worth it, or maybe they realize that they're being very anti-consumer, I actually think PS5 might be my last PlayStation console because I'm not paying £900 for a console that don't come with a disc drive. You must be fucking joking me.
oh, sorry, dude. It keeps dropping.
No, it's all good, man. It's all good.
Yeah. Yeah. What was the last thing I said before it cut out?
You were talking about how they demoted him to indie games, and then basically he spoke out about how he left because he didn't listen to a particular individual.
Yeah, exactly. And so you have to think about the company we have is not just because it's like a Western company, but it's also a company that has a deficit because of Jim Ryan. So Jim Ryan, when I was at PlayStation, made the decision to make PlayStation focus on 13 live service games, all being made at the same time.
Is he mad?
Yeah, and so that's why you don't have that much PS5 games because people weren't supposed to be making single player games.
But you know when he made this decision, was there not like a board of people going, "Don't be dumb"?
He was big enough that they had to listen to him.
That's
You
so
also
bad.
had you also have to think that he was making those decisions right after COVID gave PlayStation lots and lots and lots of money. Like it
Let
was
me just
like it
make
was
sure
just
I've got the right guy. Jim Ryan.
yeah. So he was the one that pushed for everyone to make a live service multiplayer game because he was like, that's the future. You know, we need our own Fortnite basically. And so the live service games he greenlit were Concord, that absolutely great financial
God.
success. Um, and there was some unknown live service from Deviation that got cancelled. There was a Twisted Metal live service game.
Mm-hmm.
There was a Horizon live service, which I think is actually announced now. It's like got like a stylized look. It's like a bit more of a cartoony kind of live version
Mm-hmm.
of Horizon. There's another one from Haven called Fair Game, and it's like a heist game, and that's got a trailer, and everyone's like not excited for that. The other one was Marathon, which is out now. I think there was a God of War live service game as well from Bluepoint, and then there was a Spider-Man live service game that got cancelled. That was
That
going to
one
be like
actually looked good actually when I saw the screenshots of it.
it looks alright, but it looked like it was never going to. It was just going to cost so many billions that you have to think Spider-Man 2 cost $315 million. $315 million.
Really? Wow, holy
Yeah,
shit.
yeah, it's ridiculous. Actually, ridiculous. And so a live service version of that game would have cost more.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was the game that I spent 2.5 years on, Last of Us Online. So, yeah,
Last of Us
almost all.
Online is such a shame as well because I played The Last of Us Online, the original
Yeah,
Obviously, there was only one of them,
factions.
but it was so good. It was
It
so
was good.
sick. I was so impressed with it, and I really thought they were gonna like up the ante with the next one. And
It
then it
was
was
gonna.
just
It would
at
have been
the end.
sick. It would have been sick.
Did you ever get to see anything like
Yeah, I used to
from?
play every day. I used to play every day.
How
It
much
was
better was
sick.
it than the original?
It was way better. It was just like it's everything you thought it was. It was sick, man. One day I would love to talk about it more openly because it had like it had story in it. Uh it was just sick. It was just proper sick. It
Are,
just would have needed so much money to finish.
are you under like NDA? You can't speak about it.
Yeah, basically. Someone will talk about it first, but it won't be me.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
fair enough. Yeah,
yeah,
because
it won't be.
Last of Us. Now people can say what they want about Last of Us Two and the direction it went in, but even Last of Us One. But the online was so sick. Like I was so impressed with what they did. But Naughty Dog always did
Yeah.
a good job with online games. Like
Well, yeah,
Uncharted Four was really good.
I think that's actually one thing that was really good about working on the project is that it was very focused on gameplay. And you can say Naughty Dog games are not your cup of tea, but it's very difficult to say that the gameplay don't feel all right. Like
Yeah,
they really had the gameplay down. Like as a cover shooter with the Last of Us 2 mechanics, it was really, really solid. You know, it was
yeah.
really, really
I
solid.
was that.
There were
Go
some
on.
things that I don't know would have worked in an online game. They had to figure out, like because bro, you could just hide in the shadows and no one would see you. You could just camp in the shadow in a corner of a room. I was like, how are you gonna fix this?
Hmm.
This is completely overpowered because you have to think about how cinematic Last of Us is. That some of that stuff doesn't really work that great, like in an online game. So the balancing would have taken time. But
That
you
sounds
know,
so cool though. Like it
yeah,
sounds fun. It sounds like a lot of fun to hide in the shadows and just off people.
yeah, but yeah, it was. I'm telling you, man, the game would have been sick, but you know, it would have mashed the whole studio up. It would have mashed the whole
Hmm.
studio up.
You
Like
don't think you would have recouped any losses at all?
I think it would have recouped all the losses. That's not the issue. When I say mash the studio up, I mean culturally, because there's a lot of people who didn't want to work on a live service game. The best of the best people, and they were leaving. And then it kind of became clear that the game would have become so big that that would have just been the Last of Us Online studio. They would have never made single player games, maybe ever again, at least for the next
Right.
15 years. So it's like the studio just started to look unrecognizable, and it's like I could offer you, say you got your where you live right now. It's a nice place, you live in it. But what if
Mm.
I could say to you, like, bro, why don't we take all the furniture out and turn it into a jerk chicken shop, and you can just sell jerk chicken out of the house. You will make so much money, but the house won't look like your house anymore. Like you have to weigh out, is it worth it? Is it worth it?
Mm. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, that makes
Like,
complete sense, man. But you don't like losing your sense of identity.
yeah, like the home don't look like home anymore. It was gonna become a very different place.
Do you think it will ever become a possibility?
Yeah, yes and no. So I don't think Last of Us Online will ever be a thing. Um, just costs too much. But I do think that I know that the one of the game directors left. The two game directors that were mainly in charge of it, they left and they made a game studio in Japan, and they're basically trying to remake that same game. I believe.
Hmm.
Um, but you
But
know, with their own IP.
that Uncharted 2, 3, and 4 was so good online. Why couldn't? Is there no opportunities just make them like that? Like not like Uncharted, but it was a bit more insulated. It doesn't need to be a massively open world live service system. Can't they make a Last of Us game that is in the vein of Uncharted?
Yeah, they might do because that's basically what Ghost of Yote did, right? They just released the multiplayer version of it. It's just a trimmed down version. So maybe that could happen, but they're not making Last of Us 3. So, you know.
That's
And
definitely
by the
not true.
time they wasn't making it when I was there.
Damn, what is
I
Naughty
wasn't
Dog
that.
doing now anyway? Is it that space game they're bringing out or
Oh,
something?
yeah, I worked on that game for a couple of months and then bounced.
Okay, that doesn't sound promising. Were you contracted a couple of months, or you were like, I'm out?
I didn't want to work on that game.
Oh, okay. Any particular reason why?
Um, what reason do I want to give? I'll give the because I have a few reasons and they're all true, but the main reason is you can't make a Naughty Dog game without crunch.
Oh,
And
right. Okay. Yeah.
and I was just like, I'm sorry, bros. Like I can see what the schedule looks like. I can see where this is going. I want to see. I want to raise my daughter. I want to see. I don't want to be coming home like late and missing her bedtime. And nah, it's not
I
worth it.
heard,
I don't. I don't care if the game is the best game in the world. It's not worth it.
no, I hear that, man. That's respectable. I heard that the crunch time in Uncharted 4 and Last of Us 2 was insane.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know this, but there's a internal counter of all the divorces that Crunch at Naughty Dog has cost.
What? What's it
Yeah,
on?
I'm not even gonna say what it is, but it's way higher than you think. Yeah, there's
What,
like
like
there's an internal counter of like how many divorces have happened during the crunch times. Yeah.
that is crazy. What is this something that's kept by the people in the developers?
Just
Not
yeah, just like between the minute, they're just like okay, I guess that's number whatever. Heard what's is getting divorced, after this crunch. Like people think it's a joke. People think
no,
it's a
I
joke.
believe you. I believe you. But so how when obviously we know the crunch time was crazy, but like let's say that you're meant to clock out at 10 p.m. Were you guys working till like 6 a.m. and then going home and then having to
I
come
don't
back
think
again?
no, it's not really like a 6 a.m. thing. It's just like I said, you would not get there for your child's bedtime. They will see you in the morning, and then that's the only time they're gonna see you. I'll say that much. And you're probably gonna have to do weekends too.
Damn. Well, I'm glad you chose your daughter. That's definitely a
Yeah, I
lot of
just don't
people miss
care.
that.
It could be the best game in the world. I just don't like. So, so that's whack.
Has
Yeah.
that hurt your relationship with them at all? Walking out on the
Nah,
game.
nah. They knew what time. I didn't walk out at a crucial time. I saw the schedule, and I was in charge of all outsourcing for characters. That means I would have been in charge of overseeing all the characters that we had to work with our outsource partners to get in the game. And I was the one giving all the reviews. So that's like dozens and dozens of characters. I was going to be in charge of that. And I stepped away before production started. It
Okay.
was like still pre-production when it was like ramping up, still ramping up. And I saw the schedule and I was just like, just so you know, this doesn't fit into this time. And they said like, yeah, we're gonna have to make it work. And I was like, you're gonna have to make it work because yeah. And I kept on hearing like horror stories about other dads. And there was this one dad who told me that his he told me that his kid called him bye bye. That's what his kid called him.
His kid called him bye bye.
Yeah, because he only ever saw him to say bye bye.
Oh, that is heartbreaking. Fucking hell.
Yeah. I was just like, you got dickheads, man, for a video game. You got all dickheads, man. And I already got a whole like thing about deadbeat dads anyway. I got a whole thing about like, if I know that you're a deadbeat dad, I just don't like you. I just don't like you. So I'm just that's not me. That's not me.
No, I respect that, man. You made the right choice. That's crazy, though. Your kid calling you bye bye. I think that would crush me. But I wanted to ask you. You stepped away from the game. I don't know how much you've actually seen of it because you were during pre-production. But do you feel like this game is going to be a hit like The Last of Us? Because the online sentiment is quite bad towards it right now.
Well, no one's seen the game, have they? I think it's going to be something different, be cool. That story, boy, I don't know how that story is going to get taken. I feel like a lot of people are going to have an issue with the story, but it might have changed since I worked there. But I don't think it really matters about whether it's going to be a hit like Last of Us or not. It's more important is there going to be enough people buying? Are there going to be enough people buying it to cover the cost of the game?
Okay.
The game's going to cost like 400 million or something. I don't know. Is there going to be that much people buying it? And then they can't release it on PC now. So what are they gonna just? They're gonna obviously they're probably gonna do another remaster for PlayStation 6, you know. But I don't know, dude.
Does the cost get like hyperinflated when you have an actual actress like I think her name is Tatiana Gabriel? Does the
Yeah.
cost go up exponentially when you have somebody like her in the game?
I don't think it really makes that much of a difference. The cost is the people working on the project. Yeah, like let me be clear. I think that the game will be cool, and I think it will play well, and I think people will love it. I just know that it's dealing with very adult themes. That's just the nature of the games that Neil Druckmann makes. He doesn't make baby games. He makes games that make people feel things. But the cost of the talent is kind of negligible, to be honest. It's kind of negligible.
You know, when you say that you don't know how people are going to take the story, are you? I know you can't obviously give up what the story's about, but is it something that is going to make the both sides of the culture will get into an argument?
Honestly, I don't know if there's any way for me to even hint at what I mean without it turning into something bigger. I'm just saying it's going to be a story with themes that make people react with emotions, and I suspect because that's just the games that he makes. That's the games he makes, and I can see it having discourse. I'll say that I can see it having discourse.
Okay. I have one more question for you, but I'm just going to read out these super chats and then I'll ask you. I'm just really curious about your take on this. But Den Sensu, thank you for the €5. But Dell, wouldn't Sony lose money if everyone started jailbreaking their consoles?
Yeah, they would, but then jailbreaking your console doesn't really matter if they have all your stuff on a digital PSN platform anyway. Like the whole idea back in the day was to jailbreak it and so that the network can't see what you're doing. But now if it's constantly checking what you're doing on a network, they could just revoke access to everything for you once they figure it out. They'll be like, "Oh, this is jailbroken. Just delete all his games, or just lock his account." There's no CD for you to be like, "Oh, well, I guess I just wipe the memory, reset, make a new PSN account, and pop Tekken 8 CD back in." There's no CD. It's gone. You have to rebuy it.
And then we've got Crazy for the $2. Thank you. What's the token equivalent of the PS6 boycott? See, I didn't really understand this though, because people were saying let's boycott Tokon, but I was like, I don't think it's Arx's fault. I don't think we should boycott Tokon.
The only thing that we've seen that's worked for an individual title is that the review bombing for Helldivers was so bad that it basically they had to revoke it. But that was slightly different because they were like in out, and then they made it so that you could play, and they made it so you couldn't, and then they delisted it from the like it was really messy. Whereas it seems like they're coming out day one and being like, this is just how it is. But unfortunately, the only thing that we've ever seen is like, just review bombing. Really,
I don't think Tokon is gonna have the numbers for a review bomb to really take effect the way Helldivers did, because Helldivers was some insane release. Like we hadn't seen numbers like that in ages.
That was the only successful live service title to get released on Jim Ryan's watch. Every single other title that every other single title that he greenlit was a failure. Was a failure or got cancelled, or I think maybe the only other one was Gran Turismo 7. Technically, that's a live service title.
Yeah, Gran Turismo 7's got legacy behind it as well, though.
Yes, you're jumping onto a game that you understand.
Yeah. I didn't even consider Gran Turismo being a live service game because it just made sense in my head for it to be the way it is now. And because I've played them all my life, it didn't even occur to me. But yeah, Helldivers is the only one where I saw any real blowback get actual addressing. But I don't think Tokon is going to have those sort of numbers. I think they're just going to be like, yeah, there's like
Correct.
10,000 people moaning. We're not going to pay attention. Whereas Helldivers was like, it felt like the whole planet was on Steam at one point, just fucking destroying the game.
Basically, yeah. Helldivers numbers were unprecedented. I'd never seen anything like it before.
Yeah.
It
But
was.
I heard that even though they took it back with the having a PlayStation account, apparently they just didn't sell the game in those regions anymore. So
Oh, really?
that's what I heard
So-
today. I was watching Technical's videos, and that's what he said, and I was like, "Oh,
You still can't purchase it in those regions. That's messed up. But there's ways to get around that. I reckon there's ways to get around that.
yeah." I thought that you could. I thought the whole reason they repealed it was because they were like, "Okay, cool, have it." But then he said apparently you couldn't even buy it, and I was like, "Oh, so they didn't do anything really in the end. Those people still got messed over."
It sounds like they can't buy it if they didn't buy it in that window.
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah, it's very, 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 it's very stupid, and it shows that that's the new model for PlayStation 6, in my opinion, where they're basically saying, if you're not from a rich, wealthy area, we just don't care about supporting you.
Yeah, it's diabolical, but I'm not surprised in this day and age. Mr. Moss, thank you for the $10. Not gonna lie, it's impossible to talk about politics over in America without people calling you racist, Nazi, homophobic. There's nothing productive about it. Yeah, I kind of learned my lesson to not talk about American politics ever. I just tuned out completely because anytime you say something, people think they've got you completely figured out. Like you can have a bad take, you can just have one bad take, but depending on who hears it, you got Trump derangement syndrome, or you're a leftist, or I'm just like, whatever, man. I fight off.
But I do feel like your audience in particular does have quite a lot of nuance, where they have their leanings, but they're not like super cultured to the point where they're like, I can't listen to this. Like, you know, I think you have a little bit of a unique, but yeah. So I am considered who I think I'm always getting accused of being liberal and woke on Twitter. But in game studios, I'm told I'm right wing. Like so.
Yeah, I see it on Twitter all the time. They drag you all the time, but I understand how you feel because I know with these guys, they know that like my takes can be a bit more nuanced. But depending on which YouTuber you speak to or which fighting game community member you speak to, I'm either a Nazi or I'm like a super feminist, leftist, woke guy. And I'm you guys are too. Well, not you guys, but just people on Twitter too audience captured, or they're too like quick to use buzzwords. And so when I saw them saying that Max has Trump derangement syndrome and he's a dipshit, I was like, maybe he just had one bad take. Like I don't know if I don't know if Max is always talking about Trump, but to say he
never does.
That's what I thought. I never heard it.
Yeah, he never does. It's interesting too because depending on who. And it would be very hard to box me in any of these things anyway. So you can't really win this because I am hyper liberal, for example, with sexuality. I just don't really care what you are, and I'm not gonna critique you on it. I'll be like, whatever. What do you want me to call you? All right, cool. I'm calling you that. I just don't really mind. It's never an issue for me. But then I believe in the death penalty for pedophiles. I just think that we need the death penalty for anyone that touches kids. Just should be, and that's a very right wing way of looking at it. I'm just like, capital punishment is the only way to fix these people. Like, so depending on what you hear, you're gonna get like a extreme example of either side. But yeah, in California, there are some people who would say I lean to the right just because of some of the things I say.
Yeah, no, I can 100% see why they would think that. Not because of anything you said, but I think people are just, like you said at the beginning, they're way too tribal. Way too tribal. I think it's almost like playing for a sports team, right? Or like supporting a team, like we are in the World Cup right now.
Yeah.
No matter what your guy says, if you support the orange guy, then whatever he says is gospel. But if you're against him, no matter, even if his administration saved 100 dogs, you'd find a way to say it's a bad thing. And I'm just like, why did nuance die? Why did it die? I feel like obviously there's very clear reasons with the way information is given to people and the way they digest it. But it's a shame that like you talk to one person, they think you're a feminist. You talk to somebody else, 5 minutes later, they call you a Nazi.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I will be honest. Before I spoke to you properly, Mike, I just assumed you was like super right wing.
Yeah, so
Because
I get. I got that. I got that from my boy. I went to see him the other day at Memorial. He was like, "Yeah, well, I thought we lost you," and I was like, "What do you mean?"
I just assumed you were just super right. So because the very first like interaction I had was of you was, I think it was actually that you really wanted to talk to Abu.
Yeah, yeah, Abu
Abu
Bakr.
Bakr, yeah, Abu Bakr Salim, because me and Abu, like, we chat, we're cool, like, we're brothers. Like, he's always been, I almost went to work at his studio and everything, but like really, really cool. And I remember you wanted to talk to him, and I was gonna call him to be like, don't go off on his platform. Look at this guy, this right wing. Look at this guy. Like, I just made a whole bunch of assumptions, and so I sat and watched the whole stream of yours, and I was like, oh, okay, I see. There's a bit more nuance here than I expected, because I think it's actually your detractors that get to choose how you're perceived a lot.
Mm.
Because yeah, which is the same as mine basically. There are a lot of people say like, "Oh, Dell is just a lib cock," and then there's someone else looking at it and be like, "All right, cool, I've got the update on that Dell guy. Thanks very much. Now I know." Like,
Yeah. Yeah, no, you so I had the same experience with you, but I didn't do that to you. When they said it, I was like, yeah, I'll see for myself. Like I've always I know what people are like. And I know
oh
that
yeah,
like if I type my name into Twitter, they're saying all sorts of crazy things about me. They're
yeah, of
saying mad
course,
things, and I know that there's a contingent of people that I've already lost. They're not gonna come and listen to anything. They don't want to hear it. And I'm fine with that. Because I know that the people that listen to them, respectfully, I think that if you get information from somebody else and you double down on it without listening to the other person, something's gone wrong with you. I'm glad
yeah.
that you came and watched the live stream, because when I asked for you to be on, people were saying, "Why you want to speak to that what guy, Mike?" And I was like, "Whoa, what are we doing?"
That's funny. That's funny. I'm not even mad. That was the narrative out there. That was the
Yeah,
narrative out there.
yeah. No, my own
Yeah.
friends that I hadn't seen for a little while, they're in the Marvel scene. One of
Mm.
them said to me, "We thought we lost you for a while." I was like, why? And he was like, oh, you were talking about DEI and stuff. And I was like, well, yeah, I was talking about it. And I was like, there's conversations to be had. But one of them was like, yeah, I just saw your thumbnail and I thought, oh, yeah, he's gone. And I was like, that's not fair. That's not fair to that to people.
Ah, that's funny. Yeah, that's always interesting to hear people talk about now more than like 2 years ago. And maybe 2 years ago is actually really an annoying conversation to have,
Yeah.
because there was just so much you didn't have to say. You could just be like, I just hate all of the this and the DI and the woke, and so you couldn't really get to a conversation about it because it was so polarizing. But now I feel like enough time has passed where when I hear someone talk about it, I have enough history of the conversation being had where I understand where they're at without being annoyed. Like, for
Yeah.
example, when Red talked about it, when Red just went on a rampage talking about it, and I'm just like, cool, that's his opinion. I know where he's at now because I've heard those talking points before, and he's entitled to those opinions, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah. Yeah. With
yeah,
Red, like I listen, I obviously you were there for the stream with him. And I'm do you know what, yeah, for as much as I dislike everything that he said, I'm not like him. I still find him to be an interesting person, even though like I've seen his videos. I know he's very, I'd say it's fair to say he's a very political person.
yeah,
I think he's an interesting person. I know like after he got upset at me, he started calling me boring and this, that, and the other. And I was like, okay,
yeah, of
we're
course.
gonna be silly children about this, whatever, it's no problem. But I think he has something interesting to offer, even though our politics probably don't align. I haven't heard everything that he has to say, but from what I was hearing, the way he was talking about trans and gay people, I was like, we probably don't see eye to eye on that. But I'm happy to talk to anyone and get along with them. I don't say dumb things like you've got derangement syndrome and you're, I don't know, you're some bootlicking feminist. I don't know. I don't know what happened to discourse, but it seems like people are audience captured now, and it makes the conversation
Yeah,
difficult.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I can't really even bring up, like, I can't have the conversation to bring up points, so then it becomes very futile.
Yeah.
Like I saw an extremely big DEI campaign when I was at Respawn, for example. When I
Mm.
was at EA, they had the largest ever DEI campaign I ever saw was at Respawn. And people would be like, "Oh, what does that mean?" Like they was getting loads of brown people, and I was like, "Actually, no. The DEI campaign, I think right wing people would support because it was a program to help veterans get trained to get into the video games industry. Because once they came out of the military, there was often not the same opportunities because of whatever reason, and so they was like, "Oh, this would be basically a scheme that would often get them into roles like QA and stuff, or like basically the whole thing was DEI. You can't call it anything other than DEI, but it was for um, returning people from the military.
Okay.
And I wasn't against it. I was like, all right, cool, whatever in it. Like, it doesn't offend me. That's fine. Someone else could be like, well, that's DI. They don't deserve the job technically, but then they were the largest. They were the largest beneficiaries from the DI system, and I didn't really see many other types of people get the benefit the same way that they did.
Do you think that that's something that you would speak about on your channel? Because DEI is almost like saying Voldemort. As soon as you hear it, we all immediately think, oh, someone that hasn't got the credentials are being hired because of, their gender or their race. But if there's other uses for DEI, like helping veterans get into a particular profession because they've been out at war and they don't know where to really go, don't you think that's probably something worth talking about? Because I've never heard of that before. I've never heard that
Yeah,
there's been DEI programs
I'm
for veterans.
yeah. I'm gonna send you the page just so you can see it for yourself.
Yeah,
But I don't even. I just don't think I want to have those conversations. I just don't think because I don't want to order. I don't want to garner an audience that is. I don't. I'm very careful about the type of audience I'm garnering,
hmm
and I almost just be like, I'd rather just have that conversation, um, with just like you,
yeah,
because you're willing to hear it out. You're willing to hear it out.
yeah.
Um,
Do you
but
think a lot of these YouTubers would be willing to hear it out if they hadn't made such a sizable channel off of talking about these things so negatively?
exactly. There's no financial incentive for them to be like, oh, maybe I was a bit wrong on that. Whereas I sent you the DM by the way, but you basically made an entire platform about being open to discourse and discussion. So you can bend and pivot, but they literally cannot. I've literally seen people like Smash JT who have made their entire platform about disliking one type of person or making like rage related comments, or and then be like, who's that guy, the guy I had to block because he was just getting on my nerves. I think his name is Mujan Lord.
Moog,
um
is it Moog? No, it's not Mugen Lord. Surely he's cool, isn't he?
I actually didn't want to block him. I just said, bro, like, why are you coming for me all the time? And someone actually said in my comments, like, oh, forget him, he's a coon, blah blah. And I was like, bro, don't call him a coon. Don't call no black people in front of me a coon. Like, I don't want you to do that. Like, he's
Yeah,
not like, just because he had a different view from me, I'm not gonna just be like, yeah, he's like, don't call no black people in front of me a coon unless they're doing like real coon stuff. And then
mm,
even then, I just don't really want no one who's not black to use that word. I'm just like, don't do that. But he was just like incessantly trying to use me for engagement farming. I was like, bro, can you stop? Because I usually don't care, but I just don't really like seeing when a black guy's coming at me, because I'm like, bro, do you know that white people can see us right now? Like, like there's a like, it doesn't look good. It
yeah,
doesn't look good. And so I had to block him. But I remember one time he made a comment saying he tried to change his channel to be more about like, kind of like yours, where you just play video games and just like talk. And he said that no one was coming to watch him because he had made an entire argument, or he had made an entire audience about rage baiting at one point. Maybe that's past now and he's figured it out. But I could see that there was a point in time where he was like rage baiting, or I didn't want to say rage baiting. He was very focused on animosity, and he tried to switch. And then he made a comment saying a tweet saying, "Oh yeah, like I'm trying to just play games now, and people aren't coming." And I'm like, "Well, yeah, that's the type of audience you built over the last 6 months. They're not. I don't even know if they even play video games. I don't even know if they do. So that's the danger, right? And that's why I can't really entrust that if I have a conversation with these people, like there's just too much views for them to say, we got him, we got that DEI Walker. Look at him spouting nonsense. It's just like, yeah, that's gonna triple your view count, whether it's true or not. But I actually want to say I don't have a problem with Mugen Lord. He was engagement farming me, and I was just like, bro, just allow it. Like, I don't have no problem with you. But everything I say, you're trying to make a tweet out of. It's weird.
Yeah, I never saw that between you two. I must have missed it. That's a shame.
That was a long time ago. Yeah, it was a long time ago.
It must have been a long time ago. But yeah, no, I hear it. I understand that people they've built a particular a lot of the culture war stuff. Those audiences. And like I get on with some of them, but I found that I've been able to get on with both sides of the conversation. But on both sides of the conversation, it does feel like that culture or that Gamergate stuff and Gamergate 2, they weren't able to sort of leave it in order for their and I think Endymion is a good example of this. Like I don't have a relationship with Endymion. I don't really like some of the things that he says. Some of it feels like a war needs to happen. It has to happen rather than there being peace. Because normally, a lot of the time when beef starts between creators, I'm always thinking to myself, or like two sides of the conversation, I'm always thinking it started because we want to get to a conclusion and sort it out. But sometimes when I watch people, I'm like, you're not looking for a conclusion. You're looking for a never-ending fight.
Yeah. That's like when you spoke to that guy, and he just kept on calling Abu a spear trucker. I can't even remember what that was. The guy who was like
Ryan, yeah.
And it was just like, he's like, yeah, I can just say what I want. And I was just like, oh, shut up. Like, you're not, there's no argument there. Because the whole thing he was saying was the game was woke and DI, and the game was about his dead dad. Like, it's literally, he made a game about like dealing with his father passing away. He's like, I just want to make an indie game, and it's about where my family comes from, and it's about my father passed away. And then this guy was just saying, like, look at this spear chucker. And I'm like, what even is your argument here now? Like, what are we even...
Yeah, no,
what are we even doing?
He was a donor. Everybody else on that podcast, like, I get on with them now. I get on with all of them. I feel I can have nuanced conversations with all of them, apart from Ryan. Ryan, to this day, most people that I get into beef with on YouTube, end up making peace with them. I end up going to their channels. Everything's blessed. Bro, I think his channel got erased because he just went too far. There was a stream that he did, and it was so bad I actually couldn't believe it was on YouTube. And then, like, I think a week later, his channel was gone.
Yeah,
made the spear trucker thing seem like Teletubby shit compared to what.
I believe it, and I actually think a lot of the reason stuff like that happens is these are very, very, very loser people who suddenly have a lot of attention. And they're like, wow, I found the magic button to get attention and get views. And they're just like, yeah, let me just keep hammering that button. It's like, let me just get more racist, more. And it's like, there's no argument now. You're just moving mad.
I do think you've handled it really well on Twitter, though, because every time I see your page, someone's trying to come at you. But usually, like, you're usually quite calm, and you're just like, oh, here's the facts. If you don't like it, jog on.
I'm just never going to crash out. I've crashed out in the past years ago, and I was like, evaluated it, and I was just like, oh, they kind of won here, because even though I got more likes, I'm clearly upset. And so I was just like, yeah, I'm not crashing out again. You can just call me whatever. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think I've got one more super chat here, and I'll ask you the question. So it's a nothing question, don't worry.
Sure.
Mr. Mars, thank you for the $20. I'm a conservative, and I support Trump on certain issues, but I'm able to listen to guys on the left or listen to another side. unless it's someone like Hassan who supports terrorists and my country. I respect that. I think you're right when you say that. At least in my chat, I have both Trump and left wing guys, and they're able to get on. Even in my Discord, I don't see much fighting going on. I think I've had to ban like 2 people, and that's it. And I really don't like banning people, so you got to do something really stupid.
Yeah, you must have to move mad for you to ban people. You usually don't mind.
Yeah.
So
I don't mind
just
it,
be
but
basically civil.
yeah,
Be
as long
civil.
as people are civil, I don't care if their politics clash. It doesn't bother me. I don't think we've gotten to that point in the UK yet where if you're right and I'm left, that we have to hate each other. It feels like that a little bit more in America. But then again, 70% of my chat is American. So
Mm.
maybe, I don't know, maybe the conversation's changing a little bit. But I had one more question I wanted to ask you. So
Yeah, of
I'm
course.
really, really curious because you spoke about Neil Druckmann earlier, and you were talking about how he makes games that make you feel something in their stories.
Mhm.
I wanted to get from your perspective, do you think he made the right call in the way that he killed Joel in The Last of Us Part 2?
It doesn't matter what I think. That's my honest opinion. Because people keep asking me this question, and I keep
Oh,
going
really?
back to
Okay.
lots of people ask me that question, and I always go back to it doesn't really matter what I think.
Okay.
He because and the reason I say that is I don't think he I think he thinks more like an author who's got an idea in his head. Is like, I want to write this book.
Mm-hmm.
Um, because I think it would be an easier answer to make if he was had inherited another IP. Like, say he was making an X-Men game, and he let that happen to Charles Xavier. Then I could make an argument that, like, oh well, this isn't your character to do that to.
Okay.
So,
Okay. No,
so
I
yeah.
hear it. So, because it's completely originally his idea, you could
Well,
like,
that's him and Bruce Straley made the game, and they were both there at the beginning writing those characters. A lot of that was his idea. I think he was the one to name him Joel. All that stuff, like that's a lot of his. So for me to be like he made the wrong choice, it doesn't make sense if that's the story he wanted to tell.
mm-hmm.
Whether I like the story, different. That's different. I would have preferred to have seen a story where he didn't get murked that way. I don't actually mind that he got murked. I just wish it was like a noble sacrifice. But hey, that's just me. But yeah, I just don't think it's like a right or wrong thing because it's just like, you know, is it right for you to make your channel do X or Y? It's like, what do you mean right? It's his channel. He can do what he wants. Mike Hollow can make whatever he wants happen on Mike Hollow's stage.
No, I hear it. That's a fair answer. Last thing I want to ask you. I know you play fighting games. I know that primarily, like we've seen in a lot of Tekken streams, but when are you going to join us over in Virtua Fighter?
Yeah, I will. I will. I will. I just need time. I want to start picking up. I want to start picking up.
Yeah, because I want to
Um.
get you on some streams now that we're playing VF a lot. Now that I finally feel comfortable, I switched characters. I've found the character I like. It'll be good
Okay.
to get you in some team battle
Yeah.
streams.
Yeah. I'm down. I'm definitely down. I'm
All right,
definitely
man.
down.
Well, I think we've covered basically everything. I know as we've been talking, there's been more things going up on Twitter about stuff going on. So I guess we'll just see where
Oh yeah. Oh no. More stuff. More drama.
more drama. But anything that you want to end on?
Um. Yeah. You guys need to just come to my channel and hit the like button, innit? That's what you need to
Wait,
do.
no, your channel's really good. Like I watched
Yeah, I
your latest
appreciate it.
video. Let me bring it up on screen. You're almost at 5K now.
No, not that high. Not that high.
Yeah, so guys, go and give Dell a sub. All his videos are really, really good. All of them are
I
really, really
appreciate
good.
it. I have two coming up. There's one I'm working on, a second one, and it's taken a really long time to make.
Dude, I love the use of Tekken music or the fighting game music in your videos, especially the end of game ownership. Because when I heard Unknown Steam, I was like, it makes sense because the way we know gaming is being warped, and obviously John and
Yeah,
Unknown was a warped character, so I thought that
it's
was really cool.
corrupted.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad you saw that, man. But yeah, this it's just the music I grew up to anyway. So I just threw it in there. But yeah, I'm working on the second one, but it's taking a long time to make. And the most of the premise of the Tekken um, video is about how it's basically an impossible game. Like the game kind of shouldn't exist.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Um,
remember you said that last time on here.
yeah, it's a near impossible game. It shouldn't really exist. It's like a miracle that the game exists. From a game development standpoint, it's just. But yeah, I'm working on that. It's taking a little bit of time. But the next one's going to be um, a video about how modern games will never be able to have the magic of older games. And I think I have an objective reason why. And I haven't heard anyone talk about what it is.
Okay,
So
I'm looking forward to that because I don't know what your reasoning is, but I feel it obviously. Like when I go and
yeah,
play my old PS2 games, even when they get remakes, like I played the Silent Hill 2 remake,
yes,
and it
yes.
wasn't bad. Like I didn't like some of the narrative changes or like the artistic changes, but
Hmm.
it did not have the magic of Silent Hill 2, the original.
That
Not even close.
that's in the video. So the Silent Hill remake is part of the video.
Okay, that's perfect because I feel
Yeah.
like horror games are
Hmm.
probably the biggest genre that lost their magic.
Yeah. I'm going to talk extensively about this, and it's not like feelings and nostalgia. I think there's actually objective reasons why modern games don't have the magic that they used to, and it's like a development reason, and I'm going to talk about it. Um,
Okay. Do you think
but
that your videos could? I imagine people in the industry know that you're producing YouTube videos and you're doing podcasts and whatever. Do you feel like
yeah,
your sentiments might influence studios to maybe go in different directions, like when you're putting
oh,
out this video?
I don't know about that. I just don't think I have that kind of influence. I think what's really cool is that like sometimes directors will message me on LinkedIn and stuff and be like, "Oh, I watch your video. Like, I really agree with what you're saying." But I don't think it means that they go into boardrooms and being like, "Guys, Dell has given us the answer." I don't think it's like I don't think it's that deep. I think it's just like people just be like, "Oh, I agree with that," or "That was a really good point you made there." But the industry is like such a big ship. It's hard to turn it. It's just really hard to turn it. If
Yeah.
anything, my videos aren't for people in the games industry. They're for people who like to understand more about games or like hear
Yeah.
a nuanced discussion. This the people I really like commenting are people who have never made a game. Even though a lot of game developers comment, I just like when someone's just like, "Oh, I just don't know anything about this, but I just thought this was really interesting." That for me is way more rewarding. Um,
Yeah. I
way more
definitely
rewarding.
think that you're adding more nuance to the conversation because there's things that, like the California Dev Problem video, I was
Yeah.
listening to that and I was like, "Do you know what? I didn't even consider half of these things. Like they're really like mundane or minute things that, well, they seem
Hmm.
like that to us, but they're massively affecting you guys out there. I didn't
Yeah, for
consider it
sure.
at all.
I want to try and make more of an effort to do. I'm going to do more videos more frequently because I kind of realize I don't have to always make the production crazy. So I'm going to probably do like, I'm going to try and work my way up to doing 2 a week.
Yeah, that would be really good. Yeah,
Um,
they're
yeah,
definitely very interesting. Just really quickly, I know I said one more, but this
yeah, no
just came
problem.
up in chat. Do you think the Stop Killing Games movement can actually work?
I don't know, man. I think that their biggest bet is if they can get the EU on their side,
Mm,
um, because you need a huge body to be able to shut a market out. You have to remember the reason we ain't got that nonsense charger for iPhones anymore and they had to go to USB-C is because EU looked at the situation, looked at the case that people were making, like we're getting completely fleeced. We have to buy these £20 chargers every time. You know, we buy an iPhone, the charger doesn't even come with it. And then EU just basically looked at the case. They saw that the consumer was being exploited, and they were just like, "All right, Apple, either you make it so your chargers are USB-C or you can't sell your iPhones in the EU."
yeah,
Like you need someone heavyweight to say stuff like that. And so technically the EU potentially could be the sort of person that's just like, all right, then cool. If you want to go diskless PlayStation, you need to find a way to be able to remove the DRM once you stop supporting the platform, or once the PlayStation Store goes down, or whatever it is. Like they could come to some agreement where they're like, all right, yeah, cool, or you know,
Yeah. No, that makes complete sense. You'll definitely need big backing to get something like that
yeah,
moving
yeah,
properly.
yeah. And that's why the match thing came up, because usually you'd be able to turn to the FTC to do that in the US, where you'd be like, this is unfair practice, like this is anti-consumer, and they could be like, oh yeah, cool, you kind of got a point. This kind of destroys the situation for the. But right now, with the current administration, you can just do whatever you want as a company. You can just do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want.
They're gonna come for you for this, for saying that.
That's all right. They come for me every day. It's fine.
Yeah.
They come for me. They come for me every day. It's fine. Doesn't matter. And
C4 said, "Is there a short explanation to tell people why boycotting Token will only hurt it before making a change?"
yeah, the problem is if you boycott Token, it won't be clear that it's a boycott that caused the bad sales. It would only look like the game didn't sell well. Like, there's no real way to convey, was this the boycott that caused the bad sales, or was it because we made a fighting game there? So that's why I don't believe the boycott is the solution. The solution is to just get really, really, really loud. And maybe it's really difficult because they might not care about you being really loud if it gets good sales. It's just a shit situation, man. And I wish I was more useful and be like, hey guys, here's what you need to do. Call your senator. He did, like, I just don't know what to do, but I just don't think that boycotting is going to be the thing. Unless the boycott happened and it was literally like everyone saying, I was going to buy this game, but this is the reason I didn't. And you managed to get that out there. I just don't know if you can get all your cats in a line to make sure everyone has the exact same message.
Yeah, it's such a bad situation because they simply don't have the numbers of Helldivers, and if they boycott Token, you're going to kill an entire scene that had an opportunity to do something really special in the FGC. So it's just a shit situation. The only thing we can do, like Dale said, is keep making noise. But you can't really vote with your wallet in this one. If you vote with your wallet, you kill Token. If you yeah, it's just fucked. This situation, but Token's situation in particular is really bad.
It is, and it's only because I really understand how fragile fighting games are too that I think I could make the argument to not boycott. Because man, if 2XKO couldn't do it and they had like infinity money behind it, these things are very. Fighting games are just it's a type of genre that's just really sensitive. It's really, really, really sensitive. And everyone who takes fighting games very seriously they're just not the average player. Most people can't handle losing as much as fighting game players can. Most people just can't handle losing. And so it's a very small amount of the subset of gamers that can handle playing a fighting game regularly.
Yeah, remember that fighting games are online or a lonely experience. You don't have a team.
Yeah.
Hey, that was your fault. You get fucked up in a fighting game, you only have one person to blame. And like Dale said, they can't take losing. So I don't think the answer is to boycott Token. I honestly think that's a bad idea. You're going to kill a whole scene. It's the message will not get back to Sony. These guys obviously don't give a fuck. But I don't have a good answer for it either. I don't know what to do.
For sure. Yeah, I wish I was more useful, man. I wish. Yeah, and a lot of times people would say, oh, you're an industry insider, you know stuff, but I don't. I only know a little bit about a little bit. I don't know everything. I just know a little bit about a little bit. But
I think.
But yeah, man.
Dale answered this earlier. He said that they can't talk back against their publishers like that.
Yeah,
if
they can't.
They did that, they'd be in so much trouble.
Yes. You don't want to do that. There's very little upside to that. The Helldiver CEO did, in a way, but he was careful with his words. He just said, like, we really understand this situation shit, and we wish we could resolve it, but it's a publisher issue. They basically threw PlayStation under the bus politely. But he had to take a break from Twitter because they were just coming for his neck.
Yeah, I remember. But again, Helldivers has the benefit of being like, well, there's like 700,000 people trying to sign on one day. I don't know if
Exactly.
Tokon has that benefit.
Exactly. That's crazy numbers. That's crazy numbers. So yeah, I don't know if any fighting game is ever going to have numbers like that. Street Fighter can't pull numbers like that. Like I don't think it's like 300,000-400,000 people maybe on a launch, but yeah. Anyway,
Yeah. All right. Well,
it's
I know you got shit to do, Del. I appreciate you being here.
I don't have anything to do. I don't know why you saying I got shit. I don't have anything to
Sorry, I
do.
keep thinking you're in California and like we're holding you up.
Yeah, I
You're
don't
in
have
London
anything to do. I definitely don't have anything to do. I'm happy to answer a couple more questions if possible.
right? Okay, so my bad. I keep thinking you're in California. My mistake. I
Yeah,
forgot you're here in London.
this is it.
Um, yeah, if you guys have questions to ask Del, now's the time. C4 is willing to risk his job. I know C4 will risk his job to put Token on the map. Listen, hey, C4, you know where I live. If you want to send me a token or if you want to tell me how much it is to buy it, send me a token top that says token for all. I'll wear it on stream. And I signed the petition as well. I don't know what else I could do.
Yeah, it's very very frustrating. I I think um I think as well. I know this is I'm going off the course, but I think as well there's this um n- people don't know how long it takes to make a new fighting game too. It takes a very 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 long time. We actually saw 2XKO kind of most of the production and how long it took because they didn't make it in secret.
Yeah.
And that tells you just how difficult and how long it is. I think Virtual Fire has probably been in production for like forever, forever.
It seems that way. They're not even ready to show us like a full match yet. So
Yeah.
I've got high hopes. I think that the game probably is ready to be viewed, but they're probably like being perfectionist about it. So, which
Yeah.
I'm okay to wait. I don't want them to rush it because if Virtua Fighter comes out in the way that the market is right now, in my mind, it's like that's gonna be my game for the next 10 years. Like I'll play that game like we do with most fighting games, right? We stay on one fighting game for a long time.
Yeah, of course.
So
Of
I don't want it to
course.
come out like shit.
I was playing Tekken 7 for like what 5, 6 years.
Yeah, I
That's a
played it
lot.
from beginning to end. So yeah, it's a lot of time investment. C4 said, "What would your Tokon team be?"
Oh, mine. Oh well, Blade will be in there for sure, and then probably
Mm.
Captain America, and
Mm.
then I don't know why, but Green Goblin just looks interesting to me.
He does. He does look very interesting. If they give him a Goblin suit from the Spider-Man one film, I am sold.
Yeah, that's it. He just looks like one of those unusual characters, and yeah, I like the fact that I'll be able to play around with. Yeah, those are the three that I was paying attention to. That I'm like, yeah. I wanna see what's going because there's not enough weird characters in games anyway.
Yeah.
There's not. There's not. I don't know, man. I remember there was a lot more Voldos back in the day, like like
Yeah.
or
Those are risky
Faust.
characters these days, man. You get
They are,
cancelled for that,
yeah.
though.
Voldo or Faust. Those I just like those weirdo characters where they're just a bit like.
I
There's
think
not
I'll
many
probably
of them.
play Ghost Rider, Magneto, Doom, and either Spider-Man or Blade. I
Yeah,
think those would be my go-tos.
but Magneto's a sick one. Actually, I don't know if you remember who it was that made that post about. They were responding to some fighting game director talking about how like, oh yeah, we're gonna make sure this game has something for everyone. There's gonna be a like a very defense heavy character and a charge character and a rush character, and then
Mm.
they would make an argument like, who cares about that? Like, no one cares about that. They're like, as a fighting game person, I just want to play Magneto because he looks hench and his blasts are big. Like we don't think in terms of like, oh, tell me who the charge character is. Like that's not the fantasy of a fighting game. Like it's you just want to play someone you think looks cool.
Yeah.
Not it's rarely the play style that's the thing you pay attention to, and then you ignore the visuals. And yeah, I hope they get that right.
GGB said, regarding emulation, if Sony is fine with purging these gaming avenues, what's to keep them from making emulation their next excuse for underperforming sales on PS Plus?
I don't believe that they want you to play old games. I believe they want you to buy and play new ones. Like, it's just
Yeah,
that's honestly it. I just think this whole decision to like retire the PS Vita store, the PS3 store is like they're just like come here and spend your money. You know,
yeah,
they don't
100.
want you to play old games. They don't want you
It's
to play
very
old games.
clear that they're trying to kill the secondhand market as well, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, of course they're trying to retire it for sure, for sure.
Blackmore
Um,
said, what do devs think of gamers making fan-made servers of their games like Resident Evil Outbreak Online for PS2 being open source or MGS4's online brought back?
so in my last video where I talked about how I worked on lots of the characters for Arkham Origins, on the multiplayer disc, and now you can't play the server. Someone DM'd me and showed me that there is a fan made server to play the Batman Arkham Origins multiplayer,
Oh,
and they've revived the game, and they're like still playing that crazy old game with all my characters are in it and stuff. And I was so gassed. I was like, "This is sick. This is so sick." They just refuse to let it die.
mhm.
So developers usually love it. It's the publishers who don't.
It's such a shame as well because like they were talking about that with Helldivers, and they were saying if Sony pulls one of their stunts again, they'll just take the game offline. But like
Yeah,
I really like Helldivers. Like I buy the war bonds and we spend time going to different planets and liberating them. For them to just take all my shit offline, and someone
yeah,
was
it
like, "Why
sucks.
can't we just play the game with our friends and
Yeah,
like leave us alone? Like we've invested all this time and money into your games. If you don't want to support anymore, just piss off and do something else."
yeah, yeah, and that's kind of why in the video I said at the end I was like really focusing on they don't want you to buy something and own it anymore. What game developers do,
Yeah,
and that's like authors too. You know, authors love the idea of you buying a book and then when you're finished with it, giving it to your children or your
yeah.
nephew, and they enjoy it. They just want the art form to continue. Or
Yeah,
like,
I literally just gave all of my Junji Ito books to my missus because she's a big fan, and
oh,
like I was like,
raw,
well,
yeah, of
I've,
course,
I've already read them a long time ago, and I was like, I'm not gonna read them again. You take
yeah,
them.
yeah. I mean, that makes sense. Yeah, you don't need to read Uzumaki twice.
Yeah,
Like,
once was enough.
one time is enough. But yeah, I think that's how creators think. I think they're not, you know, most of them probably want to make something so it's appreciated by as many people as possible. They're not like, yeah, well, I prefer only 10 people get it, but they all paid for it rather than like, whatever, man. That's nonsense.
Yeah, I was actually watching a YouTuber's video. I can't remember what his name is, Louis something or Lewis something, and he was talking about how the real enemy here is DRM. It's not what PlayStation's doing, that this is a big distraction. He's saying that DRM is the real problem, and it's not just affecting games, it's affecting everything from like cars to like I don't
He's,
know what other household
yeah,
appliance they were talking about,
yeah,
but
he's right.
everything. Yeah, it was like you own nothing. That old conspiracy was like you own nothing and you'll like it, but now it's like
Yeah,
you own nothing and we don't care if you like it or not. And he was basically saying
yeah,
you don't even own your car really when you buy it with some retailers because everybody was putting their anger on Elon Musk, and he was saying, yeah, Elon Musk is a dickhead and all this, but you guys focusing on Tesla is taking the attention away from Ford, who is doing the exact same thing.
mm. Yeah. I've
Do you
heard
think
that
that's the same
too.
with games?
Yeah, I think it's a two-pronged argument. I think there's one side of it is we want discs, and that doesn't mean that it's a distraction from also wanting DRM. Because most people, when they say they want discs, they're saying, I want DRM free discs. That's the full statement. We're not saying we just want discs. We're saying, I want to be able to play the game when I want on my terms and own it, which is effectively the same argument. Like, um, So maybe we can't win this war, and then the next war is like, well, we just need to be able to have some DRM-free solution.
Yeah. Do you foresee, so when PlayStation stops the physical games altogether, if that actually does end up going through, do you think we're going to see even stricter ruling on like taking people's accounts away because they can't? Because it's happened a couple of times now.
It's already happened already. There's people who've already lost their PSN account. There was a do you know Colin Moriarty?
No, I don't think so.
He runs a channel called Sacred Symbols. It's actually like the biggest PlayStation podcast channel.
I might have come past it a few times.
But he had his PSN account hacked. And it was like he was like the 12th person on my feed that I saw it happen to.
Yeah.
And so it's like, what's to stop a sweeping action of everyone just getting their stuff hacked and you just lose all your accounts? But they can't hack your physical discs. No one can hack your copy of Marvel vs. Capcom 2 on PlayStation 2. So it's like also a security issue. So there's one side of things, just security. That stuff can be hacked. And another side is they can just decide to revoke access. And they will. Of course they're going to. Of course they're going to. And what are you going to do? Take them to court? You're not taking PlayStation to court because they took away 50 of your online games.
Yeah. Is there no cheaper alternatives for them? Because I know they're saying that like going diskless is going to save them a lot of money or whatever. But is there no like cartridge alternative or something that they could do where the cost is dramatically decreased, but we still get physical media?
It's not really a cost thing. It's not. I don't believe it's a cost thing. It's not really a cost thing. It's a control thing.
Yeah.
It's a way to destroy the secondary market. And it's a way to just keep you always buying the new stuff. I don't want you to go back and play Tekken 5 ever. Well, you should be playing Tekken 8. Like it's just that way of thinking on a company-wide scale. Like you can, and it's like
it's actually such a shame.
Yeah, it's like, why are you doing that? Why are you playing the old God of War? Come and play this over-the-shoulder version. This is the one you need to play here. I don't care that you don't like the new one. It's just that's how they think.
Neo said, Del, how will new game devs' resumes have to look if all your references like these future games eventually go up in smoke because of these publishers and lack of evidence?
Yeah, it does. It's actually crazy because this technically has already been a thing where I know people who worked on Concord, and the way that they had to showcase that they worked on Concord was to take screenshots of people who uploaded their gameplay to YouTube to be like, I did this, I did that. Like there was no physical proof other than what fans had put up. And I was like, that just looks gross to me. That's like no one can corroborate or verify. Like, yeah, I don't know. It's gonna suck though. It's gonna suck. But there's always been issues with that too. Like for example, I'm not in the credits for Batman Arkham Origins, even though I made loads of characters for it.
Damn, they didn't put you in the credits.
No, I had a big issue with this, like, and the art director asked me to come back to work for the studio, and I said I'm never going to come back to the studio because you took me out of the credits.
There's no bag they can offer you to come back.
No, he already tried to offer me to go back, and I was like, I'm never going to work for the studio again. When I left, I said, can I please make sure I'm in the credits? And then for whatever reason, I just wasn't in the credits. So I was like, whatever.
Did they give you a reason for why they took you out, even though your work was in the game?
He said he forgot.
Oh damn!
Because the way it used to work, and to be honest, the way it does work is most credits in film is like there is a producer who's in charge of the credits. But in games, it's so loosey goosey. It's like the game is about to get pressed, and then you just go around all the different departments, and you just say like, oh yeah, could you just send us a list of all the people in your team? And you're like, oh yeah, here we go, and then it just goes in the list. And then you all forget about the person who quit 7 months ago or whatever. It's like not really a respected way.
Yeah.
It's gotten a lot better now. Like for example, if you look at the credits for Jedi Survivor, I'm listed as principal character artist. When the game shipped, they accidentally put me as a senior character artist, which is one level down.
Oh,
And then I messaged the director, and I was like, I'm a little bit disappointed that one, I'm glad my name's there, but I'm a little bit disappointed that I got the incorrect title. And he got back to me so quick, and he was just like, I never knew this happened. I'm so sorry. Your name's gonna get fixed in the next patch. I will make sure it happens. And he got it fixed. He got it fixed.
damn! Patch notes for the credits.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
crazy.
He like his word was for real. You can look it up. You can look at the credits. My name is there and the right thing. But yeah, the first patch ever. My name's in the credits. So
I wanted to ask you actually. I know this might be a weird question, but recently Supergirl came out, and so did Obsession and the Backrooms. And from what I understand, Supergirl's done horribly, even though the investment was insane. And
yeah.
Obsession had a very low investment and has done insane numbers. And I was reading this thing online from like these movie buff guys, and they were saying how like Hollywood might be going through a shift soon where these YouTubers like Markiplier and all that are coming in and making these videos with
Of
low
course.
budgets, and they're blowing up, and the industry might be changing. Do you think we might ever see something like that for video games?
Yes, and I think we kind of are with things like Expedition 33. The thing that we're not seeing is the survivorship bias. So we look at films like Obsession and Backrooms, and we don't get to see the 700 other indie titles that had similar budgets that crashed and burned. And the same is true of Expedition 33. Indie title with a small team. I think that they said the studio made the game for less than 12 million, which is basically nothing. It's basically free compared to what most of these AAA titles cost. Went on to have phenomenal success, but there are, I want to say, 1,200 Steam games released every year, indie games.
Yeah.
And a lot of those did not manage to reach those same heights. So I think it's a little bit of survivorship bias where we see these like underdog hits do well, and then we don't see all the ones that came out and just didn't do anything. But there's also a problem that where they're making movies that everyone is very fatigued from.
Yeah.
Like,
have you seen Supergirl?
No, I haven't seen Supergirl. Like,
oh, you sound offended when I asked you.
No, I'm not going to see Supergirl. It's not. It's also a problem of entertainment and time. I only have so many hours in a day. So if I'm going to spend the time, like I watch Michael Jackson in theaters, I just really want to see it in theaters. But you know what's crazy? Here's the crazier part: is I get to see all movies for free.
What? Why?
Because I'm on the BAFTA North America committee. So there's actually, I think, 8 of us on the committee for BAFTA to represent North America. And because of that, I get to go to all the screenings. I get to go to the premiere screenings for BAFTA where they have Q&As with the actors too. And so any movie that comes out, usually within reason, they'll just be like, you can just go and watch whenever you want. And I'm not going to see most of these movies just because I just don't have time like that. I just don't have free time.
Yeah, no, I hear it. Can you get a +1 on that membership?
Yeah,
London guys.
If I was in the UK, I think I'd be able to.
Damn.
Yeah.
When I come up to California, I'll hit you up.
Yeah, of course.
I have to be very selective with the movies I watch as well. Like I went to watch Backrooms and Obsession, and I've seen Evil Dead Rise before, but I got my missus to watch it because I want to go and watch Burn. But we basically choose one film a month now because cinema's too expensive. It's too much time, and then you go and waste your time. Like I'm not watching Supergirl in the cinema. I don't even think I'll watch it on streaming. It just didn't look very good.
It's a lot. It's a whole day you're losing. You're losing, and don't even get me started. And even me saying like, I get to watch these movies for free. It's not the cost of the movie that's the expense. It's
the time.
It's the time and the popcorn's like £500. It's like you're gonna get blazed up no matter what you do. So
Yeah. Yeah, the prices are outrageous. If your cinema doesn't have a membership, you're like paying £15 every time you go and watch a film.
yeah,
It's not worth it.
it's
I need to see The Furious. I see people talking about that. They never released it in my cinema, so I'm waiting for it to
what's
come to
that?
streaming. The Furious is like meant to be the spiritual successor to the Raid, and
Oh, I saw an image of that. Oh, snap.
yeah,
Okay.
everyone that I've spoken to, literally everyone has said it's amazing. Like it's in terms of like what they were able to accomplish
That
with
can't be
the
right.
action.
That can't be right. Someone must have hate out there. Someone out
I
there
have
hates it.
I have not spoken to a single hater.
Mad. Okay. All right. I'll check it out.
Yeah, I definitely want to watch it. Anyone else got questions for Del? I think I've exhausted all my questions here. Did you have any questions,
Okay.
Del? I know that you thought I was right wing at one point. Was there anything else that you thought of me?
That's funny. No, I just thought you was moving mad. I just thought you was moving. But you're right. Everything is it's really polarized when you have to just look at someone's tweet and someone's reply.
I thought I was always
Yeah.
polite on Twitter compared to most people.
It wasn't you. It wasn't you. It wasn't you. It was how people addressed you.
What, in the
It's how
fighting game
people,
community?
I don't even think it was people in the fighting game community. I think it was just nobody's. I think
Oh, you cut off for a second.
yeah, I think it was just nobody's. Just it wasn't anyone in the community. Just nobody's.
Damn, I got typecast. That's crazy.
Yeah. Just nobody. But then you also have to think I was on high defense at that time because that was like when we started talking was the one of the peaks of grifters finding their moment.
I remember you said to me, because I invited you on and you were like, you said something like, I ain't trying to get clip farmed or I ain't trying to give you a moment to dunk. And I was like, whoa, this wants to have a chat. Like I think you were kind of defensive the first time I watched the
Defensive,
film.
yeah, that sounds right. That sounds right.
I was
I
confused
don't
as well
know.
because I was like, why is he being, did I say something? I was confused.
Yeah. But that's what it was like it was just non-stop. But yeah, that's just non-stop. That's actually
Yeah.
part of the reason why I came to YouTube too. Because I was like, one, I couldn't come to YouTube when I was on PlayStation. I couldn't make a YouTube when I was at EA. When I was at Warner Brothers, I couldn't make a YouTube.
Yeah.
And so then once I went to an independent studio, I was like, started to think about how I could talk about whatever I wanted if I wanted to. And the plan initially was I was going to make a channel and I knew that I would only get like 50 subscribers. That was the plan. I was just like, I'm going to only get like 50 subscribers. I'm going to make a cool couple videos, catch the vibe. And then it was a bit more than that. And I was like, oh, cool. Maybe this could be more of a thing.
Yeah.
But the whole thing was like, I just wanted to be free to talk, man. And then
But
choose the topics.
has your YouTube channel barred you from going to bigger studios now?
It hasn't. I don't think it has, no. But I think it would be very difficult because I know of other people. Like I speak to, I don't know if you know Alana.
Alana Pierce.
Is that her surname?
The white girl on you,
Yeah.
Charizard girl.
Yeah, that's the one.
She's always catching
and-
you.
Well, yeah, for endlessly. She showed me a clip. I think one time she showed me an image of her inbox, and I was just like, "This is disgusting."
Damn.
Like it was like I'm not even no exaggeration. It was just a long line of DMs just talking about what men were gonna do to her and like catch her and do things to her.
That's
Like,
terrible, man. Like she's had
Yeah.
takes. I made a video about her where I was like, this is a disastrous take. Like it was really
Mhm.
bad, but it was about the take. It was just about her.
It wasn't
take.
about her exactly, and I think that's really, really high level maturity when you can critique someone's words rather than them as a person.
Yeah.
But she said that having a YouTube and being at Sony Santa Monica at the same time was just a nightmare.
The God of War stuff, she caught a lot of heat for that.
Yeah, of
'Cause
course.
apparently she was well, from what I heard, she said that she worked on the game, but then she didn't work on the game, and then someone said she was meant to be in the credits and all this stuff. And I think recently she said she works on the new God of War game with
She was on the
Kratos'
new
wife.
one, yeah. But I don't know what the situation is. I know she said she worked at Sony Santa Monica, but I never heard her say that she worked on the old God of War. But I don't know. I didn't. I'm not checking every video. I don't know. Like,
Yeah.
and it's not like it's my brethren. It's just someone like I like. Oh, I cross paths and I see, and I'm like, hi, I know who you are, and she knew who I was. But yeah, I think her being at Sony Santa Monica time and having a YouTube channel was basically a logistical nightmare. Because
I can
yeah,
imagine. Did they
I used to get in
would
trouble at
they
Naughty Dog all the time, and I didn't have a YouTube channel.
so they would actively tell you no online presence like that other than Twitter.
They didn't say that. They didn't say that. They would be like, you work for the company, and so we have to present ourselves. Long story short, they didn't like you talking, but they couldn't outright say it. But they used to give me a hard time all the time.
Yeah.
I used to get called in that office all the time for my tweets.
I can imagine though Alana Pierce's DMs because I saw my friend's DMs and she's in the fitness industry
Mm-hmm.
and she's had texts that I thought were like that's a dumb thing to say online, but
Mm.
I saw her DMs along like maybe like 8 years ago when she was still new in the game and it was abhorrent. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, yeah, it's
Like
mad.
people were
Yeah, it's
talking
mad.
about like she's an NPC in Red Dead Redemption with some of the things they
Yeah,
wanted to do to her. I was like, damn.
yeah, yeah. Proper mad. It's like, yeah, it's you don't really. That's why I say I don't really take the heat too bad. I just don't think I get the like people like you say, oh, they're coming for you. They're not really coming for me in the same way as if I was a woman.
Mm.
Like, they don't come for me that hard. No.
It's a shame. It's a shame that it can't just be about our takes because you can even make a really snarky, rude video about your take, but it's still about
Mm.
the take. It's still just about.
Yeah,
It's not about you as a person. Maybe
yeah,
you're.
yeah. I think that's fine.
Yeah, I think that's cool as well. Like I've seen people make videos about some of my takes, or like people make comments saying that Mike guy's takes are trash, but they're not calling me trash. They're just saying my takes are trash, and I'm like, that's fine.
Yeah, of
That's not a
course. That's
problem.
fine. That's okay. Some of my takes are trash.
Yeah.
so, so- sometimes I say stuff and I look back and I'm just like, I think you was moving mad though. There was like no need for you to say that.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, 100%. I think it does speak to a level of maturity, but then I think that unfortunately, like when COVID hit, a lot of people just stayed online and didn't really go outside and talk to people, and they got used to talking to people like they're just a number on the screen or something.
absolutely, absolutely. But there's a whole chronically online world who don't interact with humans in the real world, and you're not dealing with a balanced human being.
Yeah,
You're not-
yeah. I dealt with someone like that the other day. I had Emery Rains on here, and
oh yeah.
a lot of obviously people on Twitter the next day had things to say, and one guy was just I was trying to explain to him something about how Evo works and who Mr. Wizard was and what happened to DOA. He weren't trying to hear none of it. He was just putting the blame on Emery. And he was like, "This is Emery's fault. He's this, he's that." And I was like, "Bro, you're not even listening. You're not engaging in the
Yeah, you're not even.
conversation.
Yeah, you're not actually
You're here
listening.
for a fight. You just want to fight." So yeah,
That's funny, man. That's funny. Emery also kind of plays the heel a little bit too, so he's probably quite good at like getting people annoyed.
yeah. He plays the hill, but I'm like some of the responses. I'm like, all right. There's playing a hill and there's actually just being a hill. And I'm like, I don't
Yeah,
think you guys are like playing a hill. I think that you're actually being like just full on
yeah,
hateful.
yeah.
So,
That's
yeah, I don't
no,
know.
it's true. But I did see things quite differently when I did see. I got. There was two times where it proper calmed me down because some stuff online used to really get me mad, and there was something that fixed me. It literally fixed me, and I was never angry online again. And it was the Stellar Blades Change.org petition. I don't know if you saw this. It was where people could. It was Grums's petition where he said they need to uncensor Stellar Blade, um, because they changed some of the outfits to basically reveal a little bit less skin, or whatever, and then
Okay.
they made a petition. But people could put videos up of them in the petition of themselves, and they were just like, I support Grum's petition, and I think Stellar Blade should have, less censorship, and it should be how it was originally intentioned, etc. Bro, I don't know if you got to see these videos, but the people on these videos, the guys on these videos, I was like, it would take, even if they all won the lottery, none of them was getting a girl. These were like very, very unfortunate looking guys. It
Oh,
was like, but like one after the other, and they all had something going on. I'm like, these are the people who I'm arguing with on Twitter. These are what they look like. It completely fixed me. It completely fixed me. Like
no, I
I
hear it.
never had, and I was just like, oh, you don't actually know how mad at the world some of these people are who spend their whole time just making like just rage content.
Yeah. No, I hear it, man. Like I try to treat everybody the same. Like I try to treat everybody with equal amount of respect, even if they're like a faceless person on the internet. I don't mind that. That's not a problem for me. My problem occurs like what you're dealing with, where you're a faceless person and you're talking mad to me right now.
Yeah.
Like you're just going off the rails
Just,
over a video. We're not talking about politics. We're not talking about like a
yeah.
real world issue, like a third world or first world issue. We're talking about a video game, and you are talking about me like I am the second coming of Hitler. So now we've got a problem. Those are the people I don't like. That's when I start saying it's always a fucking anime profile pic. It's not always. It's not always an anime profile pic. Um, no, sorry, it's not all anime profile pics, but it's always an anime profile pic that is saying the maddest shit to me.
Yeah. Absolutely,
Yeah,
something
it's very
absolutely
annoying.
reckless.
So this petition that Grums had for Stellar Blade, did it end up going through? Did they get it
I
uncensored?
think they sent. In the end, I don't think they actually. I'm gonna send you one of them. Send you one of them. But it was I think they sent the petition and it never really changed anything. And then I think then they made more like sexy content, and then they were happy, you know. But then, when I say there was like at least 18 guys and they all looked the same, where I'm like, oh, scene. Like, I totally understand why you guys are so upset at the world.
Hmm.
Like, like, yeah,
Do you know what
I
do you
never
know what my
argue.
thing is? I don't mind them releasing games that are super uncensored. I don't mind. But when people go in super hard, like someone has just been like someone's kicked a dog, I'm like,
Mm,
bro, I'm with you. Maybe let's not censor this. Like DOA right now, that's the conversation online. Like, how is DOA 7 gonna come out? I don't care if they come out with nipple tassels and stuff. Like, I just want the fighting game to be good. If they can get that down, then do what you want with the costumes. But if they come out of a costume that's like a normal bikini rather than nipple tassels, I'm not gonna go to war over it. I'm just gonna be like, it's not that big of a deal. But some guys online, I see them like
nah, this is
they
all they have.
lose it.
This is all they have.
Yeah.
This is all they have. You're not dealing with people who are able to move on from they feel like something that is something that was owed to them.
Nah, you're not owed a bikini costume, guys. I'm sorry.
Yeah, this is all they have. It's not. These aren't regular people. These are not.
You must.
Yeah.
Do you get a lot more in America than you do in the UK? I don't know. I don't know. Oh, I'm just seeing it. Oh,
I
I
wish I
can't.
saved them all. I wish I saved them all. Like, because there was loads of them, and then they got such backlash for basically being like, "Why is everyone in your petition look like they like look so mad? Like, why do they all look like just supreme incels?" And they all had something wrong with it. And like, my immediate reaction was pity, and I was just like, "Oh, I understand now, and I'm never gonna cuss these people ever again."
I hear
Like,
it. I hear it. Do you know, I feel so bad about this guy's situation. I can't put it on screen. This is diabolical.
And bro, all he's doing is just talking in the camera and saying, "I really want the Stellar Blade stuff to be uncensored. I'm part of the petition." He's actually there is actually no reason to. He's not in an embarrassing situation. The video is something he posted online, and I promise you, there was like at least 8 to 12 of these guys. And then it got so bad that they deleted the videos of the petition because it was just like, raw. It's just who the supporters are.
Yeah,
Just like,
I can see they've limited who can see the posts and stuff as well. They've deleted a bunch of stuff.
yeah. There was loads of them. There was loads of them.
Yeah, I don't want to get this. I don't want to shame anyone for their looks.
Yeah. So yeah, that fixed me. That fixed me. And then the other thing that fixed me was someone sent me a DM, and it was the longest DM ever, and it was just a hateful DM. But the crux of it was very similar to Red related speech, where long and short of it was, why do you have so many followers? You don't deserve them. Like, and I have things I have to say, but no one pays attention to me because I'm not DEI like you, and I deserve. It was just like a long rant of, you have what I want.
That's Reds is worse because he said it on camera with people looking at him. As a grown man, could not do that. I am nothing but happy for people that have found their avenue on YouTube, whether I agree with their content or not. I would never, ever send them a DM saying, why do you have 30 and I only have 27?
Yes.
That is fucking pathetic.
Really mad. It was really, but it was the second thing that like fixed me, where I'm like, oh, cool. Like, you are just upset that you're not the main character. And I don't think people even realize when you're in this situation, like the situation I'm in, where I can only really see the people who have like 1 million followers. And I'm like, I'm just a small guy. What are you talking about? Like, it's like there's a relationship that happens whenever you have something you can't really pay. You don't really appreciate it like you should. Like, or even just being in the Western world and having internet. Like, I'm not thinking to myself, like, this is great. I have access to clean water. I should be like, that's just not how our mind works. It's just a sliding scale of things.
I imagine you probably get that because I know that you've worked really hard to get to where you are, and like you're very skilled in your particular avenue in the video game industry. I know that like you know loads of other things as well, but like I think you're saying that you're specialized in like creating characters and whatnot. But do you get people saying, oh, you're only there, or do you get a lot of people saying you're only there because you're black, or you're only there because of the temperature in the politics right now or whatever?
I didn't, because I got in the industry before that stuff became a thing. So by the time that started to become a conversation, because I entered the game industry in 2010. And so by the time it started to become a conversation about like, you only got in there because, like, I've had people be like, oh, you only got in because of affirmative action. I'm like, affirmative action? I'm from England. There's no special designation if you're black. What are you talking about? Like, so the the argument didn't really land very well because I didn't get in the wave of DEI. DEI didn't exist when I came in the industry. It just was not a thing. It didn't exist. That was like the thing that kind of made it so when people tried to make that argument, it was like it fell apart very, very quickly. And then also, surprisingly, being Black British is very different from being African American. You're perceived very differently.
Yeah, like, I've come to learn that on this channel. How's that been living in America though? Because like, I get it online, but how is it being in America, not being an African American? How differently are you treated?
I've literally been stopped by the police in a car, and I'm like sweating because I'm like, oh my god, it's happening. And I've got flashbacks of like every video that we saw in 2009, and I'm like, what? The moment they hear that British accent, like they relax. Like the moment they're like, oh, okay, he sounds like one of those actors. So I've
Yeah.
kind of seen the prejudice get like washed away there. So that's why I'm quite hard on saying to people when people be like, "Oh, what's the black experience like in America?" I'm like, I can't give you the black experience in America. I can tell you the black British experience, which is way less harsh than the African American experience. I can give you that. But then I
Mm.
also think that if you come from a melting pot as a black person, you perceive the world very differently. And
Yeah, you're
so
from London, so you would see
we
things
was
different.
around everyone. We was around everyone. Like people in my people in my class. My best friend was half Vietnamese. My other best friend was mixed race. My other best friend was Nigerian. I had another brethren that was Greek. I had another guy from UK. Like that's just London is just a super melting pot. And so sometimes what I was noticing in game studios is I would be really cool with the black people in the studio as well as everyone. We're cool, but I would be much more comfortable speaking to white authority than my black peers. And
Is
I was
that
like, what
because
is that?
they made you feel uncomfortable, or you just felt that way because you didn't sound like them?
I think it's a few things. One, I seem to be, I had the advantage that whatever I said just sounded different, or I don't know, the British accent comes across very differently to Americans anyway. They're enamored by it. So there's that. But also, I was working with people who may never have worked with white people before. They never went to school with white people before. They never went to college. All the people in their neighborhood wasn't white, and so there's just this like subtle, I don't know what you call it, just like um unfamiliarity with where you're just not, it's like a slight uncomfortableness where because they only grew up around people that look like them, now they're in a work scenario where they're underneath people who don't look like them, and they've never really been in that scenario because like I
Mhm.
said, their neighborhood, their family, their school, maybe their everything was just one type of demographic, and they go to another demographic, they're like uh it's like, you got that friend who's just like too shy to talk to the teacher. It was like that but on like a grown-up level.
Yeah,
And I
that's
was like,
interesting.
oh, that's not like I could see it quite quickly because I'd be like, oh, I'm gonna write up this thing and make some suggestions. And it's like, what, you're gonna message the director with your suggestions? I was like, yeah, it's just a suggestion, you can ignore it. But there was like a level of just like, do you think you should do that sort of thing?
Mm. It's
Um,
gonna be a really weird question, right? If you say no comment, I'll understand. But there's a lot of Americans in the chat, obviously, and
mhm.
apparently, African Americans feel a type of way if black British men say the N word. Um, has that been your experience in America? I'm just curious because of the conversation that we had like a couple of months ago.
Yeah, I feel like I've met those people before, and it goes beyond that. Because for one, I don't really say it. I just don't really say it.
Yeah.
Like if I'm saying it, it's because I'm listening to a Nas song, like, and that's the lyrics. But I
Mm.
don't really say it because I just don't. Um, but I think it's beyond that. It's sometimes there is a cool, you're black but not that black. So
Yeah,
it's
yeah, yeah.
like you're all right, you're part of the conversation, but you're not an authority on this, or you're not an authority, or like, because I got heat from the left, not from the left. I got heat from the right when I made the tweet saying, um, I've tried to push for pretty black girls in games,
Hmm.
and whenever I've tried to pitch them, they always come back not looking pretty. Like,
I saw that tweet. Yeah, I saw it.
and that has been done rounds, and people think I deleted it because, oh, the left got to him, and I'm like, whatever. The reason I deleted it was because it was getting quote retweeted by the most racist people on Twitter, saying like, look at this is what this developer is saying, this is what they're, etc. But that's not what why I deleted it. I'm sorry. So the reason I deleted it was because it was just getting like being used as fuel to make the argument that there's a woke agenda. So but then people were saying like, oh, he got silenced by the left. And the truth is, the left can never silence me. I don't really give a shit about the left. So I don't really care about enough people to silence me. The only people that can silence me is my wife. Like, that's it. No one's silencing me. But
I hear it.
I do know that there is a whole like thing that some African American people were slighted by the fact that I was not an African American person talking about African American representation.
Okay.
And I'm not saying that they aren't entitled to that. I don't actually think that's wrong. I actually think if someone came to London and was talking about Black British things and they were from America, I'd be like, bro, like, can you chill? Like, you don't know.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think there's a little bit of that. And I don't necessarily think they're wrong. I do believe that it's a conversation that can only really be had in safe spaces. And Twitter's not a safe space to talk about race.
Twitter's not a safe space to talk about anything, to be fair.
Basically. That's why I didn't want to talk about that stuff anymore. Because I was just like, I'm happy to talk about this stuff in maybe a safe space offline, talk about it all day. But when this is starting to become like Grums is talking about this, bro, that's making me feel sick to my stomach.
No, I hear it. I get on a lot of those guys. Like, I'm able to talk to them, and like, even though we disagree on a lot, but Grums is one openly that I've said I can't fucking stand this guy.
Yeah,
I can't stand the things that I see him typing out. I just like, I feel like a lot of it's just rage bait. It has to be.
It is, and it's just like, well, man, just online tweeting 400 times a day, and you're 60 years old. Like, oh man, just
Did
nonsense.
he used to work on World of Warcraft or something?
Yeah, he was a producer. He was a producer on there, but that is not a high level situation. It's not like, but he went on to found a studio that got funding, and then he burned all the money up, and then the studio went defunct.
Yeah, I heard about that. But before I forget, someone just mentioned it in chat. The characters that you were creating, the Black women, and you were creating them to like be very pretty. Why were they coming back completely altered?
Well, it wasn't that they were coming back completely altered. It was that I would pitch them. So I wasn't getting a chance to create them because I created 3D models, right? And so a lot of times I would pitch them and be like, here's what I think this character should be. And I would give them references of baddies. These are like the buffest girls I could find. And I'd be like, here's what my images and what I imagine. And then it would go through the process of a bunch of guys who are just not like us. And they'd come back and they'd be like, yeah, we're thinking, to make it more like this. And I'd be like, bro, you just lost all the sex appeal, man. What's going on? Like, and it would happen a few times, but it was that I fundamentally don't believe that they can see there are some people, especially left-wing people, who fundamentally do not see Black people or Black women can be appealing. Like, in their mind, because I'm like, how is it that this keeps happening? It's the only conclusion I can come to is that for whatever reason, you are bending it to how your subconscious sees that.
Right. Okay. So you're basically saying that the way you perceive Black women to be beautiful, when you show them what your idea of a beautiful Black woman is, they come back and they're like, "We're gonna go in this direction." And you're looking at like, that's not the culture or whatever.
Yeah, it's just, and it's happened a few times where it happened enough times where I'm like, I don't want to work at a place that happens anymore.
Yeah. And that tweet made the rounds. So did other developers see it then?
Yeah, other developers see it. It's all right.
Did they have anything to say on it?
A lot of times people don't say anything to my face. Like, I see these people in spaces, they don't say anything.
Yeah.
There's probably only one developer who really said something. And was like, they understand where I was coming from, but they hated that the fact that it got picked up by those people, which I actually agree with.
That's not your fault though. Like they can't hold that against you.
I don't think they were holding it against me. I think they were just saying how they felt.
Oh, okay, that's fair enough. Yeah, I can imagine getting retweeted by your your people that you consider to be like racist or detractors.
Yeah,
You were
yeah,
their
like
champion for a day.
basically. And then they all turned on me when I said like, "Oh, this is long. I don't want to talk about this anymore because you guys are just twisting my words." And then you got ending me on making a whole video about like they silenced him, and then this is what happens when you're DEI. And I'm like, "Oh, shut up, man. Yeah, find employment." Like,
Yeah, I can imagine it's really irritating to be on the inside and then you've got people on the outside telling you, no, this is what happened, and you're sitting there like that's definitely not what happened.
that's
And
not what happened. Yeah.
I think like I've probably been guilty of doing that with Tekken multiple times, but I think with your situation, because politics are involved, and we're not just talking about like polygons on a screen or whatever,
Exactly.
it's much
Yeah.
worse.
Yeah. When I see entire threads about um black women by racist people, I was just like, this is gross, man. This is gross. And I'm the center of the conversation. It's like, this is gross.
Yeah. So do you think that might have lent because you were saying that in the industry that some people see you as right wing? Do you think that situation lent to it?
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. There are a lot of people in my game in the games who don't like them. They just don't like me at
Mm.
all. They don't like me at all.
But they won't say it to your face.
No, they wouldn't say it to my face. But it's developers who came to me and said, like, do you know that this person was just gunning you all day in the studio after you left? Literally. And I was like, oh, right, I saw that person the other day and I said hi.
I kind of know how you feel, man. I've been messaged by people saying, "Oh, so and so is like insulting you, Mike," and I was like, "Well, if we were just playing Virtua the other day or Tekken, I understand what the problem is. So I get how you feel, but it's just that it's people whispering, isn't it? Like distorting the truth about you."
Yeah, it's whatever, it's weird. And then I also went my entire life not really believing that haters were a real thing. I just thought that's just I haven't got haters, bro. Like it's not, oh, I've got so many haters. Like I just always thought that was really arrogant for someone to say that they have haters.
Yeah,
And then I guess I had become part of a situation where wow, people don't like me, but their reasons for not liking me are very, very odd and not real. And then so I wouldn't say I have haters, but I definitely have people that just don't like me for sure.
yeah, no, 100%. I think when you obviously like you've got a big presence on Twitter and your YouTube channel is growing now, you're in that you're gonna get haters. I think sometimes when people say it, like my friend will say it, and when he works in a very isolated place, and he hasn't got an online presence, and I'm like, who's hating on you, bro? Like, who is hating on you, really? But then obviously you get other situations where you're exposed to thousands of people. You're definitely gonna have at least silent haters, maybe not people that are being vocal.
Yeah, I got at least I definitely got one hater from your community. At least
Who's
one.
that?
Anytime I appear in any of your videos, this guy is the first one in there. So like, oh, not them again.
I know who you're talking about. You're talking about the guy with the Sasuke profile pic.
The Sasuke program. He doesn't like me, bro. He doesn't. But he's in Moonsault's. If I talk to Moonsault, he's in the chat as well. He's just like, oh, not Dell again. I hate this guy. I don't know his name, bro.
Yeah,
I don't know his name.
I've seen him. His name is something Shinigami, I think.
Yeah, I can't.
But anytime I talk about you, anytime you're in a thumbnail, he's always there, and he's always like, "Why have you got Dell on the channel?" I'm just like, "Bro, can you fucking chill? Like, relax." I even said to him once, "Why don't you come up here when Dell's here, and we'll talk about this. We'll see what your actual problem is."
I don't have a problem with him at all. Well, I don't really know who he is.
I know who he is through coming to my videos all the time, but I don't know why I don't like you because he doesn't tell me why. He just says, fucking Dell again." I almost feel like
I don't know either. His name is Blast S rank. Blast _S_ rank. And
that's it.
He doesn't like Dell. He doesn't like Dell, bro.
I don't know if he's the same S rank that is on Bleach because there was a player called S rank that played Rebirth of Souls. It was pretty good. I don't know if it's him.
Okay.
If it's him, I'm gonna be like, yo, come to my channel, bro. Let's have a chat about this because I actually want to know what your problem is. Because without fail, he's there every single time.
Right. I don't know I don't know why I did to him. I don't know why I really don't know.
Yeah,
But yeah.
I don't know. Then Sensi, thank you for the €2. The game is uncensored on disc without patching it.
Oh, is this Stellar Blades?
Yes, I think it is Stellar Blade. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because the patch update changed the outfits. That's right.
So you can just
That
go
makes
back to the
sense.
original patch and play it.
Yeah, but it's like it's not like they changed some parts of the costume to have like kind of sheer mesh instead of pure skin, so you can still see the skin through the. Anyway, they basically just changed up the design a bit. Well, it wasn't like full censorship, but bro, they were mad.
Do you know what the
They got mad.
censorship that people got mad about and I couldn't fathom it? It was Fatal Frame. In the original Fatal Frame, obviously the girls are very young. They're like
Oh yeah, there's a young girl. I know what you're talking about. I know
they're
exactly what you're
minors,
talking
right?
about.
But in the original game, if she falls over, you can see up her skirt.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
in my
and then
mind, I was like, putting shorts under her. First of all, most girls wear shorts under their skirt. Unless you're going
for
out
sure.
clubbing in central London, okay, maybe
Yeah, for
you might
sure.
see something, but most people wear shorts under their skirt. So they changed it so that when she falls over, she's wearing black shorts. People were outraged. I was like, well, why can't we have nuance on this on conversation? If you censor Bayonetta, I'll be like, okay, well, there's no point even making the game. Like Bayonetta's whole thing is her sex appeal and the hair going all crazy. I'll get behind you on that one. But this little girl in a horror
She
game
was, yeah.
where
She's
falling
a
over
child.
is she's a child and it's inconsequential. You're gonna die on the hill of seeing her panties. Is that really what you want
Yeah,
to do? And people were fighting me over it. And I was like, all
yeah.
right.
No, it's mad. It's mad. It's mad. It's mad.
They were like, you just don't
What's
get it, Mike. It's a slippery slope. I was like, I think you're the slippery slope, mate, to be honest with you. I think I can agree with you that let's not censor this game, but let's maybe change up this a little bit. Like that's no need for that to be there.
it's
Oh,
not affecting it's not affecting anything that much. Like I don't know. Yeah, we're not going to see it the way they see it. Wait,
yeah.
but put it this way, they're right. We're just not going to get it. We're just not going to get it.
No, I'm ready to die on that hill. I'll fight them on that one. I'll die on that hill, absolutely. Especially because I love Fatal Frame. I actually played them. I wasn't just there screaming into
Oh
the
yeah,
ether. Like
yeah.
I've got the Fatal Frame games. Like I thought they were great games. I love like my old horror games. So when I saw people kicking off about it, I was like, do you even know what this game is about? And are you just mad about the panties or do you actually play the game? It was such a dumb argument. Street
Yeah,
Shots, thank you for the $2. Black Americans and African Americans are different.
Oh, are they? Black American and African American are different. Interesting.
What? How Black Americans and African Americans aren't they the same thing?
Yeah, that's interesting. Oh, this might be to do with foundational black. Is it foundational Black American? Do you know about this, by the way? Foundational Black American.
I've heard. I didn't know about it until maybe like a year ago. Like I heard
I
people
mean, it's
talking
just
about FBAs.
it's almost exclusively a Twitter thing. To be fair, but yeah, long story short, the foundational Black Americans don't ever want to be associated with Africa, and some of them basically say it's like a split. Some of them say they're not descended from Africans, they at all.
Okay,
Like,
so what?
don't even go into it. Don't even go into it. Don't even. They just said we're not from, and they claim that they're more Native American heritage. So those people, you can't talk to those people. And then there's another contingent of people that said they're enough generations removed from Africa that they don't want to be associated with Africa.
I
And
mean,
they
it's your
both.
choice to not want to be associated with something, but whether you like it or not, that is where you came from.
Well, yeah, and it starts to get even more complex when people like some African American people are saying well, you can't ignore the contribution of people from the Caribbean as well. You're saying you don't want to have nothing to do with them, and they're like, no, those are just pretenders. They're nothing like us. They're trying to steal our culture. And people will be like, hey, did you know that Malcolm X is dad was actually from Grenada, and they're just like, yeah, he's a faker. We don't accept Malcolm X either. And I'm just like, oh, okay, all right, guys.
Is this something that is being taught in schools?
No, it seems to be purely a Twitter thing. It seems to be purely a Twitter thing.
Okay,
Because I
well,
spoke to
Twitter,
African American people, and they basically were just like, I've never met a real FBA in like real life before.
I think, Gene, thank you for the $2. Appreciate you, bro. African Americans are Africans that come from Africa. And there's documentation of blacks being in America before the slave trade.
Yeah, this is the argument that they're saying that these people were black people before the slave trade, but they say that they have no connection to the slave trade. They're just like, these are just black people that were just there from before, but there's no documentation. And I'm like, all right, bro, like I can't dispute that. I wasn't there. I don't have any proof. But the counter argument is this: is people are saying if you DNA test these people, it will show that it has African roots. But then they have an argument for that too. It has to be like, no, I don't know. I'm not going to pretend I know. I'm not going to pretend I know.
But if the Spanish did bring over black people before the slave trade, they would have still taken them from somewhere, right?
No, they're saying that these people never came from Africa. They're saying these were just regular black people that were just like around during Incan times or something. I don't really understand it. I just know that I met African American people that was just like, please don't communicate with those people. They don't make no sense. And I was just like, all right, man, I was just trying to understand their point of view, and I don't get it.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely not equipped to have this conversation because we talk differently.
Yeah,
but
me neither.
Fair enough. Maybe I missed something. Because
and I'm not stepping into that one as well. These guys will come for your neck. These guys, there's like an army of them on Twitter, and if they find out you're talking about foundational Black Americans and you're not one of them, they like activate.
Yeah, I don't want none of that smoke. I couldn't even argue with them because if they say to me we actually came from Cyprus or whatever, I'm going to be like, as someone that is half Greek, I don't think you did, but I don't really want to fight about this. So.
Yeah, I don't really want to have this. Like the conversation doesn't really. Even if I won, I gain nothing. So I'd rather just not have the conversation.
Yeah, I don't want to fight. It's just it turns into a dumb argument, and I'm not equipped to deal with it. I had an argument with somebody the other day. He thinks that I was racist for this, right? He thinks I was racist against black people. Though I want you to tell me if I was being racist or not. I argued with him because have you seen the trailer for the Odyssey?
Oh yeah.
So I watched the trailer for the Odyssey, and Helen of Troy in Greek mythology is like, you know, she was the most beautiful woman in the world, and you know, men were willing to move mountains for her, right? And in our mythology, I don't think that Greek men were moving mountains for like someone that is not of Greek descent or looks like a typical Greek woman, or like Helen of Troy was described to be like blonde and very pale. And so I was basically saying to him that I think that this is a terrible casting choice. I think the woman that's playing her is a really good actress. She's great, but this is a horrible casting choice. It doesn't even make any sense. And as someone that is half black, half Greek, I feel like I'm uniquely positioned to tell you that this is fucking stupid. And he was like, "You're racist." And I was like, "How? How is that a racist take? I don't think she should be cast as Helen of Troy."
I don't think that you're racist for having that opinion. I would wonder why you have that opinion, that you don't think that Greeks would find her attractive. That's just more like, I wonder why he thinks that. That's not like, oh, you know. But I don't think it's a racist take.
I can tell you why. Like, I think if you have, if you take mythology from any culture, the men of that culture typically are like the woman that they're most attracted to is probably going to be someone from their place. So like if you have some sort of African mythology, it'd be kind of weird if Sydney Sweeney was playing the woman that all the African men are fawning over. You're
deducing it. You're deducing it from.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm kind of like trying to make, because if you have a story about Chinese mythology, I'm assuming the Chinese men are going to be fawning over a Chinese woman, and so I don't think it's outside the realms of. I don't think it's hard to understand that in Greek mythology, the Greek men would fawn over a typically looking Greek woman. I think like if they did a story about like African mythology, like let's just say Nigeria has its own mythology, but
Sure.
the woman they cast Sydney Sweeney as like the main goddess, we'd all be like, what the fuck are you doing? Like I'm sure
Yeah.
you'd be like, why is Sydney Sweeney playing, whoever? So that's what I was like. I'm sorry, but like I'm half Greek. That woman should not be playing Helen of Troy. That don't make no sense to me. And he got very upset by it. But when I said the whole like Sydney Sweeney thing, he agreed with me. And I was like, if you agree with that, then how could you not agree with the Helen of Troy thing?
Interesting. I'm not refuting it. I do want to give you a counter. Counter though is, so I had to read Homer's Odyssey when I was in school, and one of the things that happens near the beginning, actually, well, there's I think in the beginning and there's a little bit into the first third, is that in Homer's Odyssey they talk about the Ethiopians being a semi-mythical people, and they were like the most favored people by the Greek gods. So the beginning of um, Odyssey in the first book, there's like a part called the Divine Feasting, and basically Poseidon is away visiting the Ethiopians when all the other gods gather on Mount Olympus because they're all discussing Odysseus' fate. And so the idea is that the Ethiopians are so highly favored, so like wonderful, and they're called Aethiops, which basically in Greek means dark-skinned peoples. Like they talk about them like they're almost demigods.
Yeah.
And so my counter is I can't refute what you said at all. What you're saying is just it's basically a deduction. You're deducing things. You're saying this and this and this, and so I came to this conclusion, which I'm like, that's a fair deduction. What my counter is that in the exact same book they describe Ethiopians as basically mythical, beautiful people, and they're called Ethiopians.
Mm-hmm.
And so,
do they describe Helen of Troy that way? Because I don't ever remember her being described.
no, they don't actually. They definitely don't describe Helen of Troy that way. In fact, I think Helen of Troy is described in as unblemished by the unblemished. Like they're just like, oh, she is unblemished and is aristocratic. And so I never read the book assuming that she was dark skinned. So I'm not saying it's the correct. I'm not trying to say this is the correct casting, and I'm not saying that it's racist if you think it doesn't make sense. My only counter is that in the exact same book, they describe Ethiopians as highly favored, coveted people. Which isn't really like, I'm not really making an argument here to be like, it should be her.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, I think there's just a bit more, there's a little bit more nuance in there.
Yeah, I'm like, the thing is, I'm happy to have the discussion about it. But I think, unfortunately, the Odyssey trailer has like been super polarizing because you've got, is it Elliot Page has been cast as, it's not Achilles. They were cast as somebody else. I can't remember what the name of the character was. I've completely forgotten now because originally I thought it was Achilles, but then Zendaya's in it as well. And I think I saw Travis Scott and I was like,
oh yeah, I did see the kid of Travis Scott and I'm just like, come on, man, what are we doing here?
Yeah, it looks really. I looked and I was like, man, this looks fucking stupid. Like, why is Travis Scott in it?
But to be fair, it looks like he's
ruining WrestleMania. Now he's gonna ruin the Odyssey.
It does seem like his role is quite minimal, I'm assuming. But
might as well put 50 Cent.
Yeah, it's really frustrating for me as well because I don't believe Elliot Page, and so like I don't believe he's a convincing actor. But before he transitioned, I did believe that it was a very good actor. Actress I was looking at. So now it becomes a thing of Like, I just don't really believe you.
Yeah. Yeah, the
But
casting
that's
choices, they seem all over the place in it. I don't really understand a lot of the. But obviously, the Helen of Troy thing really has stuck out to a lot of people. Um, like I've got a lot of Greek friends as well, and all of them were messaging me, and they were saying because obviously I'm half black. They were like, "How do you feel about this?" And I was like, "I don't know, man. I feel like this is gonna turn into the Voldemort thing again. Not Voldemort. Was it? No, it's Snape.
all
Where
right. Yeah,
the guy is probably a good actor, but
it doesn't really
casting him
make
as
sense.
casting him
I
as
think that's
Snape didn't make
worse.
any sense because
Yeah,
haven't
I
they
think that's
described
worse.
Snape as being like this pale, greasy haired figure that sort of moves through the corridors like a specter? And
They
I was
did,
like,
and they also make a big point about saying how kind of invisible he was as a kid. He was
yeah,
just kind of like nobody, just like awkward and pretty much a nobody. And it part of that is kind of being the default. Like you don't have anything about you that makes you very noticeable or makes you like even a minority. You just blend in. So I think in a way for me that was a bit worse because you've already with a mythical story. I'm always a bit more like let me see it because like I've seen a Macbeth story
yeah.
with
Oh, Denzel.
um with like Denzel and I'm just like I just accept it. I'm just like this is just sick. So
I
when
never
I'm
saw
whenever
that.
you
I don't know if it was any good.
yeah it's just sick. But like I'm just saying like situations like that where it's like theater about something historical. If you can just get your mind over the race part, which I get is some difficult for some people. I just feel like, oh, I get it. Yeah, that's Macbeth, and this is. I just get it. It just makes sense. Or even forget even that. Romeo and Juliet with Leonardo DiCaprio,
Yeah,
like, and his best friend's black. Like, I just thought it just made sense.
I
But
feel
I
like
actually,
I feel like
yeah,
some of it's a
I
bit
get it.
like they're trying to bait audiences to fight with each other because some of the like if you cast Hermione as like a because of the way they describe Hermione in the books, it's kind of
She could have been
ambiguous.
mixed. Yeah, they call her Mudblood, and she got frizzy curly hair. That could work.
But I was also saying Snape is the worst one to cast because didn't Harry's dad used to beat him up when he was a kid? So I'm like, now
Oh yeah, now yeah,
when they
it's all
film
weird.
Harry's dad beating him up, it's gonna be like, well, did what like why are you beating him up? It's gonna look a bit mad. It's gonna look a little bit crazy. And I'm like, you could have cast anybody else.
You're not wrong. Yeah, it does make things. It does make. It just looks uncomfortable. It just
Yeah.
looks uncomfortable. Like the
But let me
only
let
one
me
of the
ask
only
you
few
this.
black kids in the school just getting punched up by Harry Potter's dad. That looks mad.
It does look mad. But if they took a mythological story about an African character, but they cast Meryl Streep, would you be like, it's cool, she's a great actress, or would you be like, why wouldn't you cast a black woman in that spot?
They already did that though.
For what?
Um, what's that movie that Christian Bale was in? Um, Exodus. The whole movie. He's playing Moses. You know, someone who's from the Arab regions, and then all of the other people are white, and they're meant to be like Egyptian gods. There's been movies like that.
How did you
I
feel?
just
Like, how did you feel
I
about
just
that?
thought well, it was just a shit movie, so it didn't.
I haven't seen it, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah, it was a shit movie. But there's,
Or or,
but
or,
yeah,
or
there's been.
DiCaprio
I,
as Malcolm X.
yeah, I think that's in a way. There's like a scale, isn't there? They're like,
Yeah.
how important is the race of the person to the plot,
Yes, that I
right? So
agree with you.
like,
I can agree with you on that.
there's a scale there. Like, cool, that's fine. I can understand that. Maybe you can have, I don't know, maybe you can make the argument that Snape is Arab, for example, just saying something. Maybe there's an argument there, but
Yeah.
like, but then you can't make Tom Cruise play as Blade. Like, it's like there's a
Oh,
scale
that would
here.
be that would be hilarious though. I'd pay to watch that. No, but I hear it.
So
Like you can change Commissioner Gordon. Like we've had a white
Yeah,
Commissioner Gordon, a black
exactly.
one, but you can't have an African American Batman. It would cause too many problems. You can have an Elseworld one, but you
Yeah,
can't.
it just
Sorry,
is.
you can have an African Batman, but it can't be Bruce Wayne. It's got to be one from like Earth 672 or
Well,
some
exactly.
other place.
The whole point is that he came from white aristocracy. Like
Yeah,
that's the Batman story. He was meant to be raised by a white aristocratic family who had like a long history in the city, and he is kind of white bread when he's not Batman. It's
mm.
just like, yeah, he's just a clean cut white guy. You know, he doesn't have blonde hair. He doesn't have, noticeable like etc. etc. But
Yeah,
yeah, I don't know. I need to see the movie and see if it bothers me. That's the truth.
yeah. No, 100%. I am gonna watch Odyssey because I need to make sure that I form a fair opinion on it. Because obviously the trailer has not sold me. I'm not really happy with what I've seen, but I think the only way to fairly critique is if you see it.
For sure. And the problem I have as well is um, Chris Nolan is my favorite director. So I'm a bit, that's every single movie is just like one of my favorite movies. I can just sometimes I just put Inception on just loop while I'm working.
That is a
It's
very
like,
good film, yeah.
I just like that movie.
Well, I guess
Yeah.
time will tell. What does that say? Tom Todd, thank you for the $5. Let Tope be the next M'Baku. Do you know Tope? You've seen him here before, right?
Bro, something's not right with that guy. Something's
I
not right.
would I would love to hear a conversation between you two. I think that would be
Yeah.
cinema.
Just something going on with. There's something not right with that guy.
He's funny, man. He makes me laugh, but there's a lot of things he says are a bit left field. But yeah, all right, Del. Well, it's 1 a.m. here almost for us. Was there
Yeah, of
anything else
course.
that you wanted to add before we wrap it up? I hope you
No,
don't
not
think
at
I'm
all.
right wing because of my questions there. I was just asking.
No, not at all. Not at all. Like the fiction I had of you before was mad. People were talking reckless in your comments, bro.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It
Uh,
happens. It happens.
yeah. Well, yeah, I appreciate you, man. I appreciate everyone in the comments. I wish I could like pay attention to the comments more, but sometimes it's like flying when you're trying to talk. I don't know how you do
Yeah.
it. Like,
I've gotten used to it now, and I just because I'm on StreamYards, I can. It's not like YouTube where it becomes unbearable to look. I can scroll up,
okay.
like I can highlight things that I want to read. So it does get hard sometimes. Sometimes when like you say something funny and everyone starts laughing, shit just disappears. So
Oh yeah, I hear you. I hear you. That makes
yeah,
sense. No, that's fine. Yeah, and also if people have ideas for videos that they want from me, I love hearing ideas. Yeah.
I would love for you to talk more about that DEI stuff, but I know you don't want to do it on YouTube. But I think it would be cool for you
Yeah.
to do it on Twitter because I've always had a very negative sort of outlook on it. Whenever I see it, I'm like,
Hmm.
did you get that position because you earned it or because they need to fill a criteria? That's all. That's always the way I've looked at it. But it didn't occur to me that they were doing things for veterans, which I fully support. So I think if
Yeah,
there's
bro,
situations like that,
that
it would
makes
be
sense.
really good if people like heard that stuff.
Yeah, actually, I will say this last point is that I heard sometimes people assume that they had to like fill quotas, and I
Yeah,
was like, where did that come from? This fill quotas thing, because I've never ever seen. I've been at more game studios than almost anyone I've known, because I
I
just
tell
don't
you, I
fit.
saw it. I saw it at Ubisoft. They were
Oh, you
hiring.
did?
Yeah, I went onto their website, and they were hiring interns, and they had in the criteria that it was either like I believe it was like transgender. We were looking for transgendered people or like people from like marginalized communities. I
Yeah.
put in a video, I screenshot and put in a video, and I was like, this must be happening on like a much larger scale if Ubisoft is just outright advertising it.
Are they saying
And
they would? Okay, so if they're hiring people based on that, I'm going to tell you I don't agree with that at all. And I've actually had big discussions about this with directors before, where I've said, "Do you know how pissed off I would be if I knew you hired me because I was black? That's proper gross."
Yeah.
But I have seen people say we really want these type of people to apply, because I am of the understanding the correct way to do DEI hiring is to make sure that you have everyone available to interview, and then you pick the best person.
Yeah.
So the idea is that everyone has the opportunity to go in front and be assessed, and then you pick the best person. But you just make sure that that list of people that are getting interviewed is diverse to give everyone an opportunity. Yeah, is what
Yeah,
it
I'm
is.
sure. I'm sure it happens, but like I think people get mischaracterized because they see one person doing it and then they lump everybody in, and then the conversation gets messy.
I think that's actually what makes it really difficult to address problems.
Yeah.
Because let's say this is truly a thing, like, oh, DEI in places, maybe it makes sense. Like for me, I believe it makes sense to have DEI interview processes where you say, we just want to make sure everyone has an opportunity to at least get their application forward and get interviewed. And we just pick the best person. But at least we know we didn't only just look for one type of person. Maybe some people won't agree with me, but I'm like, to me, that just makes sense. If you're the best, you're the best, then you're going to get picked out of the list. But at least you had your opportunity to be seen. And then but then there's some forms of it where I'm just like, that looks kind of mad to me. But it's hard to have the conversation to be like, that looks kind of mad to me. If right under you saying this looks mad to me, your next comment is, and this is why we need to get rid of all the woke and get them out. And like, you're like, it's like, oh, bro, like, you need to have a bit of tact to your conversation. You know, like you can't just be like, and this is why every single trans person needs to be gone. Like, it's like, oh, come on, man. Like, how is anyone gonna even hear your argument if? Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
No,
Where
no,
I'm
I
saying,
do
like,
understand what you're saying. Actually, I wanted to ask you now that you brought it up. You were in the chat when Dell was talking about Dragon Age and trans people, and
oh, what's his name? Red. When Red was chatting about.
oh, did I say Dell? Sorry, I mean
Yeah. When Red was talking about chat, yeah, that was
You were saying
interesting.
that he's getting the reasoning wrong for it, and Red sort of fancies himself as somebody that knows the industry, but because you work in the industry, I don't know anything about Dragon Age, so I listened to what he had to say, and you disagreed. What is, from your perspective, the reason that Dragon Age was such a flop?
The reason that I believe Dragon Age was such a flop was that it started as a single player game and they were forced to turn it into a live service game. And then it was such a mess as a live service game because no one in the team had ever worked on a live service game before. And then they started to the backslash of live service game. And then, like, the last third of the game, they got told they need to move it to a single player game, but they were given no extra time. So my argument isn't that this was the only reason it went bad. I'm just saying, from my experience in development, I can't see how you could make a good game if you switch twice. And that seems to be a very large reason why the game was never destined to do well.
Right, okay. And did that game just completely flop? Because I don't
Well, it was
follow
received really bad. It was a shit. Everyone said it was a shit game.
Right, okay. And I only saw one scene from it, where the weird looking dragon girl was like arguing with her mum. And I was like, it had really bad writing. The dialogue was all over the place, but that's the only thing that I saw from it.
I don't know. I don't really know. It never interested me. And I'm not even, the thing as well is I'm not saying that, like, I never want to be like, you're wrong. My whole thing was like, tell the whole story.
Yeah. No,
Tell the whole story.
100%. But that's the thing, when people play for teams, they represent one side of the conversation rather than exploring the whole thing, which it could probably be an interesting conversation if you explored the whole thing.
Maybe. I just don't know if that guy's qualified to talk on that, basically.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think it's better to ask developers, or just people that work in the industry. It's good to ask them their perspective on things and not just make assumptions, because I think we all do that. But I think when it comes to those sort of things where it's not just like the petty tech and stuff that we do, and it's more political, it's better to speak to people first, I think, rather than reading some article that confirms your biases.
Of course. Exactly. Yeah. And it's weird as well because I can be like, hey, I think there might be more to that story. Have you considered this? And they'll be like, oh, look, he's supporting the blood. And I was like, bro, I didn't say I'm supporting nothing. I also think the game is shit. I just think, like, hey, let's just also mention this other part too. Like, it's really hard to have the conversation without it looking like you're picking sides.
Yeah. I try my best now when I talk about these things, when I do know about the game, to make it look like I'm not picking sides, but I might really hate something and it just happens to fall into the camp of one side, and then they're like, oh, Mike's on our side, and I'm like, I'm not. I'm just talking about this particular thing that I don't like. Maybe that's when you saw me, like, and people were talking crazy on my name. Maybe they saw stuff and they were like, oh, because for a long time people were saying that I like don't like trans people, and then some guys were in my chat going, oh, why are you talking to a trans person? I thought you hated them, and I was like,
Raw.
what possessed you to think that? Like, it's just dumb.
They just thought that. Yeah.
Unfortunate.
There's also I realize we're just talking too long. I'll wrap it up. But there's also this weird thing where there's like an overcorrection that happens.
Yeah.
Where I've seen it where people are like, oh man, like I've literally seen someone be like, we should make this character black, and I'm like, what would possess you to say that? Oh, don't you think it would be cool, Del? And I'm like, no, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Like, shut up. That doesn't make why. But it's not even like, no. I'm like, why do you think that would be cool? Explain it to me. Explain the reason why you think that character should be black. Like, oh, I just think, it would be a different take. I'm like, you're kind of removing all of the things that make that character. That character is extremely. I'll just say it. I was working with someone and they was pitching to make Harley Quinn black. And I was like, and they wanted my support. And I was like, you're never going to get my support on that because that's fucking dumb.
Can I just ask, where was this person from?
They was very English. Very, very, very white-blooded. So,
it's very annoying. Like, this is the same as someone did this to me where they were trying to make conversation with me and they were like, I think the way they treated Tiger Woods was really unfair. And I was like, okay. And then he later on said, I would have voted for Obama if he could say
no.
And I was like, bro, first of all, I'm not American. It's so annoying. So I 100% believe you experienced that because I've also experienced stupid shit like that.
It's really weird. It's really weird. Like, but I also had to break it down. I was just like, do you think that if just making her black would just be cool visually? He was like, yeah, it's cool. And I was just like, what about the depiction of the only black main character, the only black woman in being a main character and being a victim of extreme abuse from Joker? Don't you think that's a bit uncomfortable? A white man just abusing a black woman and just basically gaslighting her. Like, don't you think that just looks mad? And then he started thinking about it more. He's just like, oh yeah, what? But I'm just like, bro, are you guys even thinking? Are you guys just checking boxes? Like,
that is unfortunate that he even said that. He shouldn't be near any established characters.
Well, he didn't. To be honest, he didn't have any sway anyway.
That's such a weird thing to say, though. Like, there's nothing changes about Harley apart from the fact that you're just gonna piss everybody else off. Like, you've already got established characters. Like, Harley Quinn is not holding a mantle. She's not. It's not a mantle like Captain America, where you can insert a new character. You can put Bucky in there or Sam, and maybe people don't like it, but they're just Captain America. But Harley's Harley. That making her black makes no sense whatsoever. Zero.
It doesn't make any sense. There are other things you can make. I'm not gonna get the guy fired. He was low level anyway. But there are some things where you're like, what you're doing and saying doesn't make any sense. But also the other side too, like how I kind of was saying, I remember at one point we was working on. You look at the Gotham games.
Yeah.
Gotham is based on Chicago, a mix of Chicago and New Jersey. Basically, it's basically a mix of the two.
Mm.
And but they wanted to do a modern rendition of Gotham, and so I was just like, that's fine, but why are all the thugs white? That doesn't make like if it's a modern rendition of. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like I'm not like, oh, let's throw colors, and I'm just like, if it's a modern rendition of these two cities, like it was no New York, New Jersey, and Chicago. That's the blend of what they said. So then I'm not saying like, oh, we need more black people. I'm saying it actually doesn't make sense. What you're depicting doesn't make sense.
Yeah, you say like what you were saying before, they're trying to overcorrect.
Yeah, it's just, or they're either overcorrecting or they're like kind of blind to what needs correcting. We're like, I'm not saying anything mad. I'm just saying if you're based it on Chicago and New York, like I just feel like there would be some black civilians in a city like that. If you're saying it's a modern rendition, you're not saying it's 1940s Chicago.
Yeah, no, 100%. Well, it's good that you're there to tell them because they can't really argue with you, can they? Well, they can.
It's not that they. It's easier when you have weight. I have weight now, so I'm in charge of all the characters for the new game I'm on in terms of their character models, and I have a lot more weight. And so when I say things like that, it's like I'm having those conversations with directors and they're listening to me. But I'm not. My point is never to get my personal agenda across. Other than making sure if there's a black woman in the game, let's at least have one really pretty one. That's one agenda I will admit to put my hands up on. But in general, my agenda often is just like, does this even make sense?
Yeah. No,
that's
with your new game. Just to wrap up, what is your when can we expect to see something from your new game?
I don't know, dude. I don't know. This shit takes a long time. I don't know.
Is it? You said you're working for an indie developer now.
No, I'm working for an independent. Which is slightly different.
Developer.
Yeah. It's Dan House's new studio. So he's the creative director for all the Grand Theft Autos. And then him and Brett Roberts, the creative director for Dead Space, the original two Dead Spaces, were making a game.
Okay. So this is going to be quite a.
It's going to be a big game. Yeah, it's going to be like an attempt at a game of the year game.
Okay, so we're going to see it at one of Jeff Keighley's shows.
Hopefully.
Can you say what type of game it
is?
Okay.
No. Oh, actually, I can say that it's a an open world title.
Okay.
Yeah.
Futuristic?
No, you're asking too many questions now.
Oh, okay, my bad. My bad. All right, man. Well, I don't think I missed anything. Oh, I did from Tom. Completely unrelated, but your boy got Heihachi to Tekken God. Hey, big W,
nice.
Man. Well done. What rank are you on Tekken, though?
I got GOD now. I decided to just I think I'm actually about to promote to GOD 1.
Oh, nice. Okay.
I just decided to spend one Saturday just labbing the matchups, and then I was like, oh yeah, I'm not punishing anything, and then just slipped up. But to be honest, GOD 1 now is weaker than Season 2 GOD. So
yeah, 100%, bro. I got to GOD 2 on my lunch break. I literally got to GOD 2 on my lunch break. It was so dumb. Did you see Ninja Killer got God of Destruction?
Yeah, I don't know. He's built different. 52 wins in a row. That stuff doesn't make any sense.
That's actually crazy. I'm surprised he didn't win the tournament the other day.
Doesn't make any sense. He's just in the wrong country. He needs to be training with the monsters. Like NA, he's outgrown NA.
I'm fairly confident that when another Mortal Kombat comes out, he's probably going to be top dog. I feel like he's evolved so much as a player that because he won the last MK11 like big tournament. I don't remember seeing him playing MK1 much, but if his Tekken skills are anything to go by, he's definitely gonna transfer over quite easily.
Yeah, his bio says that he's a professional MK player. He didn't even update it for Tekken. He's like, no, I'm an MK player.
It's a side quest for him.
Yeah, this is just a side quest.
It's crazy, actually crazy. Tom, thank you for the $5. I rarely ever do this, but guys, look how the page, the Mad Villain, type my name with Street Fighter 6, trying to make a real comeback soon. Everyone go follow Tom. His YouTube page is the Mad Villain. I'm pretty already subscribed to you, Tom. All right, I feel we've yapped about as much as we can.
For sure. All right, man.
But it's been a pleasure having you here, man. I really appreciate you giving us more insight on what's going on in the industry. I hope for the best for your upcoming game, and hopefully we can get you on Virtua Fighter with us.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'll be there, man. All right, man. Yeah, I appreciate everyone in the chat. But even the ones that don't like me, I appreciate you the best.
Yeah, that's you, Wesley. That's He's been on.
That's cool. He should. If they have a YouTube channel, I'll support him.
Yeah, everyone go subscribe to Wesley Moore 3478. Big up, Wesley. All right, bro. I appreciate you, man. I'll catch you in a bit.
Yeah. All right, safe.
All right, guys. Let me get Wesley off the screen. That was the stream for today. Appreciate you all being here. Appreciate all the donations, as always, supporting the stream. It means a lot. And I think tomorrow I'm going to message Finn, or today, actually. It's already 1 a.m. in the UK. I'm going to try and get a Virtua Fighter stream going because I want to do a 3v3. So if you play Virtua Fighter, go and get 2 friends. We're going to try to do 3v3s all night, like loads of different teams. I'll see if we can get that going. If not, then we'll just do a standard lobby, but we'll see. I've switched characters now. I'm no longer playing Wolf. I am 100% a Lei Fei main now. Love that character. I think that's the most fun I've had with any character on Virtua Fighter. When I was playing Wolf, I was having a good time. I thought it was fun. And when I played Go, I thought he was fun as well. But then I picked up Lei Fei and I was like, this is what was missing. I've had so much fun playing Lei Fei. What time? I finish work tomorrow at 7 o'clock. I want to go to the gym after work, so I'll probably do the Virtua Fighter stream for like 9 p.m. The only way that I won't do a light on the Virtua Fighter stream tomorrow is that if something comes up to do a podcast about. But if not, then there'll be a VF tomorrow. But either way, the channel will have a stream on it tomorrow at 9 p.m. So, yeah, I will see you guys tomorrow then. There'll be videos on the channel. I didn't get any out this week, apart from the one with Dell that we spoke about. 9 p.m. UK time. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care of yourselves. Have a good one, and peace out.
the